But you're right,
I think 17 is a safe number.
17-13. Here we go.
If you get into the 20s, you got to feel really good.
There's a lock right there.
If you get into the 20s, hey, Ma, you know what? Put the meatloaf aside. Get the filet mignons out, all right? We're going to be eating. It's going to be good tonight.
Yeah, it's for how bad the Steelers team has looked. You're right. They should be 3-3 next week's.
They would be, though, a big-time 3-3 pretender. And it's not, and let me reiterate this for the 9,000th time in this segment, it is not a lock that they beat the Broncos this week. Even though I think they do beat the Broncos, it is not a lock that they beat the Broncos because even though if I don't like the Broncos' offense, the offensive line for the Steelers, let's just call it how it is, it sucks. All right? I'm not going to be kind anymore. I hesitated there for a second till he goes, stink sometimes isn't as effective. Very rarely will I say that a team sucks or a part of a team sucks. The offensive line for the Steelers is god-awful. I heard that, by the way. I can hear Trace through the glass sometimes, and he just reiterated what I said, and your microphone wasn't even on. For the Steelers, you have some optimism, but isn't it really like an optical illusion, right? Like you'd be looking at it and you go, all right, come on. Are the Steelers then going to start to scare you no matter what their record says? No, they won't. I look at the Steelers team as a team that ultimately their offense is going to be the reason why they can't get to the postseason. But with that being said,
all right, Jeff, whenever you're ready.
Look at Big Ben, and let's talk about Big Ben right now. I did see from ESPN the other day, Adam Schefter said there's no way.
From Memorial Stadium, Jamie Farrell in here with you. St. Albans Red Dragons takes on the Ripley Vikings. Check 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1.
I do. If this team is mathematically eliminated,
sound good and clear.
Or if they keep on trotting out Big Ben week in and week out, and he keeps on looking like the Big Ben that's currently on the field, I'm not advocating Big Ben now.
Sound check.
But if this goes south, right, if they lose this week, or lose next week, or even if they split and then they go lose 3 games after that.
All right, man, I appreciate you. We'll give you a call, let you know what's going on.
Yeah, it's
before
difficult because Ben, right,
all right, man.
franchise legend, you don't want it to end ugly because then you don't know if those feelings at the end may affect how Ben's going to handle like a return to Pittsburgh or his desire to do events in the future, blah, 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 blah. Because say what you want, players have pride even when they know that they're cooked and they know that they're done. You could have a great relationship all throughout your time. You get treated poorly on the way out. A player can hold that against an organization in future years when the organization wants to bring him back and do things along those lines. If I'm the Steelers, though, Ben, we love you. Ben, we brought you back this year. If you get to a point where this team is 3-7 and they have 0 life, and sure, it's not all Big Ben. This offense stinks, but does anyone think Big Ben's going to be like The Undertaker and rise from the dead and is going to start firing off a bunch of touchdown passes and look like Big Ben? I'm not even going to say from 10 years ago. How about 3 years ago? Or maybe the first 4 or 5 weeks of the season of last year. Does anyone expect that? No. And I don't think their next quarterback is on the roster, their next franchise quarterback. We know Mason Rudolph is not a starting quarterback in this league. Dwayne Haskins, though, second opportunity. I would like to at least see him when you get to that point when you know that there's no hope. These next 2 weeks, it could provide some false hope. Just because the guy's a franchise legend, and he also has injuries, too. So maybe they could use the injuries as an excuse. But it even sounded like from Adam Schefter that they wouldn't even use the injuries as an excuse. There's no way that they bench him. Don't you have a problem with that? I know it's tough, franchise legend. It comes to a point where you got to start thinking about the future with this team.
I'm with you. And don't you also owe it to the rest of the team that's full of veterans and guys trying to win? If Big Ben's not getting it done, if this offense still stinks, don't you owe it to the rest of the guys to try something else? See if maybe Dwayne Haskins or Mason Rudolph can give you something from what's going on with this awful offense we've seen through the first 4 games of the year?
Well, for Ben, it could get good the next 2 weeks, or it could get really bad.
They could win him and still not play well. If you can't win the ball against Seattle, I think it's maybe time.
Well, let's be real. If they get to 3-3, regardless of if Ben plays good or not, they're not going to bench Ben at 3-3. They're just not going to do so.
5-9?
Different story.
Yes.
If they lose these next 2 games, you think the cries are growing already for Ben to get benched at 1-3? If they lose to Teddy Bridgewater and then Geno Smith, I may have to move to Pittsburgh because I may want to be a part of that radio station.
Jay Farner here, CEO of Rocket Companies. If you thought you missed your chance to refinance and save, think again. Mortgage rates have recently dropped, and a Rocket Mortgage can help you save big when you call 8338-ROCKET today. For example, with a $250,000 30-year fixed-rate mortgage, you could get a new low rate under 3%. If your current rate is over 3.75%, you could lower your payment by over $100 a month, saving thousands in interest. But you've got to act now, because no one knows how long these low rates will last. So when you need a simple way to get big savings, Rocket can. Call us today at 8338-ROCKET or go to rocketmortgage.com. That's 8338-ROCKET or go to rocketmortgage.com. Rocket.
Refinance offer assumes a rate of 2.99%, 3.21% APR, 70% loan-to-value ratio for the cost of 1.75 points. $4,375 due at closing. Monthly payment of $1,052.66. Taxes and insurance not included. Payment will be graded. Rates current as of 7/26/21. Conditions apply. Equal housing lender licensed in all 50 states. NMLSconsumeraccess.org number 3030.
Be green and make some green at Metal Center Recycling. We're a vital part of the supply chain. We help put resources back into the economy. Instead of mining raw materials, we can use what we already have. From recycling your cans to scrap metal and more, just bring them to Metal Center Recycling and get fair and honest prices offered for your stuff. Check out themetalcenter.com. Metal Center Recycling, James River Turnpike just past the Pumpkin Park in Milton, and in Huntington just past the flood wall on Route 2.
1300 and 1340 AM The Jock has your chance to win $1,000 cash. You have two $1,000 winners every workday with the 1K payday. Listen for the contest keyword at 9:15 AM, 12:15 PM, and 3:15 PM. Then enter it at WJYPAM.com for a shot to win $1,000 in this nationwide contest. The 1K payday is brought to you by Mardi Gras Casino and Resort, Todd Judy Ford, and Honey Baked Ham on 1300 and 1340 AM. The Jock.
We all know healthcare has changed drastically. It's quite the puzzle to sort through your options and find a health insurance plan that's affordable and maximizes your benefits. And you're now required by law to have health insurance, or you may pay a tax penalty. So let the Health Markets Insurance Agency help you. They offer plans from over 120 different companies and can even help you obtain government subsidies. Let them do all the research for you and show you how affordable health insurance can be. A service that's at no extra cost to you. Call now and learn your options to find affordable health insurance. 800-398-0651. 800-398-0651. 800-398-0651. 800-398-0651. Health Markets Insurance Agency is the DBA or assumed name of Inspire Insurance Solutions, Inc., which is a licensed insurance agency in all 50 states and D.C. Not all agents are licensed to sell all products. Service availability varies by state to sell.
ADHD. It's the child who can't pay attention or sit still in school, right? The answer may be yes. Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder, or ADHD, can be complicated, and it can last a lifetime. Living with a condition can sometimes be a challenge. It may take years to accept a formal diagnosis, and it's not always easy to find the right treatment plan. Did you know that up to 75% of children and adolescents with ADHD have at least one additional mental health condition that also requires a comprehensive approach to treatment? ADHD guidelines were recently updated to reflect the need to screen for associated disorders. Be sure to talk with your child's doctor about proper screening and visit more2adhd.com for additional information. That's more2adhd.com. This message has been brought to you in partnership with ADA, ACO, and CHAD.
Hey, it's me, your cell phone. We need to talk about something serious. I know you love me, I know you like using me wherever you are, but I feel like this isn't working out when you're driving. I know you may think that it's possible to focus both on me and the road, but I just don't feel the same way. I think we should spend time away from each other when you're driving. It's for the best.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
How long does it take to get to the forest? That's not far. What are we going to do? Hike? Sure. Are we there yet?
Yep, it's a short drive from your neighborhood to your naturehood. Visit discovertheforest.org, brought to you by the Ad Council and the U.S. Forest Service.
1300 AM WJYT St. Albans and 1340 AM WMON Montgomery. The Jock and LM Communications radio station.
For re-entry or go to the school gymnasium.
Nationwide on CBS Sports Radio. This is the Zach Gelb Show.
And away we go, our number 2 of our radio program. It is the Zach Gelb Show on CBS Sports Radio. We are coming to you live from the Rocket Mortgage Studios. Need to know what it takes for a home to fit your budget and your family? Rocket can. Coming up 20 minutes from now, Christian Hackenberg, former Penn State quarterback, will drop by. We'll be all over Penn State, Iowa tomorrow in Iowa, 4 p.m. Eastern time for that game. Can't wait for that one. And I'm looking at my producer right now. He's wearing that disgusting white Penn State football shirt. Ugh. Disgusting. Gross. I do think, though, Penn State's going to win the game. Where's your confidence level at on Penn State winning this game? You've been pretty confident all throughout the week, but when you get less than 24 hours out from kickoff, 2 things either happen. You double down on that confidence, or you start to get that little voice in the back of your head going, Ryan, you know what happens with Penn State football? Whenever it's supposed to be their year, whenever things look like they're going right, something wrong is going to happen. So what's the little voice telling you in your cabeza?
Up until about 30 seconds ago, I was confident, and then I hear you're on Penn State. I'm like, oh, geez, here we go.
Whoa!
You agree, I agree, never really goes well. So that's what gets me nervous.
What, when I'm confident in Penn State?
When we're both confident.
Okay, so you covered your ass there.
It's like the jinx that gets me nervous. That if you're feeling good and I'm feeling good, that means go the other way. But I am, in all honesty, feeling pretty confident.
Well, here's the thing that I think goes into your favor on this matchup. Everyone's talking about the Iowa defense. Of course everyone should be talking about the Iowa's defense. The Iowa defense is great. But on the other side for Penn State, their defense is not too shabby either. And I think a lot of people aren't understanding how good of a Penn State defense that this is. Now, don't get me wrong. I think the Iowa defense is better. But it's not as drastic as the way that people are talking about this. It's all coming down to the quarterback play, really. Up against both those defenses, which quarterback, and I hate to sound cliche, and it does sound like lazy analysis, but this is what it is. Sean Clifford's looked good so far. Can he continue to do that? But it really comes down to which quarterback is going to be able to, when they get in the red zone, walk away with 7 and not 3, because I do think we'll see a lot of field goals in this game. And it's coming down to turnovers. Because there will be a turnover or 2 in this game. It's going to be which team, though, turns over the football and red zone efficiency. Those are the 2 biggest keys in this game. And I do trust the Penn State offense a little bit more. I'm not telling you this is a great offense for Penn State. What I've seen, though, so far, I trust the Penn State offense slightly more than I do Iowa. Well, what type of score do you think this game is going to play out to be?
Very low scoring for college football.
You're talking 17-14, something like that?
21-17, 20-17, 20-14. I'm with you. I think more field goals. I like the scores I'm giving are kind of like 2 or 3 touchdown games. I think field goals here are more than touchdowns.
Would you say the magic number, 3 touchdowns? If you have an offense that gets 3 touchdowns in this game, you got to feel good about your chances.
Yes.
Because
24 points and up, I feel pretty good.
You factor if you get 3 touchdowns, you at least get a field goal somewhere along the way. If you could get to 24 points, usually in college football you just get 24 points. It's not a lot to
anything
win.
But a guarantee.
If you get to 24 points in this game, you get 3 touchdowns and a field goal, I think you should win the game. I'm going to say that this is 24. And I'm going to say Iowa 20. I like Penn State 24, Iowa 20. Now, what's your score here? One more time.
I like that score. I'm going to go a little dangerous. I'll go 21-17. 3 touchdowns. No, I don't think Penn State will score or won't kick a field goal. I think it's going to be a very ugly game, like 20, probably, I'll go 20-13. Sorry, I go back and forth. 20-13.
Only 13 points for Iowa?
Their offense, I got to watch myself here. Their offense has benefited greatly from the defensive turnovers that have been abundant, and they started in tons of short fields. If I was to go the length of the field a ton, if Penn State does take care of the ball, what Sean Clifford has done this year, I don't think I was doing a lot of nothings.
Yeah, but then what gives you the abundance of confidence that Penn State's going to be able to do much on offense against this Iowa team?
Because they have better talent. They have better skill. Sean Clifford's better than Spencer Petras. John Dotson is one of the best receivers in the country. The run game scares me, but they just have better athletes to where I think they can move the ball more successfully than Iowa could.
Here's my big question in this game. Who is Sean Clifford? Like, that's my big question, and that's why I'm actually happy that we're going to have Hackenberg on coming up in about 10 to 15 minutes on the Zach Gelb Show. Because I went into this season with Clifford, from what I saw last year, having zero confidence in him. Because let's remember with this Penn State team, right? Last year, everyone, they're a dark horse to make the college football playoff for Ohio State. You better watch out, blah, 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 blah. And they started off the season, 0-5, 0-6, whatever it was. It was pathetic how they started off the season. One little loss to start off the season against Indiana when it was all controversial. Did he step out of bounds or not? Blah, 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 blah. And that Penn State team just melted. They melted. They folded to a little bit of adversity. And going into the season, right, you knew they would be improved. Did you know that they would be 5-0 to start off the season? Because week 1, you're going up against Wisconsin, whose offense is horrible. And that was the game they had to sweat out until the end. Now, with Clifford walking away from that game, I didn't say to myself, wow, I'm real impressed with Clifford. Ball State, who cares? But the game after that, Auburn, in that environment, white out, that crowd, to see the way that Clifford played down the stretch, that was a moment to me that I said, okay, I have a little bit more belief than I thought in Clifford. Now, you get Iowa, because let's be real, it didn't matter what he did against Villanova. It didn't matter what he did up against Indiana. You knew that they were going to just dominate Indiana because that was one of those revenge type of games, a game that was on their mind from what happened a year ago where the Penn State program felt they were robbed out of a W, all of that jazz. This is the game when you go up against Iowa that you go, okay, this is one of the better defenses in the country. This is a defense that is dominant. Does Clifford look like the quarterback that we saw in their 2 big games this year? Does he look like the quarterback that we saw against Auburn? Where he was good. He wasn't great, but he was good. Or is this the quarterback where you see him up against Wisconsin in a W where he was not so good? That's the big question. What Clifford do you get in this game? I can't sit here and tell you that I'm so optimistic that Clifford's going to be great, but you don't need him to be great. You need, for Penn State to take care of business against Iowa, you need him to be slightly better than a game manager. Don't turn over the football. You got to take some aggressive shots. You got to have some aggressive plays all in due time. You just can't be the guy that's throwing 2 picks in this game and fumbling the football. What do you think the stat line is for Clifford in this game? Where would you go for that in terms of yardage? How many times do you think they're going to throw the football? And what the touchdown to interception ratio is going to be? Mr. Homer there, Penn State Nittany line.
I think the pass attempts is going to be higher than I would like. I don't think they're going to be able to run the ball very well tomorrow. So I'll say...
Will they abandon the run, though?
No.
Is this going to be teams up against Tampa? New England abandoned the run last week. The Cowboys, who are a good rushing team, abandoned the run week 1. If it gets ugly running the football early on, will that discourage Penn State from running the football throughout the game when it's back and forth?
I wouldn't say they would abandon it like the Patriots did, where Mac Jones, I think, threw it, 40 times, I believe, if that's correct, against the Buccaneers?
And -1 rushing yard.
And they just, basically just ignored the run
We
game
could have put your
completely.
frail body back there. They may have had more success than
True.
they were trotting out there running.
I think I would have got 1 yard. Not 2, but I would have got 1.
You know what would have happened? You probably would have got no yards, but the defense would hit you so far
Well,
that you would bounce off an offensive lineman and then go 3 yards upfield.
you know what, maybe you're right. I was going to say forward progress. Hopefully the referees bail me out here. Yeah, I actually got to the line of scrimmage, even though I'm 10 yards back because of how hard I got hit.
Let's not get carried away here, you delusional person.
Well, what do you mean? I got back to the line of scrimmage. I said I was 10 yards behind the line when I got hit so hard.
Yeah.
Forward
Continue
progress.
now. What's the stat line here?
I'm going to say 240, 2 touchdowns.
Does he throw a pick? Does he have a turnover?
I'm going to say yes, because they're just so good at turning the ball over.
Going to be dicey.
1, you can live with 1. Penn State can survive just 1 turnover.
You look at this game, though.
Interesting was 2, 3, 4.
This game's more important for Penn State than it is Iowa. Because, at least for Iowa, and yes, Iowa doesn't really have any win that you're going to now walk away and go, oh my goodness gracious, it's amazing, because Indiana is not having a good year. Iowa State has been a disappointment, even though Iowa did defeat Iowa State. This is their last big-time opponent that Iowa could really pad the resume and make it look better than what it is. And also, if Iowa wins this game, the rest of the way, it's a schedule that favors them greatly. Purdue, Wisconsin, Northwestern, Minnesota, Illinois, Nebraska. Even if Iowa loses this game, you would be pleasantly surprised right if they're not in the Big Ten championship.
Very surprised.
If Penn State loses this game, then you have no more wiggle room. Because after this for Penn State, all right, sure, you get Illinois. You still have the Ohio State on the schedule. Maryland, they just got their loss last week. I think we saw really what Maryland is when they go up against better competition. You play Michigan, who's off to a good start. You then have Rutgers, and then you have Michigan State, who's off to a good start with Mel Tucker. This game, to me, is more important for Penn State than it is Iowa, because Iowa still controls their own destiny to get to the Big Ten championship game, even if they lose, because they're in an inferior, even though the same conference, in an inferior division compared to what the Big Ten East is. If Penn State loses this game, you got to remember that Ohio State's still there, right? Because the 3 teams that have a shot to make the college football playoff this year out of the Big Ten, it's Iowa, it's Ohio State, and it's Penn State. No disrespect to Michigan. Until Harbaugh beats the teams that matter, I'm not a believer in Harbaugh. Michigan State, Mel Tucker's done a nice job. I don't think anyone believes that Michigan State is going to the Big Ten championship game this year. So for Ohio State, if they're only going to have 1 loss this year, it was actually beneficial that they got that loss out of the way early against Oregon, because sure, now there's no wiggle room for Ohio State because you're not going to have 2 losses and get into the college football playoff. Maybe this year it does happen, but I don't know if that team's coming from the Big Ten. So yes, Ohio State's already lost their wiggle room, but their loss to Oregon is not as bad as the way it was painted when they did lose. And we even talked about this yesterday with Howard Griffith. I'm not counting Ohio State out. And I kind of think, and I don't know about you, Ryan, and yes, Ohio State's got problems on the defensive side of the ball. I do think C.J. Stroud's a good quarterback. Ohio State's kind of been the forgotten about team here because we look at the rankings, right? And we've seen the success of Iowa. We've seen the success of Penn State, where they're 3 and 4 in the country. And Ohio State's just lurking there, and after the Oregon game, I don't think a Big Ten fan has totally forgot about them because this is their conference. However, I do think there are some people that, when we get into the national conversation the last few weeks, what has it been? It's been, okay, Alabama, Georgia, that's where it starts. Oregon was there, then they lose to Stanford. Iowa and Penn State, they're moving up. Oklahoma's still undefeated, but their offense hasn't been great. Oh, wait, hold on. How about Cincinnati that had the 2 big wins? And Cincinnati just beat Notre Dame up pretty good. We haven't really talked about a lot of Ohio State since they lost that game to Oregon. They're still a big-time factor and a big-time threat, clearly in the Big Ten, because they haven't lost a Big Ten game yet.
They absolutely are. Like you said, they're just kind of
lurking there.
Hate to say,
they're dangerous.
Giant. Oh, yeah.
If I ask you right now, is Ohio State in the college, not the college football, but let's just go to Ohio State win the Big Ten this year? You say yes or no, or do you take the field?
I still take the field.
You do.
I think the issues that have shown the last few weeks are still there. They just are masked because they're playing bad teams.
I would go Ohio State 1, and then, even though I think Penn State beats Iowa, I would take Iowa 2 and then Penn State 3, because of the fact that even if Iowa loses this game, Iowa's still going on.
It's time for St. Albans Red Dragon football. Presented by Dutch Miller Automotive Group of South Charleston. And now, from the Something Good Soul Food broadcast booth, the voice of Red Dragon football, Jamie Farrell.
Jamie Farrell here with you from Memorial Stadium in Ripley as the St. Albans Red Dragons are going to take on the Ripley Vikings. Right now we are in a lightning delay, so we're going to kick it back over to CBS Sports, and we'll keep you guys updated when we'll be able to get this game underway. And you're listening to Red Dragon Football on 1300, 1340 The Jock.
We'll preview the Penn State, Iowa, and go around the Big Ten with Christian Hackenberg next.
What can give you a competitive edge in today's red-hot housing market? Rocket can. That's because Rocket Mortgage can give you a verified approval. It could help your offer stand out. Rocket Technology provides a rock-solid verification of your income, assets, and credit, giving sellers greater confidence in you. Go to rocketmortgage.com or call us today at 833-ROCKET. A verified approval is based on underwriting analysis and individual financial information appraisal and report. Call for cost information and conditions equal housing lender license in all 50 states and NYSPC Brownsville, number 33. Get stylish, durable flooring for your home that will last a lifetime. And get it installed with help from Lowe's. Get Stainmaster Pet Protect carpet starting at just $1.99 per square foot. And Pergo Wet Protect laminate starting at $2.49 per square foot. Both with limited lifetime warranties. Order now, only at Lowe's. Home to any budget, home to any possibility. Install available in-store only for independent contractors. See Lowe's.com for details and licensing. U.S. only. See Lowe's.com product detail page for more warranty information. Napa know-how. At Napa, buy a 5-quart jug of Mobil 1 motor oil and save $10 on a pair of wiper blades. It's the perfect autumn deal. Mobil 1 for colder weather, new wipers for the rain, and an extra $10 to buy Halloween candy you'll most likely eat yourself. We're not judging. Quality parts, helpful people. That's Napa know-how. Napa know-how! At participating locations, discount with taxes and fees. Advertised sale price not available in some states. Ends 10/31/21. What's your ultimate game day experience? A tricked-out man cave? Deluxe tailgate? Then enter the 5-hour Energy Football Sweepstakes for a chance to win $10,000. And make your ultimate game day experience a reality. To enter, buy any 5-hour Energy product and upload the receipt. It's that easy. The 5-hour Energy Football Sweepstakes. Enter today. No purchase necessary. Must be 18 or otherwise linked to the U.S. Since December 10th, 2021. For official rules and how to enter without purchase, visit 5hsport.com. Void where prohibited. Paid for by Bar Justice. Attention. Have you or a loved one been diagnosed with cancer after using Zantac or other heparin medications for several months? Zantac may be cancers: bladder, colorectal, esophageal, intestinal, kidney, liver, ovarian, pancreatic, stomach, testicular, and uterine. If you or a loved one have been diagnosed with cancer after using Zantac or other heparin medications for several months, call now. Never stop taking medication without first consulting a physician. Call right now for a free consultation. Call 800-379-9550. 800-379-9550. Listen to me, let's not lie. Do you need a car? Been shopping only to be turned down because of bad credit? No credit. No credit? Bankruptcy? Or divorce? Guess what? Today's your lucky day. Because now you can buy a car, truck, or SUV, just about any vehicle. It's true. Bad credit? Doesn't matter. No credit? Doesn't matter. Bankruptcy or divorce? It just doesn't matter. As a matter of fact, your job is your ticket to your new vehicle. We're Auto Credit Express, and we've helped thousands of people just like you. Antonio H. told us, great company, got me connected, and the day I went in, I drove off in a car I wanted. 100% worth your time. Need a car? Get started now and drive off as early as today. Just text APPLY NOW to 88909 right now to get started. That's APPLY NOW to 88909. Auto financing the easy way. Text APPLY NOW to 88909.
I know people are home with their pets more often, and I think now, especially with shedding, they're more cognizant of what's going on and that it's an actual issue. So Dynamite has come tremendously in our house with that.
I just heard the Dynamite commercial saying that, well, I'll give it a shot. And I will try it. You work.
The Dynamite, being at home, working with thumbnail or whatever. Me and Trey worked together for a week with us.
Within 3 weeks, you got scratching and itching, and now I'm like you work. The IRS, the world's most aggressive collection agency. They can seize your property, bank account, and garnish your wages. They cause sleepless nights for millions of Americans. Don't be one of them. If you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS or state, get protected today. Call 800-312-9970. Coast One Tax Group, protecting your bank, home, and your sleep since 2008. With hundreds of 5-star reviews and an A+ on the Better Business Bureau. Call Coast One Tax Group, 800-312-9970. Stanley from New York owed $93,000. The IRS placed a levy on his bank account. Coast One released the levy and settled with the IRS for $2,000. Mark in Michigan owed $225,000. After Coast One stepped in, Mark walked away paying less than $1,500. Call Coast One now. A 10-minute call can save you up to 93% on your back taxes. Get your fresh start today. That's 800-312-9970. He's live. He's nationwide on CBS Sports Radio. This is the Zach Gelb Show. Here's your host, Zach Gelb.
All right, we get you set for the big matchup tomorrow in college football. 3 against 4, 4 p.m. Eastern. Penn State, Iowa. Can't wait for this Big Ten showdown. Let's welcome in a former Penn State quarterback, now hosts the JP and Hack Show on the Field to 12 network, and that, of course, is Christian Hackenberg. Christian, it's Zach Gelb. Thanks for the time. How you been?
Zach, I appreciate it. I've been good. Can't complain.
I want to start you off with Penn State's quarterback and Sean Clifford. We know that this was going to be a big year for him going back to what transpired in an unfortunate year last year. What are you seeing so far with Penn State being undefeated in the top 5 out of the quarterback specifically?
Yeah, I think Cliff's done a great job of just settling back in. Obviously, anytime you go through a coordinator change, that's always tough, and he's had a few now. So I think obviously a lot of credit goes to Cliff in terms of his approach to learning the system and getting a feel for what Mike wants to see out of him on a consistent basis, both in practice and in the games. And then obviously a lot of credit goes to Mike in terms of putting Cliff in situations to be successful up until this point. You know, he's done a great job taking care of the football, and he's made plays for him when they needed him to. And I think he's just done a really good job of just operating and playing within himself.
He made a big statement in that Auburn game in front of that 100,000-plus raucous crowd, the whiteout, all of that, and he did a wonderful job. He showed me a lot in that game. Now this is a tougher task because Iowa's defense is unreal. Do you think he's ready for the moment coming up tomorrow when he goes up against this Iowa defense?
Yeah, I mean, listen, you know, I've gotten the chance to watch Iowa a few times, and their defense has done a great job of taking the ball away, but they don't they don't do anything insane. You know, it's not like they're bringing a bunch of exotic looks and a lot of different pressures. They play quarters and they play it really sound. And they just, to me, what has happened with everybody else that's played Iowa up to this point is the quarterbacks have gotten bored. They've tried to play without themselves and force something into happening that Iowa just hasn't let happen. So for me, I think Cliff has a real opportunity to show a lot of growth from a maturity standpoint and understanding of that going into this game. And just playing within himself, playing within the system, and taking what the defense gives him. Because if you do that against Iowa, you possess the ball, you kind of play their brand of football on offense. You know, you move the sticks and you do it methodically. And like I said, he just can't force anything. If they don't turn the ball over, I think Penn State's explosive enough where they're going to have opportunities on the outside to create some mismatches with Jahan, with some one-on-one opportunities. And I think if they feed the tight ends early, you know, get those safeties thinking about that, I think there's going to be a chance for him to take the top off in those explosive plays. So the biggest thing is I just hope he plays within himself, doesn't force anything, and goes from there. And that's not to take any credit or, you know, discredit Iowa at all. They've just done a really good job of playing super sound football, and they take advantage of opportunities when they're rolled to them.
Christian Hackenberg here with us. Let me get your quarterback view on the Iowa offense. What are the things that Penn State needs to be concerned about? Because I kind of feel, since everyone's talking about the Iowa defense in this one, the Penn State defense is flying under the radar, and they're a very good unit.
Yeah, they're an insane unit, and I think it's probably the best unit that Iowa's seen up until this point. And that's going to be a pretty good matchup. To me, it's classic Kirk Ferentz. You know, it seems very similar to that Ricky Stanzi brand. You know, they run the ball, they possess it. I just don't know if they have that guy outside. I think their running back's fantastic, and he presents a lot of matchup issues. So depending on how they scheme that up to get him the ball in space will be interesting if they do, but I just don't think outside they have an explosive guy that's going to separate consistently against what Penn State has at corner and safety. So for me, I think Iowa's got they have to be able to establish the run game, and, you know, just hope that they get some action off of play action and some opportunities with people keeping their eyes in the backfield and taking advantage of that.
Christian Hackenberg here with us on the Zach Gelb Show. When you look back at your time with James Franklin, what did you like about the most that James Franklin brought to that program and brought to your game?
Yeah, I think James did a great job of coming in and just establishing him. You know, it was just tough going back to when I was there. There was a lot of stuff going on, even after my freshman year. It was so fresh to everything. But, you know, more so looking at it even after I left, I think Coach Franklin's done a fantastic job of just coming in, establishing his brand, surrounding the players with great people in terms of support staff, coordinators. Bud Price done a great job being pretty consistent. And he's had a few guys offensively, and obviously losing Joe Moorhead early was one of those things that they've been trying to figure it out. But I really like what Mike Yurcich has done up until this point. I think he's a great fit there from a mentality standpoint. So I think Coach Franklin's just done a great job of selling the program, taking it to the next level in terms of what everybody else in college football has been doing. So I hope it just keeps trending in that direction.
You look back at your time with Bill O'Brien, and we remember what Bill had to take over for. Like you said, it was a tough spot for anyone to be in, and he was there for 2 years. Did you think he was going to be there a little bit longer, or did that not surprise you when he left the program?
Well, I was fully expecting him to be there longer, and that goes back to some conversations that he had with pretty much my entire class. But again, you know, it's the business, man. You know what I mean? You got to understand that those guys, you know, now where I'm at, having experienced all the experiences I had in different levels, you know, you understand sometimes the guy's got to do what he feels best for him and his family, and he did that. So it was kind of that, it was hard. You know, there's a part of me that hates that he did it, and then there's a part of me that understands.
How do you think he would do if he ended up getting the USC job, Bill O'Brien, who's now a part of the Alabama staff?
Yeah, I mean, I think obviously he's evolved a little bit. He's been exposed. I haven't been around him since 2013, 14. So He's had some new experiences, but if he's himself and he approaches it the same way that he did when he came into Penn State, because I've gone on record saying this before, I don't think any other coach in the country could have came in at the time that Bill came in to Penn State and did the job that he did in those 2 years. It was pretty incredible, and then it's a testament to who he is. It's a testament to how he sells himself. And it's really not even selling himself. It's just a testament to how people buy into him. You know, he's a dude's dude. He's a guy who'll go out. You know, you feel comfortable going out and drinking beers with him, and he's just easy to relate to for everybody. So, you know, I love to see him back in the college ranks. I think it was good. I really enjoyed it, and I know a lot of the guys that I played with enjoyed him. We'll go to war for him. If called him up tomorrow and was like, hey, bud, we're strapping up and going, you know, any of us would not bat an eye. So, it'd be cool to see him in that role again, and I hope he does it.
We haven't heard much.
An opportunity.
Yeah, we haven't heard much last week, Christian Hackenberg, about Franklin to USC, because his name was floated around right at the start, and then as you go through the rest of the season, that talk's going to die down or pick back up at the end of the year. Do you think that's a distraction for Penn State right now, or since it's so far away to the end of the season, not so much?
Well, you know, I mean, ultimately, I don't know what conversations he's had with the team, and I think that's important. At least me looking back, if I was any kid sitting in that locker room right now, I'd appreciate transparency, especially with the direction the season's going now. You know what I mean? If he pitched it as like, listen, guys, like, if it's an option, that's something we'll explore now. But right now, like, obviously, this is my focus, and I'm going to do the best we can do with what we're doing in 2021-22 season here. I respect that. So I hope, I just hope he's transparent. And I definitely, you know, again, that's another guy that I wouldn't be surprised if USC really makes a run after it, just because of what he's done. I think he's done a great job up there in State College, and you know, he's a guy that makes sense. I think from a culture standpoint, in terms of how he markets the program. You give him LA, and he'd do a really good job. You know, it's a far cry from State College. If he can sell State College, he can definitely sell LA.
And to me, though, right now, I look. You're already right. You know, if you're already at a steakhouse, does it matter which steakhouse you're at? If it's a 4 or 5 star steakhouse, Penn State, to me, since he's already there, I wouldn't leave for USC if it was. All right, he's still at Vanderbilt. Yeah, I'd probably rather go to USC than Penn State. To me, it's like, why would you leave at this point?
Yeah, and I agree with you, man. I mean, you know, I'm the type of guy where if I had the Penn State job, they'd have to physically remove me from that office. You know what I mean? And that's a place that's very special. It's held in its own kind of realm in the war of college football. I think with probably a handful of other programs. Yeah, I don't know. You know, again, it's going to vary, though. It's like anything, man. People have different personalities. People gravitate to different things. You got a family you got to worry about. So there's a lot of variables, and I'm not saying that State College is like a bad place to live or a bad place to raise a family. What I'm saying is different people value different things. And if Coach Franklin feels that USC is going to be something that his wife's going to be happy in and his daughter's going to be happy at, as opposed to State College, maybe that's something that's going to do it. And I think that's really the only thing that would cause him to make that move, if that makes sense. I don't think it's, to your point, I don't think it's going to have anything to do with the football program. I think it's going to be just, you know, quality of life from a family standpoint.
What's your order at Are You Hungry, by the way, Christian Hackenberg?
Oh, shoot, dude. I don't even remember what I ordered up.
Mozzarella sticks on a chicken cutlet with some bacon.
Yeah, slap some greasy stuff all together and just hand it to me. That's awesome.
I'll tell you, I went to Temple, and when I visited, when you guys beat us that one time, and then lost us, obviously, the next time, I did go to Are You Hungry, and I don't remember what I got as well, if we're being honest.
Well, I know it, man. That place is just a gathering of souls who are going to need a lot of saving the next day.
Is your favorite memory from Penn State, you know, game-wise, is it the Michigan game where you guys won that 4-overtime thriller, 43-40?
Well, I think that was definitely a big one. I love the Wisconsin game. For me, personally, just because of the seniors I played with my freshman year, Ty Howe, John Ursul, Glenn Carson, those guys were so much fun, and they were so impactful on me. And having sent them out on a high note was cool. The Boston College game was great. First bowl game back, obviously, and that meant a lot, not just to our team, but I think just to Penn State fans in general. So there's quite a few games up there that just they definitely stick out from the rest. But man, it was just cool to be a part of a program, and at the time that we were there, and that's something that I'll cherish forever. Just being there, if that makes sense. There's definitely points that stick out, but just being there and doing it was fun.
Was your least favorite the 27-10 game against Temple?
It's up there. It's up there. We had a couple ones that weren't so great. But like I said, that's kind of understandable. Going through what we went through, losing scholarships, playing with people. But I will say this though, that Temple team was a really good Temple team. I mean,
a lot of NFL players.
Yeah, Rule had them rolling. That was Temple's year, and I think that they made the most of that opportunity. And like I said, I tip my hat to them. Opening day, that was probably not the ideal opening game to go into with that team at the place that they were in their development. I mean, that was a hell of a football team.
All right, you gave a classy response, so I won't be a jerk to you anymore, Christian Hackenberg here with us. Let me ask you a few more thoughts on the Big Ten. Michigan, are you a believer in what Harbaugh's doing, or is it just until they beat the big dogs, I can't really believe in them?
It's so hard, man, and it's funny. Josh and I have this conversation almost weekly, and it's like when you turn on the tape, it seems different this year. When you watch that Michigan team play, it seems more energetic. It seems like everybody's on the same page. But then again, I think what you're hinting at is just history. It's like Michigan always seems to be that guy that sets the bar so high in the first 6 games of the season, and then just completely lays an egg in the back half and just doesn't ever live up to the expectations. They always have a top 10 recruiting class. It's always their year, and then they just lay an egg and they can't beat Ohio State. Realistically speaking, that's what it comes down to up there. So, but in short, like I said, I think that watching them this year on tape, the energy they're bringing, Rutgers gave them a run, but that's another team that I think is going to be really good in the next 3 to 5 years. I think Shiano's done a great job. So the whole Big Ten East is stacked this year. I mean, really, it's a damn good
Michigan
conference.
State's been really good too. The Mel Thompson's been a nice job
they're
there.
fantastic. They're fantastic. So it's such a sturdy division. If you're going to look at the divisions in college football, I think it's the closest thing to any of the SECs when they're up. You know what I mean? When you have an LSU, Alabama, and a little roll in the West up, programs playing well, and then the Floridas and the Georgias and the Tennessees. I think it's the closest thing that we've seen in college football to that. So, any one of those teams, Michigan, Ohio State, Penn State, and Michigan State, it's going to be a bloodbath the last 4 weeks of the season between all those programs because I think they all play each other within the last 4 or 5 weeks of the season. So, it'll be interesting to see who comes out on top.
So my producer, Christian Hackenberg, is a crazy Penn State fan, and he went to school the same time you did. And I asked him this question a few moments ago, and he kind of had a little skepticism, but eventually said it's going to be Penn State, Iowa. I'll ask you, who gets to the Big Ten championship game this year?
Yeah, I think if for Penn State, this is their year. I think there's enough. I think Ohio State has enough issues defensively, and Penn State's defense is good enough, I think, to challenge Ohio State's offense. And that's one of the things we touched on early was, Josh and I at least, was how James and Coach Proud built that defense. It's a really athletic defense. They can run east to west with anybody, and I think it was to primarily have to deal with Ohio State every year. So I think this is Penn State's year, and if it's any year for them to take advantage of it, it's this one. And I do see, I think if they can just maneuver the end of the schedule, take it 1 week at a time, they got a good chance.
So you're telling me that this probably won't be the last time we see Penn State, Iowa?
Well, no. But I'll tell you one other team that's starting to play well in the West is Nebraska. And I know everyone with all the stuff that they've been getting, I'm not promising anything, I'm not predicting anything, but I think Nebraska's defense is for real. And again, to me, the blue can offensively turn it into a track meet, I don't think Iowa offensively can keep up. So no one's been able to do that. I thought the Maryland team was going to be able to do it, but when you turn the ball over 7 times, you're giving yourself absolutely no shot. I don't care who they were playing. So it'll be interesting even in the West, I think, still yet. I think there's still some chances out there.
Make sure you check them out. Josh Berry, Christian Hackenberg, the JP and Hack Show. They do a great job on the Fields of 12 network. Christian Hackenberg, we appreciate it. Thanks so much.
Yes, sir. I appreciate you guys.
Take a time out. Let's get to Ack with the latest CBS Sports Radio update.
CBS Sports Radio. Sports Flash.
Sponsored by 5 Hour Energy, the one when you got to get stuff done. Drink it in seconds, feel it in minutes, last for hours. Tastes great too. 5 Hour Energy. The Seahawks are now 2-3 and won't have Russell Wilson for a while. The Pro Bowl quarterback suffered a ruptured tendon in his finger, according to reports, and surgery could be likely. Last night was the first time he couldn't finish a game due to injury, and he has yet to miss a start in his NFL career until now. He could be out up to 8 weeks. Trey Lance will make his first NFL start this weekend, but Jimmy Garoppolo missing time because of a calf injury. Rob Gronkowski out for a second straight week due to a rib injury, while the Panthers said Christian McCaffrey is doubtful with a hamstring. Julio Jones missing his second straight game with a hamstring, but A.J. Brown will play Sunday in Jacksonville. Division Series action today, and a wild one so far in Tampa Bay. The Rays, after giving up 2 in the top of the first, come back with 5 against Sox ace Chris Sale. Jordan Luplow with a grand slam, and again, it is a 5-2 Rays lead in the top half of the second. The Rays took the series opener. The Astros are on their way to Chicago with a 2-0 series lead over the White Sox after a 5-run seventh lifts them to a 9-4 win over Chicago earlier today. And right now, top of the ninth, the Braves are threatening. They have 2 men on and 2 outs and trail the Brewers by a score of 2-1. Rowdy Tellez with a home run to snap a scoreless tie. Jock Peterson has a solo shot for the Braves, who are trying to rally. I'm Rich Ackerman.
Hey guys, TA, Sunday morning football. We'll have Drew Pearson, Hall of Fame Cowboys wide receiver, coming up Sunday morning, 10 a.m. Eastern Time on CBS Sports Radio.
CBS Sports Radio.
What can give you a competitive edge in today's red-hot housing market? Rocket can. That's because Rocket Mortgage can give you a verified approval. It could help your offer stand out. Because when you find the perfect home, you don't want to lose it to anybody else. Rocket Technology provides a rock-solid verification of your income, assets, and credit, giving sellers and their agents greater confidence in you. We've already helped over 1 million clients just like you reach their home financing goals this year alone. So remember this, what can help you buy the home you really want? Rocket can. Go to rocketmortgage.com or call us today at 8338-ROCKET. That's rocketmortgage.com or call 8338-ROCKET.
A verified approval is based on an underwriter's analysis of your individual financial information, appraisal, and title report. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender licensed in all 50 states and MRSConsumerAccess.org, number 3030.
Southern Recipe Pork Rinds. Southern Recipe pork rinds are the bold flavor crunch you crave in a no-carb snack. Crush them in keto-friendly recipes for an extra collagen protein kick. Yep, Southern Recipe pork rinds have 0 carbs, naturally gluten-free, and loaded with collagen. Get your crunch on at southernrecipe.com/radio today. That's southernrecipe.com/radio. Southern Recipe Pork Rinds.
Visit your local Giant Eagle today for your Southern Recipe pork rinds. On the football field, everyone has to play by the rule book. Shouldn't it be that way off the field, too? Following the law enacted at the start of 2021, hospitals have a new set of rules they need to play by to provide clear and upfront pricing of patients. And unlike a wide receiver dragging their feet to stay inbounds, hospitals are dragging their feet to stay out of bounds, not complying with new federal rules for price transparency. Help spread the word to make sure hospitals don't break the rules, because when they do, patients will always lose. Sponsored by Power to the Patients.
Paid for by Bar Justice. Attention. Have you or a loved one been diagnosed with cancer after using Zantac or other heartburn medications for several months? Zantac
includes bladder, colorectal, esophageal, intestinal, kidney, liver, ovarian, pancreatic, stomach, testicular, and uterine. If you or a loved one have been diagnosed with cancer after using Zantac or other heartburn medications for several months, call now. Never stop taking medication without first consulting a physician. Call right now for a free consultation. Call 800-379-9550. 800-379-9550. Listen to rates may apply. Do you need a car? Been shopping only to be turned down because of bad credit, low credit, bankruptcy, or divorce? Guess what? Today's your lucky day, because now you can buy a car, truck, or SUV, just about any vehicle. It's true. Bad credit doesn't matter. Low credit doesn't matter. Bankruptcy or divorce, it just doesn't matter. As a matter of fact, your job is your ticket to your new vehicle. We're Auto Credit Express, and we've helped thousands of people just like you. And Tony Rage told us, got me connected, and the day I went in, I drove off in the car I wanted. 100% worth your time. Need a car? Get started now, and drive off as early as today. Just text APPLY NOW to 88909 right now to get started. That's APPLY NOW to 88909. Auto financing the easy way. Text APPLY NOW to 88909.
I know people are home with their pets more often, and I think now, especially with the shedding, they're more cognizant of what's going on and that it's an actual issue. Then Dynamite at home kind of permanently in our house with that.
I just heard the Dynamite commercial saying that, well, I'll give it a shot. I will try it. It'll work. The Dynamite being at home, working with somebody, I love it.
Me and Trey were together for
within 3 weeks, you got scratching and itching, and now I don't have to work.
The IRS, the world's most aggressive collection agency. They can seize your property, bank account, and garnish your wages. They cause sleepless nights for millions of Americans. Don't be one of them. If you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS or state, get protected today. Call 800-312-9970. Coast One Tax Group, protecting your bank, home, and your sleep since 2008. With hundreds of 5-star reviews and an A+ on the Better Business Bureau. Call Coast One Tax Group, 800-312-9970. Stanley from New York owed $93,000. The IRS placed a levy on his bank account. Coast One released the levy and settled with the IRS for $2,000. Mark in Michigan owed $225,000. After Coast One stepped in, Mark walked away paying less than $1,500. Call Coast One now. A 10-minute call can save you up to 93% on your back taxes. Get your first start today. That's 800-312-9970.
It was great.
He's live. He's nationwide on CBS Sports Radio. This is the Zach Gelb Show.
I wrote you two every night. I love your energy, and I like the way you tell it like it is.
Here's your host, Zach Gelb.
You can think of O'Reilly Auto Parts. All your car care needs. Get guaranteed low prices and excellent customer service from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts. O'Reilly Auto Parts. I'll tell you, Ryan, I was impressed with Christian Hackenberg. Because, you know, I had to bring up the loss to Temple, and that's probably the worst moment in his college football career, and he handled it with class. For a little bit, he made me feel like an ass, but I'm not going to be a fraud. I got to bring that up if that's something I've talked about before, and that was a big moment in my career because I was on the call that day for the Temple Owls victory against Penn State. I couldn't not bring it up, right?
Are you, in a way, mad that he was so gracious? Because you said now you feel like you feel like kind of a jerk. So is there any piece of you that's like, he's so nice, like I wish he wasn't so I could enjoy this more than maybe if he was a jerk and it's like, screw you?
Well, put it this way. I don't dislike Christian Hackenberg.
Right, no, right.
It wasn't as if I was bringing someone on to be confrontational and get into an argument with, and I just don't like that person. You know, I've had people who I don't like before on the show. You have an argument with them, and then at the end of words, you kind of go, I actually like that person a little bit more than what I thought. I had to bring it up, and I thought he did a very nice job handling it. He seems like a guy that you would actually want to watch College Football Saturday with. Crack open a few brews and just talk football with. think he's a genuine good dude. I do. I don't think anyone's ever doubted that, but, maybe, wouldn't this be a big moment for us? Maybe we hit him up. You want to go to State College for a game? See if he takes us. We get the red carpet treatment.
Look at this guy, the Temple guy, all of a sudden now jumping on the Penn State bandwagon.
Stop it. Shut your mouth. We will pause this show, and I'll smack you around like I'm Tony Soprano, okay? The bottom line is, if we could go to a game with Christian Hackenberg, doesn't matter who I root for. Now, I would not be wearing a white T-shirt. I would not be wearing any Penn State gear. I would never sell my soul for that. I would, though, go to Happy Valley for a game with Hackenberg if he wants to give us the VIP treatment. Now, he just texted me afterwards. I texted him first, thanks for coming on. He wrote back, appreciate it, brother, fun conversation, all that, blah, 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 blah. I think we're starting to develop a relationship. Now, little does he know yet that I've called him Sackenberg before, but since he handled the question with such class, I didn't have to go to that petulant, juvenile way. I think we should make a little trip. Maybe sell it into now we could actually remember what we would get at Are You Hungry?
I think the caveat should be you have to wear a Penn State shirt.
Never happening. I'm not going.
Oh, okay.
Not going. I don't care if he talks to Franklin and lets me call a play. I'm not wearing a Penn State shirt.
No, huh?
I'd wear a generic white T-shirt.
Here we go.
I would not, though, wear a Penn State shirt, and I couldn't do that. I'm a man of principle.
I will wear a Temple shirt to call play. Maybe.
Yes, you would. Temple, let's be real, other than that loss, has never done anything like to really affect you.
I don't know if I would call it a bad play. Yeah, you're right. If Ohio State, I'd probably call it like a flea flicker that would turn into a pick six somehow.
You're telling me, if you got to call a play for any college team, I don't even care if you get to call a play for Michigan, you're not going to be a jackass and sabotage it.
Oh, I 100%.
No, you wouldn't.
100% would.
You wouldn't have the cojones to do that.
Jim Harbaugh, thank you for the place you. Let's look. What can we do? How can we screw this up? Cade McNamara triple pass somehow. It's guaranteed interception. Pick six. Oh no. Sorry, Jim.
Yeah, right.
It's like Tulane. It's like 50-0.
Ben Harbaugh would be chasing around the field in those khaki pants. You'd have a black eye and a broken arm.
He can out run him probably.
No, you can't.
At this age?
No, you can't.
And he wears cleats, so he has a little bit of an advantage. But
he wears cleats when he coaches?
Oh yeah.
Really?
Ever see him in the pregame?
Oh yeah. Now that you say that,
he wears the gloves. He's got the cleats.
And he's got to take it easy.
He's one second putting the shoulder pads. You're not one quarterback injury from stepping in.
Yeah, right. Is there any eligibility left?
Yeah, you've been at 40 years. You can't do it. I'm ready.
Who was the, like J.R. Smith just found eligibility, right? Now he's on the golf team. Harbaugh be able to come back. Maybe the best quarterback they've had there at Michigan in quite some time. The latest on Russell Wilson. This is the biggest news of the night. Ian Rappaport. Russell Wilson underwent surgery on his injured finger today. A procedure that is expected to keep him out several weeks. Now, earlier, right, Jeremy Fowler said a month or 6 or 8 weeks. Dr. Stephen Shin did the procedures, stabilizing his finger with screws. Rappaport goes on to say the surgery was more complicated than expected. With the need for screws complicating matters, the timetable is roughly, this is what Rappaport says, 6 weeks. Though Wilson will no doubt be determined to beat it. This is not setting up good for Russell Wilson and the Seahawks. Like, obvious take of the night. They're 2-3. Their offense hasn't even been good this year. The defense has been disastrous. And not only that, you had 2 games that you just collapsed it. You know, all right, you get up 17-7, you could lose the game. You didn't score a point the rest of the way against the Vikings. And the big collapse, the big choke job, they have like 31, 30-16, whatever it was, to Tennessee. And they just melted against a Tennessee team that just lost to the Jets last week and has been up and down throughout this season. If I'm a Seahawks fan, I think you knew heading into this week that you didn't love your team's, if you're being realistic, you didn't love your team's chances of getting to a Super Bowl this year, but you still thought they'd be a playoff team. And I went into last night, even if they lost the game and go to 2-3, I was still thinking that they were going to be okay to make the postseason. Now you're going to be without Russell Wilson for 6 weeks, it's looking like. Even if he beats the timeline and gets back a week earlier, this is going to be problematic for the Seattle Seahawks, obviously, because now you're going with Geno Smith. And I know people say, oh, well, Geno looked good last night. All right, let's see Geno over the course of an entire game. So the next 6 games for the Seahawks: at the Steelers, Saints, Jaguars, Packers, Cardinals, Washington football team. I think they lose to the Steelers. I think they lose to the Saints. They'll beat Jacksonville. They'll lose to the Packers. They'll lose to the Cardinals. You could hang in with Washington's football team. Yikes. You may only get a win or two in those next 6 games. At most, I could see 2. When we come on back, Cliff Avril will join us. You don't want to miss it, talking about Russell Wilson.
At Napa, we keep things moving. If it has wheels and an engine, we help keep it on the road. And if it's on the road, we have parts for it. And if you need a part, you can get it fast, like same-day pickup or next-day delivery fast. At Napa, when we're not thinking about cars, we're thinking about the people who drive them. Because when it comes to serving you and our community, our motor never quits. That's Napa know-how. Same-day pickup and next-day delivery available at participating stores and on case stock items only.
What's your ultimate game day experience? A tricked-out man cave? Deluxe tailgate? Then enter the 5-Hour Energy Football Sweepstakes for a chance to win $10,000. And make your ultimate game day experience a reality. To enter, buy any 5-Hour Energy product and upload the receipt. It's that easy. The 5-Hour Energy Football Sweepstakes. Enter today.
No purchase necessary. Must be 18 and otherwise linked to UI since December 10th, 2021. For official rules and how to enter without purchase, visit 5hsgroup.com. Void where prohibited.
So the dream was to build your very own law practice. Be your own boss, call all the shots. But have things like billing, HR, timekeeping, and all the other management stuff turned your dream into a nightmare? Take charge of your practice with Lexicon. We're the intersection of practice management software and legal support services for your firm. You'll get more billable and relievable hours back. Lexicon marks the spot for all your practice management needs. Visit lexiconservices.com/intersection to get the whole story or schedule a demo.
Paid for by Bar Justice. Attention. Have you or a loved one been diagnosed with cancer after using Zantac or other heartburn medications for several months? Zantac may be linked to these cancers: bladder, colorectal, esophageal, intestinal, kidney, liver, ovarian, pancreatic, stomach, testicular, and uterine. If you or a loved one have been diagnosed with cancer after using Zantac or other heartburn medications for several months, call now. Never stop taking medication without first consulting a physician. Call right now for a free consultation. Call 800-379-9550. 800-379-9550. Listen to details and apply.
Do you need a car? Been shopping only to be turned down because of bad credit, low credit, no credit, bankruptcy, or divorce? Guess what? Today's your lucky day, because now you can buy a car, truck, or SUV, just about any vehicle. It's true. Bad credit? Doesn't matter. No credit? Doesn't matter. Bankruptcy or divorce? It just doesn't matter. As a matter of fact, your job is your ticket to your new vehicle. We're Auto Credit Express, and we've helped thousands of people just like you. Antonio H. told us, great company, got me connected, and the day I went in, I drove off in a car I wanted. 100% worth your time. Need a car? Get started now, and drive off as early as today. Just text APPLY NOW to 88909 right now to get started. That's APPLY NOW to 88909. Auto financing the easy way. Text APPLY NOW to 88909.
Earth Justice is a national legal nonprofit defending the planet and its people for nearly 50 years. Earth Justice has 150 full-time lawyers fighting in court for our planet's future and representing all clients free of charge. Until people come before profit, all energy is clean, the wild is truly free, and justice stands for all. Earth Justice will never rest. Learn more at earthjustice.org/neverrest. Earth Justice, because the earth needs a good lawyer.
Right now, people are home with their pets more often, and I think now, especially with shedding, they're more cognizant of what's going on and that it's an actual issue. And Dynamite has tremendously in our house with that.
I just heard the Dynamite commercial so many times, I said, you know what, I'll give it a shot. I heard it and tried it, and it worked. The Dynamite, being at home, working with them, they all love it. We usually work together 24/7. Within 3 weeks, you got scratching and itching, and all around happy work. DINOBIT.com.
The IRS, the world's most aggressive collection agency. They can seize your property, bank account, and garnish your wages. They cause sleepless nights for millions of Americans. Don't be one of them. If you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS or state, get protected today. Call 800-312-9970. Coast One Tax Group, protecting your bank, home, and your sleep since 2008. With hundreds of 5-star reviews and an A+ on the Better Business Bureau. Call Coast One Tax Group, 800-312-9970. Stanley from New York owed $93,000. The IRS placed a levy on his bank account. Coast One released the levy and settled with the IRS for $2,000. Mark in Michigan owed $225,000. After Coast One stepped in, Mark walked away paying less than $1,500. Call Coast One now. A 10-minute call can save you up to 93% on your back taxes. Get your first start today. That's 800-312-9970.
He's nationwide on CBS Sports Radio. This is the Zach Brown Show. Here's your host, Zach Brown.
CBS Sports Radio. We're coming to you live from the Rocket Mortgage Studios. Need to know what it takes for a home to fit your budget and your family? Rocket can. The big news of the day, Russell Wilson got surgery according to Ian Rappaport. He's expected to miss roughly 6 weeks. So the Seahawks lose last night, and they suffer an even bigger blow today as they're 2-3 on the season and now going to be without their quarterback for maybe 6 weeks, if not potentially even more, as I did see another report that said he could be out up until 8 weeks from now. We'll go out to the guest line, welcome in a Seattle Seahawks legend, did win a championship with the franchise, and that's Cliff Avril, kind enough to join us on the Zach Gelb Show. Cliff, how you been?
I'm good, man. Just trying to recover from last night's game as if I played in it, but all is well.
How do you react to the Russell Wilson news? Because I looked out of the game last night, I go, okay, maybe he misses a week or two at most. I was not expecting that he was going to be out 6 weeks or more.
Yeah, no, I wasn't expecting it either. You know, kind of watching the replay, I was actually at the game, seeing him kind of try different things like that. So it made me feel like it was one of those things that, you know, possibly, okay, he can't come in the rest of this game. And maybe, you know, here in the next week, maybe some dislocation of some sort, because we're not used to not seeing Russell out there. I mean, he hasn't missed any starts since he's begun this whole thing. So
on the job.
Here at Memorial Stadium in Ripley, as the Red Dragons will take on the Ripley Vikings as soon as we get out of a lightning delay. No rain, just lightning here striking ever so often still in the lightning delay here in Ripley. We can do some score updates from Jeff, so let's go back to the studio. Jeff, what's going on with some other scores?
All right, so it's a little stormy here in St. Albans too, but there are some games going on. You have right now George Washington over Riverside 7-0 in the second. Cabell Midland over Capital 7-0 in the first. Huntington over Woodrow Wilson 21-0 in the first. And Winfield and Polka tied in the second. Hoover over Wayne 24-0 in the second. So back to you there in the rainy area.
Thanks, Jeff. Yeah, like I said, with no rain yet, just lightning. So since we're able to get you guys back here, we'll get to the start of the game. We'll get back on the air. So from Memorial Stadium, Jamie Farrell with Will.
No, I mean, it was very telling and also great to see. Geno Smith getting some reps. He's a starter in the NFL. It's not like he's not been under that type of pressure before. He's been there. So you know, and seeing what he was able to do in that last drive, outside of that last play of the game, he actually had a really decent game. You know, so So that's exciting to see that you know, he's not just, he was ready for the moment. And I think he can lead this team as well. I think it's going to be big for him to go out there and gain the confidence of the players by just how he goes about the weeks. You know, seeing him recover, make sure he's in the classrooms. Like, players will be paying to give them that good feeling of going into the game with him. And I definitely think he can be that guy for these guys to weather the storm until Russell Wilson comes back.
Talking to Cliff Avril right now on the Zach Gelb Show. You know, last year the offense got off to such a good start. They were disastrous down the stretch. To start off this season, they got out to that big lead against Tennessee. Then they collapsed against the Vikings. They got up 17-7, didn't score a point the rest of the way. What were some of the problems that you were already seeing with Seattle on just the offensive side of the ball for starters?
We will be more consistent with running the ball. I mean, I think that's what we just have to keep building. Obviously, Carson couldn't play last night because of a neck injury, so that slows down the running game. But just being able to run the ball. Russell Wilson and the offense, the Seattle Seahawks offense, is at its best. It's in elite form when they have the running game going. And then you get to see those big, huge, explosive plays from Tyler Lockett. Then you get to see those big, huge, explosive plays from DK Metcalf. You know, early on in the game, you might see those because, you know, we're trying to get a feel for the game. But as the game goes on and there's no running game, you know, the pass rushers get to pin their ears back, and the DBs know kind of what to expect, so it makes it a lot harder to be able to execute.
When you were there, we know what the defense was able to do. Now the defense has a lot of problems. Is there any reason for optimism on the defensive side of the ball?
For sure. I mean, if you guys remember last year, you know, the defense came out last year and didn't look like what we're used to seeing here in Seattle. And then towards the end of the season, they became one of the top defenses. So, you know, I definitely think they can change things up. You know, also, I think people forget sometimes, and this is on both sides of the ball, there's camaraderie, there's you know, just understanding who's next to you. You know, Bobby Wagner doesn't have his longtime mate with KJ Wright next to him anymore, so that's an adjustment piece. The guys up front, they had no offseason, right? So just getting acclimated to who's playing next to you also plays a role in this. I'm not giving them a cop-out because you are a professional. You have to go out there and perform, but that does play a role in the success in how guys play on defense. And I think that's kind of where they're at right now, is everybody's trying to figure out, you know, what their role is and how to impact games without being a liability to everybody else.
Last year, and, you know, let me go back to the offseason, Cliff Avril. We know that there was a lot of rumors surrounding Russell Wilson. He even gave 4 teams that he would welcome a trade to if it got to that. Now he's injured. This team could miss the postseason this year. He's got 2 years left on the contract. Where's your confidence level at that Russell Wilson will be back next year with the Seattle Seahawks?
Well, it also is based on how well they do without him, right? We just seen this with Dak Prescott last year, right? Oh my goodness, we can't get a contract, we can't do this. Well, you know, we might let him walk, and then you see the team can't do anything without him. So he became one of the highest paid quarterbacks based on that. And I think that's kind of the same principle here with Russell Wilson. I mean, one, it's not like you're just going to find another third-round draft pick that can do what he did, right, over the last decade. You're playing lotto. Like, it's hard to find that piece, one. And then two, again, depending on how well they do without him, might justify the Seahawks saying, hey, you know what? We can put this money into something else, and you know what, Russ, we need to sign you to an extension because clearly we can't win football games without you. So these next few weeks of him not being here, being a part of the team, will definitely tell what the future looks like for the Seahawks and also Russell Wilson.
In the summer, it appeared to be ugly, and then training camp rolls around, and Russ comes in, and the relationship with Pete Carroll is stronger than ever. That's what Russell Wilson said. Did you roll your eyes at that, or do you actually believe that relationship is in a healthy spot?
Listen, both of those guys are some of the most optimistic, glass half full guys I've ever met. I'm talking about Coach Carroll and Russell Wilson as far as for their energy and their thought process and how they view things. I really do believe that, hey, you know what? It's over with. We had long talks. I believe you. I've been here with you for 9 years, going on 10 years. If you say this is what it is, all right, cool, I'm happy. I'm just happy to be back with my teammates. And I really do believe that's how Russell Wilson functions. I really believe that's how Coach Carroll functions from my interaction with them over the last 8 years. That's been pretty consistent with those guys. So, yeah, I would see that being, if that's what Russ says, I see that actually being how he really feels.
You know what this is, though, for us, right? You win the Super Bowl, then you had the goal line pick, and ever since then it's can you get back and can you redeem yourself for that moment and win another Super Bowl in Seattle? I just wonder, and I love Russell Wilson as a quarterback, but you look at the team around him, it doesn't look like a team that's good enough to win a Super Bowl anymore. You agree with that or disagree with that?
Football is the ultimate team sport. As of what we've seen in the last 4 or 5 weeks, it definitely doesn't look like that right now. But what I do know is you have to have an elite quarterback to win the Super Bowl, and you have to be able to run the ball and also stop. Your defense has to be pretty solid to be able to slow down other offenses. I do believe they can get to that. It is a long, long season. I mean, we added an extra game to the season, so I do think that they can get to a form of being able to play at an elite level and make a run in the playoffs. But it's easier said than done. And with Russell being hurt, with them trying to figure things out on defense, it's a lot of things going on right now. But I do believe they can right this wrong right now and figure things out. But it boils down to every single player on that team looking themselves in the mirror and figuring out how they can get better and how they can make this team better.
And we know how this works, right? It's a copycat league. Brady moves, Stafford moves, so you just start to look at every quarterback now. And I just wonder if Russ is going to walk away from this year, okay, finally got an injury, it stinks that happened. The team hasn't really progressed that much the last few years. I just wonder if he thinks to himself, man, it just works its way to maybe request a trade and force that way out of Seattle and just start something new.
Well, what I would say, as a guy that went through free agency, and of course, quarterbacks are completely different, so I don't want to compare myself, but what I will say is the grass is not greener. It's not always greener on the other side. You can't look at everybody else's situation and think that's what's going to happen for you. And that can be, I'm talking about from a team's perspective, and I'm talking about from a player's perspective. So whatever decision they end up going with, you just got to understand that whatever you think is about to happen, it's a high possibility that it might not happen, and you might be restarting over for the next decade on both sides. So with all that being said, I hope and I think, and it should be, that Russell Wilson is the franchise quarterback for this team until he decides to call it quits or 20 years down the line like they did with Tom or something like that. But anything is possible, but just understand that the grass is not always green on the other side.
Wrapping up with Cliff Avril on the Zach Gelb Show. I want to get your reaction on what happened with Urban Meyer. How big of a deal, you have in the player perspective, is it? Not only him just going to the bar, but mainly him not going back with his team after a loss.
Yeah, I think all the extra stuff, the bar, the dancing, and all that stuff, I think that is all personal business. Like, that's something he got to deal with when he go walk into his own doors at home, right? I don't really care too much for that. But not flying back with the team and then finding that stuff out is it's hard to bounce back from, because as a coach, and I'm pretty sure for himself, you try to teach these players to have certain characteristics, to make sure you're prompt, make sure, you're doing the right thing, don't harm the team, all these different things. And then for the head coach not to get on the plane with you, to go back home is a strike. Like, that's weird to me. Then to find out, all this other stuff has happened, has transpired, and the reason why he didn't go back home with it. So for Urban Myers, for Coach Urban Myers, it's going to be imperative that he finds a way to make sure that these guys fall back in love with him and will play for him. Because the worst thing for him is all the guys turn their backs to him and nobody wants to listen, and it's pretty much downhill from there. And most likely he'll probably be without a job within a year or two.
Yeah, like, this is the thing. It's not as if he's been there for 3-4 years and he has that relationship. We're talking 4 games in and he's already lost the trust. That's when you lose the trust that quickly, it's got to be nearly impossible to gain it back with grown men.
Yeah, it is, but it depends on how young or old your team is. If it's a veteran team, then like, man, we're not listening to you. Like, what are you talking about? But if it's a young team, And he can reel him back in. Like, he can reel his quarterback in. You know, he can reel some of these younger players back in and letting them understand that, hey, you know, this is part of life. I messed up, you know, whatever. But older players are not going for that, because I only have so much time left in this league, and you're out here doing that type of stuff, and you're messing with my career, essentially, right? So that's the balance, and he's probably going to have to start all over and get a bunch of new players to try to help him out and you know, kind of clear things up a little bit.
It seems, though, getting back to Russell Wilson, that no one wants to see Russ get hurt, obviously, and it's a disastrous situation, but it seems like this is not all doom and gloom to you, and you still believe in this group.
Oh, yeah, because, I mean, this is my logic behind it. Besides, obviously, you know, these guys are my friends and whatever, but this is my logic behind it. Like, the reason why people love Tom Brady so much is because he wins. He wins ball games. On top of the fact that he wins Super Bowls, too, but he wins ball games. People love Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers ain't won a Super Bowl in the last decade, but he wins football games, right? So when it comes down to Russell Wilson, you got to, like, the man wins football games. He just won his 100th game, the fastest to do it in NFL history. How can you bet against that? You know what I mean? Like, that's my whole thing is he's consistently winning 10 games every single year. Now, he hasn't made a run in the playoffs per se, but he wins ball games. And at the end of the day, that's all fans really care about. We want to win Super Bowls. We want to make runs in playoffs. But in order to do that, you got to win football games. And he gives himself a chance. He gives his team a chance every single year since he's been in the league. So that's why I'm optimistic on those guys, is because of his track record.
But now with him not being there, it's going to be tough to win these ball games.
Oh, now see that's the one difference, and I hate this for quarterbacks and players, because I've won a lot of games too, but nobody talks about that, right? It's not going to go under his record because he didn't start, right? If he's like, oh, those 5 games that Russell Wilson wasn't in, they were 0-5, that doesn't count against Russell Wilson. And then when he comes back and they go 5-0, it's a different story, right? So that's why I say it's all about it. Like, he knows how to win, and once he gets back, because I know he's going to be fighting to get back early and all these different things, once he gets back, things hopefully get back on track, and they go out and finish the season strong.
Cliff, appreciate the time. Enjoy the weekend. Thanks so much.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
You got it. There's Cliff Avril. Yeah, I think this is disastrous for Seattle. I do. I take a look at this right now. I get it, what he's saying, right? You could come on back, and Russ is going to be able to go win games again, but they're not winning games so far to start off this season. They're 2-3. And you look at where this team's going to be without Russell Wilson, I can't be optimistic about Geno Smith. I just can't. I know the guy played great and what he was asked to do last night until right at the end of the game, but I think when he comes back in 6 weeks, they may have already have sunk. And if this is, if they were, let's just say, a football team that was 4-1, if they didn't lose that Tennessee game, if they didn't lose that Vikings game, then it's easier to weather the storm. I think it's going to be tough to weather the storm here because they're 2-3. But we've seen before, right? Quarterbacks go out. We've seen it with Drew Brees the last 2 years. And Drew Brees, when he was out the first time, Teddy Bridgewater went 5-0. The year after that, Taysom Hill went 3-1. So can it happen? I wouldn't expect it. But we've seen circumstances before where the star quarterback goes out and someone else picks up the slack. The problem is the Seahawks team's just not good. All right, yeah, you got DK Metcalf. Yeah, you got Lockett. The line's not good. The running game has been banged up and inconsistent. And defensively, this defense is bad. The one saving grace was who? Russell Wilson. And now he's on the bench for at least 6 weeks. You press the big, fat, red panic button. And I'm just curious if Russ looks back, and I said it to Cliff, I'm just curious if Russ at the end of the year goes, okay, everything's just lining up, 2 years left on the deal. We haven't been back to the Super Bowl. We haven't been close to the Super Bowl in quite some time since we last got there in back-to-back years. I'm injured. I don't love the state of the organization right now. I thought about it last year. You know what? Now I'm going to go all in and go to the organization and say, trade me. This is done. As much as I love this organization, the city, all that, playing here, thanks for the opportunity. I got to go in the next chapter of life. Zach Gelb Show, CBS Sports Radio, coming back, Onsides, Offsides.
Napa know-how. At Napa, we've teamed up with AAA to save you 20% online or in store. That's why they call us the Savings Dream Team. Okay, we're the only ones calling us that. But it's true. Your AAA membership can save you 20% at Napa. So we're basically superheroes with the most specific power ever, saving you 20%. Quality parts, helpful people. That's Napa know-how. Napa know-how. 20% off regular retail prices with valid AAA membership card. Offer good online or participating stores. Offer ends 10/31/21.
Southern Recipe Pork Rinds. Southern Recipe Pork Rinds are the bold flavor crunch you crave in a no-carb snack. Crush them in keto-friendly recipes for an extra collagen protein kick. Yep, Southern Recipe Pork Rinds have 0 carbs, naturally gluten-free, and loaded with collagen. Get your crunch on at southernrecipe.com/radio today. That's southernrecipe.com/radio. Southern Recipe Pork Rinds.
Visit your local Tractor Supply Company today for your Southern Recipe Pork Rinds.
Jay Farner here, CEO of Rocket Companies. If you thought you missed your chance to refinance and save, think again. Mortgage rates have recently dropped, and Rocket Mortgage can help you save big when you call 8338-ROCKET today. For example, with a $250,000 30-year fixed-rate mortgage, you could get a new low rate under 3%. If your current rate is over 3.75%, you could lower your payment by over $100 a month, saving thousands in interest. But you've got to act now, because no one knows how long these low rates will last. So when you need a simple way to get big savings, Rocket can. Call us today at 8338-ROCKET or go to rocketmortgage.com. That's 8338-ROCKET or go to rocketmortgage.com.
Rocket. Refinance offer assumes a rate of 2.99%, 3.21% APR, 70% loan-to-value ratio for the cost of 1.75 points. $4,375 due at closing. Monthly payment of $1,052.66. Taxes and insurance not included. Payment will be graded. Rates current as of 7/26/21. Conditions apply. Equal housing lender licensed in all 50 states. NMLSconsumeraccess.org number 3030.
Baby sheds like crazy. Our hairballs have hairballs. Retro Mama, she has dandruff and an oily coat. DINOVITE.com. I was thrilled when I heard Dynamite for Cats was coming out. You love your pets as much as I do. You want to do what's best for them. Dynamite is a life changer. Lately, she's been a lot more playful, a lot more energetic, more active.
Dynamite for life. How happy you can be.
DINOVITE.com.
Listen to rates may apply. Do you need a car? Been shopping only to be turned down because of bad credit, low credit, no credit, bankruptcy, or divorce? Guess what? Today's your lucky day, because now you can buy a car, truck, or SUV, just about any vehicle. It's true. Bad credit doesn't matter. No credit doesn't matter. Bankruptcy or divorce, it just doesn't matter. As a matter of fact, your job is your ticket to your new vehicle. We're Auto Credit Express, and we've helped thousands of people just like you. Antonio H. told us, great company, got me connected, and the day I went in, I drove off in the car I wanted. 100% worth your time. Need a car? Get started now and drive off as early as today. Just text APPLY NOW to 88909 right now to get started. That's APPLY NOW to 88909. Auto financing the easy way. Text APPLY NOW to 88909.
So the dream was to build your very own law practice. Be your own boss, call all the shots. But if things like billing, HR, timekeeping, and all the other management stuff turn your dream into a nightmare, take charge of your practice with Lexicon. We're the intersection of practice management software and legal support services for your firm. You'll get more billable and livable hours back. Lexicon marks the spot for all your practice management needs. Visit lexiconservices.com/intersection to get the whole story or schedule a demo.
The IRS, the world's most aggressive collection agency. They can seize your property, bank account, and garnish your wages. They cause sleepless nights for millions of Americans. Don't be one of them. If you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS or state, get protected today. Call 800-312-9970. Coast One Tax Group, protecting your bank, home, and your sleep since 2008. With hundreds of 5-star reviews and an A+ on the Better Business Bureau. Call Coast One Tax Group, 800-312-9970. Stanley from New York owed $93,000. The IRS placed a levy on his bank account. Coast One released the levy and settled with the IRS for $2,000. Mark in Michigan owed $225,000. After Coast One stepped in, Mark walked away paying less than $1,500. Call Coast One now. A 10-minute call can save you up to 93% on your back taxes. Get your fresh start today. That's 800-312-9970.
It's taking on the most polarizing issues in sports. Which side of the line of scrimmage will he end up on? Offside! Defense number 69! It's Onsides, Offsides with Zach Gill on CBS Sports Radio.
All right, Trace. What do you got for me? Before you tell me what questions you got for Onsides, Offsides, you think O'Reilly Auto Parts for your car care needs? Get guaranteed low prices and excellent customer service from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts. O'Reilly Auto Parts. Shoot, let's go.
All right, Zach, what was the biggest game in college football? So we'll start there first. Number 4, Penn State travels to Iowa City to take on number 3, Iowa Saturday in a matchup really no one foresaw being this huge. The Big Ten so far this season has been unexpectedly competitive as teams in the preseason polls like Ohio State, Wisconsin, Indiana have all fallen below their rankings where they were in the preseason, where teams like the Nittany Lions, the Hawkeyes, Michigan, and Michigan State have risen in the rankings. Now the conference currently has 5 teams ranked in the top 11 in the AP poll. So onsides or offsides, we will see a rematch of Penn State Iowa in the Big Ten title game.
I'm going offsides here, and the reason why is I look at Ohio State, and yes, defensively they were terrible against Oregon. They still have a lot of defensive questions. I do think C.J. Stroud is going to continue to get better throughout the season. There's just more of a trust factor with Ohio State than I personally have with Penn State, with Michigan State, whoever maybe those contenders can be coming out of the East to go up against Iowa. There's no doubt in my mind that Iowa will be there because their part of their division is just not good. I look at the East and the Big Ten, I just feel as if Ohio State, not that I think they're a contender to go take down Alabama or a contender to go take down Georgia. Quite frankly, I don't think whoever 3 and 4 is going to really have much of a prayer against Alabama or Georgia just with the way that those teams are playing this season. So I'm going to say that Ohio State, I don't want to call them a sleeping giant because I think that would be a little bit too much of a stretch and too much drama. But ever since they lost to Oregon, it's been, all right, Ohio State kind of taking a back seat because of the dominance that we've seen early on with Iowa and Penn State. I will say that we'll see Iowa and Ohio State in the Big Ten championships. You asked me if we'll see Penn State, Iowa, a little rematch in the Big Ten championship. I would go offsides.
Offside!
I do think Penn State, though, wins this upcoming weekend. I'm rolling with the Nits.
1-0.
The only time I will ever say that.
The Nits. 1-0. That's all that matters. Earlier today, Zach, 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan announced that rookie Trey Lance will make his first career start on Sunday against the Cardinals. Now, Lance did play last week, coming to relief for Jimmy Garoppolo in the second half. Did complete 9 of 18 passes for 157 yards and 2 touchdowns. Now, if you remember, another rookie quarterback was behind the bench, or on the bench. That was Justin Fields. Then that starting quarterback, Andy Dalton, got hurt, forced Justin Fields into play. And as we know, he is now the starter for the foreseeable future. So onsides or offsides, Jimmy Garoppolo will start another game for the 49ers.
Here's my question. When I just look at this, let's assume that Trey Lance plays well this weekend, even if they don't win. Then they go into a bye week. Coming out of that bye week, do they go back to Jimmy? Because you would think Jimmy with the calf injury would be healthy by then. Do they continue to go with the hot hand in Trey Lance? Do they do a little dual quarterback system as we saw in the preseason? There's a lot of questions here. And also, if Trey Lance, they go for him for 3 weeks and he struggles for 2, do you go back to Jimmy? Does Trey Lance with the mobile style play, does he suffer an injury? Personally, if I'm the 49ers, I roll with Trey Lance the rest of the year. This football team, I don't think it's going to be great. I don't think they're a Super Bowl contender. I know Jimmy G had a good performance in a loss up against the Green Bay Packers. Jimmy G's not your answer long term. You've already called that shot by going on out and trading up for Trey Lance with all the first-round draft picks that you gave up. Do I think we're going to see a well-polished Trey Lance early on? No. I think we'll see a little bit of what we saw last week, right? Some good plays, but then some bad plays. I think there'll be a lot of up and down. I'm going to operate this on what I would do. And I personally would tell Jimmy G, thanks, you're going to the bench. We're going to Trey Lance. So I'm going to answer this. Jimmy Garoppolo will start another game for the 49ers. I'll go offsides on this one. I don't think he will. I'm rolling with Trey the rest of the way.
Offside.
It's going to be a great question, man, to track the rest of the way. If he plays poorly, then with the bye week, maybe they go back to him. But if he's lights out, and I get it right, you have a week to let it fade away. If I'm a 49ers fan, though, and he plays really well, and dare I say it, get a win up against the Cardinals, how do you bench him?
It's tough. Well, it's not just it, and then you got worry, can he sustain it? If he struggles for 2-3 weeks, let's say later on,
yeah, but here's the thing.
Back to Jimmy if you're in playoff contention.
If you're going to go to him for consecutive games and it's not just injury related, right? If Jimmy G is going to need 2-3 more weeks to recover, it's a different story.
Right.
But if you go to him, and then let's say coming off the bye, you play him after that, I go with him the rest of the way because he's your future. He's the guy that Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch are banking. They're banking on. If they mess up with all they gave up, and Trey Lance turns out to be a bust, I know we all love Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch. They're screwed in San Francisco. That's why once you give him the keys, I don't think you take the keys back. I don't think after he crashes the car once, you go, oh, you're 18, just got your license. I'm going to take your car keys away for 3 or 4 weeks. That's just me personally.
As we know, Kyle Shanahan beats to his own drum.
Oh, and he's going to be so obnoxious. Oh, there's a chance? Yeah, we all die in 2 weeks.
I did see a tweet today. Yeah, Trey Lance will start if he's alive on Sunday. Because we're all day to day.
Can I tell you one thing in college football that no one's bringing up this week, or I have not heard it? Remember when, what was it, the Touchdowns Club or whatever booster club it was for Texas A&M? Yep. It was a totally random thought. But for some reason I went there. Remember what Jimbo Fisher said at one point over the summer?
That's a bad job by me. I should have had that ready for, well, we can still do for News Brief.
Do you remember what he said, though?
Oh, yeah.
He talked about how they plan and they will beat Nick Saban when Nick is there. And, beat him down bad. That was said. I don't know if that's been, it will be mentioned on the broadcast. I have not brought it up until today. I have not heard it at all mentioned this week. I have not seen it on social media. Nick Saban doesn't forget things, right?
Oh, no.
Nick Saban.
That must be on a loop.
Remember we talked about the over-under, what was it, 17, 18 points, whatever it was? I think we may need to hammer Alabama because Texas A&M has struggled. We all know that. Texas A&M, ever since losing their quarterback, and we saw it happen at the Colorado game, it was 10-7, but since then, disastrous. You know, they just lost to Mike Leach's squad. I thought Texas A&M was fraudulent headed into this year. I think Nick Saban is really, really going to take it to Texas A&M this weekend, and I don't think he's going to be in the mercy game. Even if Jimbo Fisher's saying, mercy, 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 I think Nick Saban's going to say, keep on going, keep on going. You know how Vic Fangio thinks of Harbaugh? How he is what Saban is going to put out in real life on the football field. This could be late in the game, 40-3, and Saban's going to be throwing the football trying to score late. Anywho, that just randomly popped into my mind when I was thinking things over about college football this weekend. And
we'll get his response in the news brief because it is so funny. Here's a disbelief.
Oh, we clowned.
Wait,
clowned Jimbo Fisher.
Golf? Oh, football?
Yeah.
Oh.
We clowned Jimbo Fisher when that happened.
It's a great call by you.
I don't know what triggered that right there. But I was talking Penn State, Iowa, and then you asked me the question, and I guess my mind was just thinking about other college football games this weekend, so we've only really talked.
Oh, boy.
Texas A&M. I don't even know if you want to get off the bus, all right?
No.
It's going to be ugly.
Oh,
it's going to be a thumping.
Speaking of ugly.
You're looking at G5 school going up against Alabama. Not Texas A&M.
Saban, I can't wait to see his reaction on the sideline. This is going to be priceless. It was a double whammy, Zach, on Thursday night for the Seahawks. They not only lost the game, they also lost their quarterback to injury. Russell Wilson jammed his middle finger against the arm of Aaron Donald in the third quarter, unable to return. And now, as we know, through reports, Jeremy Fowler on at first, that he'll be out 6 to 8 weeks with that finger injury. Ian Rappaport did report that he already got surgery on the middle finger. Could be out maybe as early as a month, but it's going to be a hefty chunk of time until we see back under center for Seattle. That's not their only issues, though, because their defense has been putrid so far this season. The last 4 games, each of the last 4 games, they have given up at least 450 yards which is tied for the longest streak in the NFL. So that's on your offside, Zach. There should be more concern about Seattle's defense moving forward than Russell Wilson's injury.
Well, defense is not very good, and what Jamal Adams did last night was just laughable. And that's a guy that they paid, and oh yeah, by the way, they gave up 2 first-round picks to go get him. As bad as the defense is, and it's on pace to be historically bad through 5 weeks, if you don't have Russell Wilson, you're absolutely screwed. So yeah, even though we haven't really seen it much this year, some of the deficiencies on defense. But now you have a bad defense and no Russell Wilson. I'm more concerned that Russell Wilson isn't there. Because even if the defense starts to improve and play better, is Geno Smith going to be consistently able to weather the storm? Is he going to be able to play good football, good enough football to keep you afloat when you're already working behind the 8 ball because you're 2-3? Yeah, I'm not expecting that. So you asked me that the Seahawks should be more concerned about Seattle's defense moving forward than Russell Wilson's injury. Offsides, it's definitely the injury, because if you had Russ there, at least you have a shot. Now, without having Russ there, you don't got a shot.
One of the best games of the weekend in the NFL so far sees the Bills traveling to take on the Chiefs on Sunday Night Football. Buffalo's been lights out so far this season, boasting the #1 defense in terms of total defense. They do sit 5th in the NFL in rushing yards per game with 145. Now the Chiefs, on the other hand, have staggered out of the gate. They're 2-2. They did lose to the Ravens, and the defense has been an issue. They're 31st in total defense, allowing 31.3 points per game. That's on your offsides. This game is more important for the Bills than the Chiefs.
So when you look at the standings in terms of their divisions, Buffalo's going to win the East. The Chiefs, I do think they'll win their division, but their division's a lot better than the East right now, because you have the Raiders at 3-1, the Broncos at 3-1, and the Chargers at 3-1, and the Chargers already defeated the Kansas City. How about those Chiefs? The thing is, though, for Buffalo, you weren't able to slay the dragon recently. And yes, it really only matters if you could slay the dragon when it counts. This could be huge for getting that #1 seed and having the AFC Championship game, if Buffalo is in it, at Orchard Park. I think this game is bigger for Buffalo, because if Buffalo loses, you then go, who they actually beat so far this season? Because they lost to the Steelers, then they had 3 easy opponents, and then if you lose to Kansas, we start to wonder, is Buffalo just good, or can Buffalo be great? This would send a message that this is an improved Buffalo team, even after the really successful season that they had a year ago. So yeah, I think this game is more important to Buffalo than the Chiefs, because the Chiefs have been there, done that, so if they get a little bit behind, they get the benefit of the doubt. Buffalo, they have not been there yet and taken down Kansas City, so there's more on the line here for Buffalo. And also, you're getting the Chiefs defense at the perfect time. I expect a big game for Josh Allen. Finally, what we got?
Mixed in this weekend with all the football, Zach, is the trilogy fight between Tyson Fury and Deontay Wilder. Now, the original fight was supposed to be back in July, but before a COVID diagnosis from Tyson Fury pushed the fight back to a few months, which is now this weekend. The first fight between the two ended in a draw before Fury did knock out Wilder, right?
The first fight,
yes.
Tyson Fury was knocked out and somehow got back up.
The Undertaker.
And this guy with all the addiction issues, he wasn't even at great weight. He wasn't even great shape for that fight, and still almost beat Deontay Wilder. And then, as we know, the second time, he kicked his ass. It wasn't even close.
Not close. Hopefully, Wilder learns his lesson and does not wear 40 pounds of costume
into the ring
for the trilogy fight tonight. But the fight, or tomorrow night, the fight is tomorrow night. So on sides or offside, Zach, you're excited about a Fury-Wilder trilogy fight tomorrow night.
I think I would have been more excited in July because of the fact that there was really nothing going on. Now we got football, college, and then you're going into an NFL Sunday as well, with it being on Saturday night. It loses some of the excitement, but more so, really why there's not a lot of excitement there is Deontay Wilder handled himself so poorly after the fight and wouldn't just take his L. He blamed it on the person that threw in the towel. Well, that guy should throw in the towel because your ear looked like it was about to fall off and your head looked dented in the ring. You made that excuse that it was whatever you were wearing into the ring just made your legs go. Then you're saying that Fury had something in his gloves. It was a lot of crying from Deontay Wilder. So I want to see Tyson Fury win. I have no interest in seeing Deontay Wilder win. Do I think I'm going to buy the fight? I don't think so right now. Just not a lot of excitement, because in the first first fight, you could have made a case for Fury. The second fight, it was so one-sided. The only way that this really gets some juice is if Deontay Wilder wins, and I don't think that's going to be the case. So am I excited for the Fury-Wilder trilogy fight? Right now, no. Offsides.
Offside.
Get an update in. Here's Zach.
Sports Flash.
And this report is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. You can save big when you bundle your auto, home, motorcycle, RV, or boat. Visit Progressive.com. One part of Russell Wilson's greatness is his durability, but next week he'll miss the first game of his 10-year career. The Seahawks quarterback reportedly suffered a ruptured tendon in his finger and will likely need surgery and will be out anywhere from 4 to 8 weeks. Last night's loss was the first time he couldn't finish a game because of injury. Rookie Trey Lance will make his first NFL start on Sunday for the 49ers with Jimmy Garoppolo out with a calf injury, and the Patriots are down to one healthy starter on the offensive line. Trent Brown and Shaq Mason are both out. Isaiah Wynn and Mike Owenu are currently on the COVID-19 list. Rob Gronkowski will miss his second straight game with a rib injury. Good news, bad news for the Titans. The bad Julio Jones out for a second straight game with a hamstring, while A.J. Brown will be back. College football tonight at the half. Cincinnati at 4-0 on the season and ranked 5th leads Temple by a score of 17-13. A wild one right now in Tampa Bay after dropping the opener. The Red Sox scored twice in the first. The Rays came back with 5 in the bottom of the inning against ace Chris Sale. Jordan Luplow with a grand slam, but Alex Verdugo and Xander Bogaerts with back-to-back solo home runs, and right now it is a 5-4 game with the Rays in front in the bottom of the 4th. Earlier today in the American League, it was Houston over the White Sox 9-4. The Astros pulled away with a 5-run 7th. Rowdy Tellez with a 2-run homer, lifting Milwaukee over Atlanta by a score of 2-1. The final game of the day will feature the 2 best teams in baseball, the Dodgers and Giants in San Francisco. I'm Rich Ackerman.
It's a rematch of the AFC Championship game. Chiefs and Bills. First of the morning reaction to Sunday Night Football. Monday morning, 6 Eastern on the DA Show. CBS Sports Radio.
CBS Sports Radio.
Thanks for the coffee. No problem. With my cash rewards card from Navy Federal Credit Union, I get up to 1.75% cash back. Isn't it 1.5%? Now it's up to 1.75%. That's bigger and better. I bought these scones with my cash back. I love scones. Me too. Scones for everyone. When you sign up for direct deposit, you can earn up to 1.75% cash back with the cash rewards card. Learn more at NavyFederal.org. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Insured by NCUA.
Napa know-how. At Napa, buy a 5-quart jug of Mobil 1 motor oil and save $10 on a pair of wiper blades. It's the perfect autumn deal. Mobil 1 for colder weather, new wipers for the rain, and an extra $10 to buy Halloween candy you'll most likely eat yourself. We're not judging. Quality parts, helpful people. That's Napa know-how. Napa know-how. At participating locations, does not include taxes and fees. Advertised sale price not available in some states. Ends 10/31/21.
What's your ultimate game day experience? A tricked-out man cave? Deluxe tailgate? Then enter the 5-Hour Energy Football Sweepstakes for a chance to win $10,000. And make your ultimate game day experience a reality. To enter, buy any 5-Hour Energy product and upload the receipt. It's that easy. The 5-Hour Energy Football Sweepstakes. Enter today.
No purchase necessary. Must be 18 and only resident of the U.S. since December 10th, 2021. For official rules and how to enter without purchase, visit 5hsport.com. Void where prohibited.
This is a metaphor for your business's journey. Sometimes it feels like the course keeps changing right before your eyes. Whoa! And in order to maneuver it, you need an expert by your side. That's what Dell Technologies advisors do. They have the tech solutions you need to help you get out in front and stay ahead of the game. For advice on solutions like XPS 13 laptops powered by Intel Evo platform, call an advisor today at 877-ASK-DELL.
Daisy sheds like crazy. Her hairballs have hairballs. My cat Mama, she has dandruff and an oily coat. DINOVITE.com. I was thrilled when I heard Dynamite for Cats was coming out. You love your pets as much as I do. You want to do what's best for them. Dynamite is a life changer. Lately, she's been a lot more playful, a lot more energetic, more active.
Dynamite for life. How happy your cat will be.
DINOVITE.com.
Message and data rates may apply. Do you need a car? Been shopping only to be turned down because of bad credit, low credit, no credit, bankruptcy, or divorce? Guess what? Today's your lucky day, because now you can buy a car, truck, or SUV, just about any vehicle. It's true. Bad credit doesn't matter. No credit doesn't matter. Bankruptcy or divorce, it just doesn't matter. As a matter of fact, your job is your ticket to your new vehicle. We're Auto Credit Express, and we've helped thousands of people just like you. Antonio H. told us, great company, got me connected, and the day I went in, I drove off in a car I wanted. 100% worth your time. Need a car? Get started now and drive off as early as today. Just text APPLY NOW to 88909 right now to get started. That's APPLY NOW to 88909. Auto financing the easy way. Text APPLY NOW to 88909.
So the dream was to build your very own law practice. Be your own boss, call all the shots. But have things like billing, HR, timekeeping, and all the other management stuff turned your dream into a nightmare? Take charge of your practice with Lexicon. We're the intersection of practice management software and legal support services for your firm. You'll get more billable and livable hours back. Lexicon marks the spot for all your practice management needs. Visit lexiconservices.com/intersection to get the whole story or schedule a demo.
The IRS, the world's most aggressive collection agency. They can seize your property, bank account, and garnish your wages. They cause sleepless nights for millions of Americans. Don't be one of them. If you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS or state, get protected today. Call 800-312-9970. Coast One Tax Group, protecting your bank, home, and your sleep since 2008. With hundreds of 5-star reviews and an A+ on the Better Business Bureau. Call Coast One Tax Group, 800-312-9970. Stanley from New York owed $93,000. The IRS placed a levy on his bank account. Coast One released the levy and settled with the IRS for $2,000. Mark in Michigan owed $225,000. After Coast One stepped in, Mark walked away paying less than $1,500. Call Coast One now. A 10-minute call can save you up to 93% on your back taxes. Get your fresh start today. That's 800-312-9970.
Time for your daily news brief. We get you caught up on the rumors, reports, and reconnaissance from the day in sports.
So I want to start you off. When we go back, I guess this was in the summer, when Jimbo Fisher, he got taped at like a booster meeting. It was like the Touchdown Club, whatever that was, for Texas A&M, saying they're going to take care of Alabama while Saban's there. Jimbo Fisher was asked about this SEC Media Day. He didn't regret it. He said, we're going to beat his ass when he's there. Don't worry. Well, I want to play you Nick Saban's response to this. This was at the time when it happened, because this has kind of flown under the radar, at least nationally, when we get set for Alabama, A&M. Maybe if A&M actually had a good football team this year, there would be a little bit more of this being played. But this is how Saban responded to that when it did go down, courtesy of WKRG.
Your friend Jimbo said yesterday that at some point while you're in Tuscaloosa said he was going to beat your butt. It wasn't the word that he used, but did you have any response for that?
In golf?
I mean, you were on the football field.
No, I'm sure there'll come a day, you know, but is that what you're talking about? Football?
He was talking about football.
He was? Well, he used to be on my noontime basketball league, I guess. You know, we're no longer partners, you know, when it comes to that. So we have a really good team, really good program, and, you know, they're getting better and better all the time, and there's a lot of challenges in the SEC, and they're certainly one of the up-and-coming programs, and he's always been a great coach, did a great job for us when he was with us, and he's had a great career as a head coach. So, you know, it's going to be a challenge for us, no doubt, when we have to play him.
Let me translate what's going through Saban's mind when he said it. Wait, he said that about football? I thought he was talking about maybe our golf game. Maybe he could come within 3 or 4 strokes of me. Oh, wait, no, I don't want to get too over the top because I want to use this as rat poison later on in the year and use this as a little motivation. So, yeah, they got a great program. Yeah, he was a great coach at FSU. But come on, is he going to beat me? Maybe like 12 years from now when I'm on my last breath as a college football coach. But now, when my program is rolling, come on, Jimbo. Take a seat on the bench. Ice up, son. Jeez. This is going to be a bloodbath. Bloodbath tomorrow. Alabama is going to destroy Texas A&M. And after the game, Saban's going to walk up midfield. Jimbo, see you on the golf course. Maybe you can beat me there because you didn't beat me on the football field. Let's go to Matthew Stafford. Now, Russell Wilson, everyone's talking about his finger injury, where now we know he's going to be out 6 weeks, surgery, maybe even more. Matthew Stafford, though, also suffered a finger injury in the game. He said, though, that it didn't impact him too much.
On a drive in the second quarter, I think the one we kicked the field on, and I just looked down and felt a little pressure, and I maybe got on a handoff or a snap or something. I'm not 100% sure. I looked down and felt a little pressure in there, and it was just a little bit out of place, and was able to put it back in and keep going. It wasn't, it didn't affect me too much, to be honest with you.
Isn't this so bizarre? Isn't this cult-like, right? When one day Carson Wentz hurts his foot, then was out 5 to 12 weeks and only ended up being out 5 weeks, and then the next day Quentin Nelson suffered the same injury? In the same game, we have two quarterbacks with finger injuries. One going to cost his team probably their season, and he'll be back in 6 weeks, but can they weather the storm? Probably not. And the other guy, whose team actually has Super Bowl aspirations, he survives. When I saw that at the end of the game, the interview on the field, I'm like, wait, what? I thought Russell Wilson was the one with the finger injury. And then Matthew Stafford's talking about a finger injury, too. They both had finger injuries. Crazy. It was uncertain if Teddy Bridgewater is going to be able to play this week up against the Steelers. Teddy Bridgewater appears to be good to go. He's back in practice, coming off the concussion. Vic Fangio says Teddy Bridgewater's looked good so far in his recovery.
Right now, he's progressed nicely. He's cleared up to this point. They'll decide tomorrow for the final verdict.
You got to think he's playing, right? Now, I did see that Run CMC. We thought he was going to play because he was speaking to the media yesterday, and he was limited with that hamstring injury the last 2 days. He has been downgraded to doubtful. So Run CMC looks like he will not play. For Teddy Bridgewater, I'd be stunned if he's not playing this upcoming weekend against the Pittsburgh Steelers. Let's go to Lamar Jackson. He wants to see the NFL protect quarterbacks more.
I feel like if I put on extra power and stuff like that, I'd be looking like a transformer or something. And I want to be slowed down. But I just feel, we should be protected. All quarterbacks in the league, not just myself. Everyone should be included with that, especially while we're in the pocket, leg area and stuff like that, That's it, man. But, football is football. Guys get aggressive sometimes. Stuff happen. But I like the ref to throw the flag, though, if they catch it.
Well, if you go outside the pocket, you're a runner. So, therefore, you don't get treated like a quarterback. Now, when you're inside the pocket, Lamar Jackson actually has a gripe. Lamar Jackson could be the one quarterback in the league that has a gripe about wanting to be protected more because he hasn't got a roughing the passer call since 2019, December of 2019. Which, how lenient they are now with that, and how easy they throw the flag now with body weight and all that, that is crazy. So usually I would roll my eyes, quarterback wants to be protected more, they protect him so much. For Lamar Jackson, he actually has a legitimate gripe here. Let's go to Kyle Shanahan. He's looking forward to Trey Lance starting on Sunday for the 49ers against the Cardinals.
I'm excited to see him play. I know he's got the ability to do a lot of things. But, it's going to be his first time out there for the whole game. I'm just pumped to see him play, but I don't go into it expecting anything. You try to prepare a guy as good as you can. From our standpoint, I know he's done his part in preparing, and then when Sunday comes, that's usually the spot where you get to have fun and just cut it loose, and you live with the results.
I guess he doesn't want to put pressure on his youngster. Well, guess what? When you trade up to go get him and he's starting, there's pressure on him because that's a franchise-altering move. Let's go to Tim Tebow. He was on First Take at this AM, and he says Urban Meyer is going through the most difficult time of his life. Oh, poor Urban.
When I first saw and heard about what happened, my heart was hurting for Miss Shelley, Coach's wife, someone that I love very much, and his daughters, who I'm very close with, and who I've talked to both of them this week, and also had the chance of talking with Coach. And it was a very difficult week, and my advice to him was to apologize to admit it, to learn from it, and to never repeat it. And, Coach shared with me that it was, one of the hardest times of his life. And, he apologized, but he didn't need to apologize to me. I know this has weighed so heavy on his heart. He is hurting. And I do think, for some of the guys, he will have to earn back their trust and respect. And he really wants to do that.
Tim, can we pipe down on the drama, all right? But bottom line, I understand you feel sympathy for his family, so do I. Urban Meyer, I don't care if this is the toughest thing or one of the most difficult things I ever had to go through. The guy didn't go on the team flight back. And okay, if you want to go spend time with your family, that's one thing. Then go spend time with your family. Don't be at a bar, not spending time with your family, and become the story. This is all Urban Meyer. He shot himself in the foot. I don't have sympathy for Urban Meyer.
Do you know 85% of people who play daily fantasy sports lose? Is it really that surprising? The game is rigged against you. You're playing against thousands of other lineups, not to mention experts who have more tools and more time. You don't stand a chance. Introducing the first ever daily fantasy sportsbook, Stat Hero. Stat Hero puts the player in control and winning within reach. Here's how it works. Stat Hero shows you their lineups and dares you to beat them. It's you versus the house in a head-to-head fantasy matchup. You name your stakes, winner take all. You have the advantage. Stat Hero is showing you their lineups ahead of time. No one else does that. You're in total control. Stat Hero is daily fantasy sports the way it was meant to be. One-on-one. Go to stathero.com/sportsplus. Sign up for free and use promo code SPORTSPLUS for 100% deposit match. What do you have to lose? That's stathero.com/sportsplus. Use promo code SPORTSPLUS for 100% match on your first deposit.
So the dream was to build your very own law practice. Be your own boss, call all the shots. But have things like billing, HR, timekeeping, and all the other management stuff turned your dream into a nightmare? Take charge of your practice with Lexicon. We're the intersection of practice management software and legal support services for your firm. You'll get more billable and livable hours back. Lexicon marks the spot for all your practice management needs. Visit lexiconservices.com/intersection to get the whole story or schedule a demo.
Attention all authors. Page Publishing is looking for authors. Have you written a book and want to get it published? Page Publishing will get your book into bookstores and for sale online at Amazon, Apple iTunes, and other outlets. They handle all aspects of the publishing process for you. Printing, cover art, publicity, copyright, and editing. Call 800-501-3689 now for your free author submission kit. That's 800-501-3689 for your free author submission kit. Again, 800-501-3689.
Message and rates may apply. Do you need a car? Been shopping only to be turned down because of bad credit, low credit, no credit, bankruptcy, or divorce? Guess what? Today's your lucky day, because now you can buy a car, truck, or SUV, just about any vehicle. It's true. Bad credit doesn't matter. No credit doesn't matter. Bankruptcy or divorce, it just doesn't matter. As a matter of fact, your job is your ticket to your new vehicle. We're Auto Credit Express, and we've helped thousands of people just like you. Antonio H. told us, great company, got me connected, and the day I went in, I drove off in the car I wanted. 100% worth your time. Need a car? Get started now and drive off as early as today. Just text APPLY NOW to 88909 right now to get started. That's APPLY NOW to 88909. Auto financing the easy way. Text APPLY NOW to 88909.
Hi, this is United States Secretary of Labor Marty Walsh. If you're experiencing lingering symptoms of COVID-19 or long COVID, you are not alone. The U.S. Department of Labor is committed to supporting you during your recovery and our nation's recovery. You may be entitled to temporary or long-term accommodations that can help you stay on the job or return to work when you're ready. To learn more, contact Job Accommodation Network at askjan.org. That's askjan.org.
Right now, people are home with their pets more often, and I think now, especially with the shedding, they're more cognizant of what's going on and that it's an actual issue. And Dynamite has helped tremendously in our house with that.
I just heard the Dynamite commercial so many times, where I said, you know what, I'll give it a shot. I ordered it and tried it, and it worked.
The Dynamite, being at home, working with them, they all love it. We ensure you're together 24/7.
Within 3 itching, and itching means an all-around healthier bone.
DINOVITE.com.
The IRS, the world's most aggressive collection agency. They can seize your property, bank account, and garnish your wages. They cause sleepless nights for millions of Americans. Don't be one of them. If you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS or state, get protected today. Call 800-312-9970. Coast One Tax Group, protecting your bank, home, and your sleep since 2008. With hundreds of 5-star reviews and an A+ on the Better Business Bureau. Call Coast One Tax Group, 800-312-9970. Stanley from New York owed $93,000. The IRS placed a levy on his bank account. Coast One released the levy and settled with the IRS for $2,000. Mark in Michigan owed $225,000. After Coast One stepped in, Mark walked away paying less than $1,500. Call Coast One now. A 10-minute call can save you up to 93% on your back taxes. Get your fresh start today. That's 800-312-9970.
This is St. Albans Red Dragon football on the job.
Welcome back here to Memorial Stadium right here in Ripley as St. Albans Red Dragons will take on the Ripley Vikings. We have a game time start of 9:30 after a 2-hour rain delay. Both teams are on the field, so we'll come back probably around 9:20 for a 10-minute pregame. Jamie Farrell and we have Will Manahan. Will, ready?
Nice to be here. We've been sitting here so long, I wouldn't have mind passing out some T-shirts tonight.
Yeah, we can do that maybe next week.
Yeah, we'll see.
So, again, we'll come back on the air at 20 after 9 for pregame. Kickoff is slated for 9:30 as long as we still have no lightning in the area. We do have rain, but, it's not football unless it's some type of either snow or rain or whatever in October.
I wouldn't be shocked to see some snow tonight. The weather's been super bipolar. Hopefully we don't play 5 minutes of football and then another lightning strike.
Yeah, we'll hope. Let's see what happens. Again, we'll come back on at 20 after 9. You're listening to Red Dragon Football on 1300, 1340, The Jock.
All over that he already got the surgery is that Russell Wilson is expected to be out 6 weeks, and he said Russ is looking to beat that timeline. But we did see from earlier, Jeremy Fowler was over it at first, is that it's anywhere from a month to 8 weeks. So if you're a Seahawks fan, you're already 2-3. You already had the disaster of that choke against the Vikings, the choke against Tennessee. Last night, your defense was not good, your offense was not good, and you lose Russell Wilson. You sit back and you start to wonder, 5 weeks into the season, is the season already looking like that it's going really south? Because this offseason, right, you look at Seattle, it was turbulent. Russ against Pete Carroll, Russ against Sean Schneider. Then training camp rolls around. Oh, we're all best friends. Let's sit around the campfire, sing songs, and eat s'mores. Everything's all right. The relationship's stronger than ever. But going into the season, you were wondering, and it was a big question, where was Russell Wilson's head going to be at the end of the season? And this team could miss the playoffs this year. He's got 2 years left in the contract. He already showed interest of leaving the organization in the offseason. The Bears made an offer. The Seahawks didn't pull the trigger. They weren't going to where the dead cap was. Now you look at it, is the timing starting to align? And is Russell Wilson starting to think to himself, the timing is right for that next chapter? And that's a big question. Because if they don't make the postseason, Russ has an injury. Let's say he's not back for 6 to 7 weeks. Maybe this is just lining up where Russ goes, okay, the last 2 years they haven't got any closer to winning a Super Bowl. The defense has problems. Offensively, even before Russell Wilson got hurt, there's been a lot of up and down play. They were horrible down the stretch offensively last year. The defense didn't improve. Then to start this season, the defense hasn't played well. And, oh, yeah, the offense, even with the new offensive coordinator, which I get it, right? You need some time to gel and form. But even with what we've seen through the first 5 weeks, this Seahawks team screamed pretender. We talked about it on Wednesday. The standard in Seattle is what? To win a Super Bowl. And I don't see any way with this team, even if Russ didn't get hurt, Unless if Russ just went MVP, bleep you, and put the team on his back, and even then, I don't know if that would have been enough. I don't see how this team is going to get to a Super Bowl again and win a Super Bowl. Because offensively, they got line issues. They got health issues at the running back spot. And this defense doesn't play a full season. Yeah, they got better down the stretch last year. And then the offense did a 180. So it never seems as if the offense for Russell Wilson and the defense for the Seahawks is on the same page. You know what it kind of reminds me of a little bit? It reminds me of the Steelers from a few years back where the offense when they had Le'Veon Bell, Big Ben, and AB was solid. Like, was really good. And defensively, they were a nightmare. Then, once the defense gets going, Le'Veon Bell's no longer on the team, Antonio Brown walks himself off the team, and Big Ben gets older. It was never aligned since they won that Super Bowl. It just has not been aligned. And you look at the last 2 years, the most concerning part is that your offense is the strength, and the offense on the stretch last year was horrible. And the defense started to be serviceable. And now to start off this season, the defense is not good, and your offense only plays well for a half. Right? Geno Smith comes off the bench. He actually gave the Seahawks some life. Not that you think Geno Smith's going to be a long-term answer. I'm not delirious. But this year they're up 17-7 against the Vikings and score another point against Minnesota. And last time I checked, the Minnesota defense isn't the Legion of Boom. It's not the 85 Bears. They don't got those giant defenses with Carl Banks and Lawrence Taylor and Harry Carson. All right? Like you couldn't even score when you're about a 17-7 lead. You couldn't score another point against Minnesota? And against Tennessee, whose defense has been problematic for the last few years? You get out to that big start, and then you do nothing? Nothing in the fourth quarter? So this is a problem for Seattle. And now, the one guy that you actually feel confident in that could maybe hide some of your problems and hide some of your mistakes, the best player in your organization by far, is out 6 weeks. Man, the Seahawks in a rough spot. And oh yeah, it's not as if you have a bad division. You got the Rams, who are a Super Bowl contender. You got the Cardinals, who are the only undefeated team left in the league right now. And you got a 49ers team that I don't think is great, but they're a solid team. Probably going to be a 9-win team. Seattle may finish in fourth place this year. Seattle, I think, is going to miss the playoffs. And you wonder just what Russ thinks at the end of the year. So we asked the poll question I asked Zach Gelb, is this Russell Wilson's final year in Seattle? Yes, we'll force a trade. No, not going anywhere. 59% say that Russell Wilson will force a trade this offseason with 2 years left on his deal. $23 million in dead cap is the price tag this year. 41% say Russell Wilson is not going anywhere. As we enter week 5, if you're 1-3, you may not press the big fat red panic button yet, but if you go to 1-4, you run out of reasons to be optimistic. You run out of angles that you could talk about and go, okay, we're going to find a way to turn this thing around. When we get to the 1-3 teams this week, Ryan, let's just go back and forth here and make a prediction. You got 2 1-3 teams going at it. The Pats at the Texans. Now, the Patriots could be without 4 out of their 5 starting offensive linemen. Shaq Mason is already out with an injury. Trent Brown, who never plays with the Raiders and I was never playing in New England, he's out with an injury. And you also have 2 players who are on the COVID list, and it's kind of ambiguous. I don't know if either of them have COVID, if it's close contact. I did read earlier this week that someone thought that one player did. They didn't say who, and the other one was a close contact. I don't know if they're going to play or not. So the Patriots could line up on Sunday without 4 out of their 5 starting offensive linemen. Now, you'll have David Andrews. They did bring back Karras this offseason as he did the Patriot to Dolphin to back to Patriot seesaw ride. So you got 2 guys that are capable starting linemen. And David Andrews been very good. We know he's their starting center. He's still, though, going to be playing with some not-so-good offensive linemen. The one saving grace is it's the Texans with Davis Mills, and this team's just terrible when you look at it. But when you don't have your offensive line, this game could be closer than what people think. I think the Pats win. I think it's going to be low scoring, though. I think it's going to be ugly. I just think that the Patriots defense will win them the game, and Davis Mills, Belichick, young quarterback, rookie quarterback, with another success. Davis Mills will probably go have another 2-3 interceptions, but I don't think the offense is going to really be able to do much. For the running backs, you better hang on to the football this week. I think the Pats go to 2-3. I think the Texans fall to 1-4. Offensive line concerns with the Patriots. Is it enough to say that the Texans are going to win the football game?
No. But I'm with you. I think it's going to be a close game. It's a big loss, but I'm with you. Patriots get the win.
Now we have a 9:30 a.m. London kick.
Ugh.
2 1-3 teams. Oh, don't me. All right? So
I hate the 9:30.
What are you doing on a Sunday morning?
Well, hopefully still, to be frank, hung over after a big Penn State win.
Do we need this game in the 1? Does this game matter if it's in the 1 o'clock window, the 4 o'clock window? Are you any more likely to watch it?
No. That's why I don't want it at 9:30.
Right.
Now I feel obligated to watch it.
All right, so it's there at 9:30. The Jets are 1-3, coming off their first win of the season against the Tennessee Titans. The Falcons, it has been ugly for them, to say the least. This is a game where the spread is Falcons 2.5. No Calvin Ridley in this game for personal reasons. I usually never trust this team. I'm taking the Jets this week. I think the Jets go to London. I think you have this feeling around the Falcons where they're trying to still win with Matt Ryan, but they're really rebuilding. They got rid of Julio Jones. They're not going to have Ridley this upcoming week. Maybe it's a huge game for Kyle Pitts. This Falcons team, anytime they have a lead, I just don't trust them. Or if it's in a close game, I don't trust them. Not that I am sitting back and saying, man, I trust the Jets. Oh, it's going to be wonderful. I just think the Jets are a younger and hungrier team. And since I know that organization's been bad for a long time, but it's a new regime, a lot of those guys don't know the history of the Jets. With the Falcons, a lot of guys that have been a part of these disastrous runs are still there. And therefore, I think that's a mental problem. I like the Jets in once again, a sloppy game. But I'll take the Jets to win this game and get to 2-3. Falcons go to 1-4.
You know, I'm with you here. I like the Jets defense a lot better.
At the Falcons, everybody.
I like the Falcons defense. Their defense is so bad.
Oh, it's been abysmal.
And yeah, I'll trust Zach Wilson to score a few more points. No Calvin Ridley. Let's back the Jets. Calm them down. The boys are hot. 2 in a row.
And the Falcons, too. They lost 32-6 against the Eagles, who stink.
And barely beat the Giants, who stink.
Yeah, they had to come from behind. You had a Younghoe Koo field goal at the end, and they needed a touchdown late. And Washington's football team, Matt Ryan threw 4 touchdowns, no picks in the game, and they lost the game.
I know.
I just can't trust the Falcons.
No.
This how bad it is to the Falcons, that I'm actually trusting the Jets more than the Falcons.
I would agree. That's the low point. Forget 28-3. In fact, we're trusting the Jets right now over the Falcons.
Take it easy.
Rock bottom for Atlanta.
28-3. That's a curse word in Atlanta. The Jets, it's whatever. I think Falcons fans are just numb to it at this point. Broncos, they are 3-1. They're facing the 1-3 Pittsburgh Steelers. I like the Steelers this week. I know their offensive line stinks. I know Big Ben has 2 injuries that he's dealing with. Teddy Bridgewater is coming back. I just think this is a game where the spread is 1 point in favor of the Broncos. Maybe it moves up a little bit because it looks like that Teddy Bridgewater is going to play. I think the Broncos got off to a good start. They have good defense. I don't trust their quarterback. I don't trust their head coach. I don't trust their offensive coordinator. If they don't beat the Steelers, I think it just shows that they are not as good as what the 3-0 start indicated against 3 bad football teams. They lose the Ravens last week. Okay, you could tell me in the second half you didn't have Teddy Bridgewater. I like the Steelers in this one, a low-scoring game, but I'll take the Steelers 23-20. It'll be close, but I think the Steelers are due for a victory, and they get it.
I'm a little concerned. I feel like how many people like the Steelers this week. Like that does
Has that been a big national take?
Maybe that's just me, but maybe I just see on Twitter like the Steeler pick is a popular one where people have confidence. I will trust the Broncos' run game, and I will trust their offensive line better than the Steelers. I will go Broncos on the road in that game, and for a team I don't trust in Denver, I think they'll get a road win.
Colts 1-3. Disaster. Ravens 3-1. I think this is going to be an ugly night for your team. I do. This Ravens defense is no joke. Lamar Jackson is the better quarterback in this game by far. You're going to need Jonathan Taylor, who had the best game of his season last week. He's going to really need to dominate time of possession. I love the Ravens in this one. Colts are going to 1-4.
I am also picking the Ravens.
Whoa!
But I will say this is a lot closer than you.
Oh, here we go.
I think it's going to be a close game. I'd say within a score.
Okay.
And the Colts will play well. Carson Wentz is healthier. I'll give Baltimore the win.
Doesn't look like Run CMC is going to play, and Christian McCaffrey. Eagles are 1-3. They are a bad football team, have offensive line issues.
Mm-hmm.
You have a very good pass rush coming in for the Panthers. I know they're without J.C. Horn now. Christian McCaffrey, we thought he was going to be back. Now it looks like it's going to be next week. I just trust that the Panthers will be able to play turnover-free football, and Jalen Hurts is going to be running around the field because Hassan Reddick and Brian Burns are going to be coming after him. I like the Panthers this week to get back on track after an L and a sloppy second half to the Cowboys. This game could be a little bit closer than what people think. I'll say it's within 10 points, but I like the Panthers to win the game.
Carolina, I'm with it. Defense still wins games in 2021. They got the defense for it.
Giants 1-3. They were down 21-10 with 7 minutes to go in the fourth quarter in New Orleans. Everyone just thought that game was over. Giants come on back. Saquon Barkley played well. Daniel Jones played the best game of his career. They're going up against the Dallas Cowboys. I know that there's some injury concerns with Zeke. I look at this, though, with the way they run the football, the way that the Cowboys defense, which I don't know if they're going to be consistently great throughout the season, but they're in a good spot right now. Dak is by far and away the better quarterback. He's a top 10 quarterback in this league. I'm going with Dallas in this one, and I don't think it's very close.
I'm with you. Congratulations, Giants. You got off the mat sort of with that win last week. I think that all that goodwill they built up last week ends on Sunday.
So you have Zeke and Amari Cooper questionable for this game. I got to think one of those guys will play. And if it's not Cooper, at least you do got CeeDee Lamb. Vikings, Lions. Vikings 1-3. Lions don't have a win. The Vikings have to win this week, right? Just with the offense that they have, you have to think that they're winning this week. I'm taking the Vikings to pull to 2-3.
I mean, if they lose this game, I don't think it's crazy to fire Mike Zimmer and cut Kirk Cousins.
Well, hold on. Wait, not now.
Complete
Kirk
tank
Cousins
mode.
says he's played well this year.
He's played all right.
No. Go look at the stats. He has played well.
Well, that's part of the issue.
Mike Zimmer, hold on. 2023, he's under contract until.
I know. Oh, I get it.
They're not going to fire. I'm not saying they won't fire him at the end of the year, but they're not going to fire him in season. I'd be surprised by that.
You can't beat the Lions to save your season, turn it around, and go to 1-4. Let's go.
But let's be real. Against the Bengals, the Cardinals, and the Seahawks, it's not like Kirk Cousins played poorly. Guy didn't have an interception. He had, 8 touchdowns in those games last week. You can get on for the performance against the Browns. Browns only scored 14 points to go win the game.
MO his whole career. You look at the stats. Oh, okay, 250, 2 touchdowns, 1 interception, 3 touchdowns, no interceptions. And then you watch the game. It's like, he misses some throws. He kind of shrivels up. Like, they scored a touchdown in the opening possession. Minnesota did last week. Didn't sniff the end zone.
I get that. I just think it's a little low-hanging fruit for this season, just for this season, to be putting this all on Kirk Cousins. This is on Mike Zimmer more than it is Kirk Cousins with how this season
I guess let me explain this really quickly. I will say you were right in a sense where I'm taking out a little bit of frustrations for Kirk Cousins in the past.
Which is fair.
Where I think, if this team has a ceiling with this current regime, and I'm just, at this point, the Lions might be enough to just hit detonate, blow it all up, and just kind of start all over again, start fresh.
Yeah, last week I thought was the first bad game of the season for Kirk Cousins, but still they lost to the Bengals. I know they're 3-1 to open up the season. Whenever you think the Vikings are going to win, they don't, but I think I'd be stunned if they don't beat the Lions. And then finally, Dolphins at Tampa. I think we could do this very easily. Ready? 3, 2, 1,
Dolphins. Right.
Whoa!
I'm just kidding. Percent revenge game.
All right. You want to put some money on that?
Oh, absolutely not.
Was that seasoned with sarcasm, I think? Just a little bit.
Just a tiny bit.
Sunday, the NFL on CBS welcomes in Week 5 with some fantastic matchups, including Tom Brady and the Bucs hosting the Dolphins, and Ryan's taking the Dolphins in that one. The Saints then taking on the Washington football team, and a showdown in L.A. between the Brownies and the Chargers. Here we go, Brownies. Here we go. Woof, woof. Coverage begins at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific with the NFL Today. It's Week 5 of the NFL. Coming up this Sunday on CBS. You think Deontay Wilder and Tyson Fury is going to be a good fight? Wait until the fight we have when we come on back in 5 minutes. It's NFL Picks with Gus Farad. And I'm kicking his ass.
Clones, listen up. Not all beef jerky is the same. In fact, there are major differences in quality from one brand to the next. Old Trapper is a better way to snack. Chock full of good protein to satisfy your manliest hunger cravings. Every bite is better for you and higher in essential protein than chips, sugar-filled energy bars, and candy. Old Trapper in the Clearview bag is the world's finest jerky, made with only the best ingredients. So ask for Old Trapper by name because no other jerky compares. Old Trapper, what's your beef?
What's your ultimate game day experience? A tricked-out man cave? Deluxe tailgate? Then enter the 5-hour energy football sweepstakes for a chance to win $10,000.
This is St. Albans Red Dragon football on the Jock.
Welcome to Memorial Stadium. Jamie Farrow here with you. Will Manahan filling in for Shaggy, who had to take the night off from the rainy town of Ripley as the Red Dragons take on the Vikings. Yes, it's raining. We finally get through the lightning delay and we get the rain. A 2-hour delay, Will.
2 hours. Hopefully no more than 2 hours. Looks like we're going to play some football in about 10 minutes.
Yeah, 10 minutes, 9:30 is the slated time for kickoff. So here's the rules. If we can get this game started, as long as we can get into the end of the third quarter, then they can continue that as a, let's say that is the final game. It depends of, what the time, if we have any more delays. Let's hope we have no more delays. We just have rain. We can deal with rain.
Yes, we can. I feel bad for the players, but up here, rain's not too bad for us. We're still dry.
I don't know. I think when I played football, I love playing in the rain. I love playing in the snow, too.
Oh, yeah.
So that would be perfect weather right there. Perfect. It's not too hot. It's got a nice cool breeze still blowing.
I love that breeze.
And it's going to be interesting to see. Of course, when it rains, it's dangerous for both sides of the field, for both teams.
Oh, for sure. It's going to be tricky to see these long balls down the field and maybe even for some kicks and see if the snapper can put the ball in the right position, and we'll see what we can do.
Yeah, and of course, the field being wet, it makes it a little slippery when you're feeding. But it looks like the Red Dragons is looking at warming up. They're pretty much ready for this game.
All right, I'm definitely sure that 2 hours in the locker room, they were pumped the whole time to come out here and play some football.
And it is Coach Watt's birthday today, so of course, happy birthday to Coach Watts from us here at WJYP 1340 The Jock, and everybody at LM Communications would like to wish him a happy birthday. Maybe this could be the game to make that birthday special.
This could be the perfect birthday present for Nick Watts.
But we'll have to wait and see as we get the team still working up. We got about a little under 8 minutes. The coach is going to keep the guys on the field, and we're going to get them warmed up and ready to go instead of going back to the locker room before the game starts. Which I think the locker room is on the other side of the school. So it's a long walk, so he decided, we'll stay out here and get some extra practice in.
Yeah.
So last week, not a good game. We all know what happened on that one.
Yeah.
22-7.
Sadly to say, a little bit closer than all of the other games we've had this year.
Yeah, besides the one that we won with Nitro when it was only 6-3.
That was a great football game.
That was one of them games that you keep in mind and refer back to the rest of the season. As much as they played a very close, tight game against the Wildcats. They played a good game last week. The problem is we can't move the ball.
Yeah, and we always fall short when the other team is putting up those screen passes. We always seem to not be able to cover those.
Yeah, if we can get the ball moving in the direction that we need to move instead of moving 10 yards, falling back 15 yards or 5 yards, we need to stay positive. So if we can keep the positive moves up and keep the positive yardage up, this could be a very interesting game.
It could be a very interesting game. This team has a lot of potential, but obviously lots of injuries and children being out. It's been really hard for this team to find some motion and just find their footing and be normal.
Yeah, just to let you know, don't forget on Thursday night you can catch the Coach's Show with Coach Watts right here on the Jock from 6:30 to 7:30. Conrad Kreisig is in here with the coach, and he kind of goes over the game plan, kind of what he knows about the team coming up and what happened last week in that game. And you can also catch Marshall University over on our sister station 1410 AM and 102.3 FM News Talk. We'll host all the games, and of course Marshall playing at 2 o'clock tomorrow. And on Thursdays you can catch Coach Huff's show on that one. And then over on 100.9 in Charleston and 102.3 in Huntington, the Mix. On Thursday nights you can catch Coach Brown's show, and you can also catch all the WVU Mountaineer football games tomorrow. You'll catch that one with coverage starting at 8:30 with kickoff slated for noon. Again, kickoff here at Memorial Stadium, otherwise known as Death Valley in Ripley, set for 5 minutes and about 30 seconds. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, more from Memorial Stadium here in Ripley as the Red Dragons take on the Ripley Vikings. Jamie Farrell with Will Manahan.
Attention Medicare recipients. Anyone turning 65. Medicare has approved new benefits not included with original Medicare and older Medicare Advantage plans. You may not be getting all of the benefits you're entitled to, including in-home aids, telephone appointments with your doctors, home-delivered meals and prescriptions. These benefits may be available, and it's a free call to enroll. The new plans may also offer free eyeglasses, free hearing aids, free wellness visits, and gym memberships. Call the Medicare benefits line now. It's easy. Call 800-595-3351. 800-595-3351. Find out if you're eligible for new benefits like meal and prescription delivery, in-home aids, and telemedicine. Some plans may have a $0 monthly premium or zero copays for big out-of-pocket savings. Not all Medicare Advantage plans are alike. The new plans have more benefits for many people. Call 800-595-3351. 800-595-3351. 800-595-3351.
This is St. Albans Red Dragon football on the Jock.
Back here at Memorial Stadium, Jamie Farrell, Will Manahan, as the Red Dragons are going to take on the Ripley Vikings. 4 minutes, just under 4 minutes before the start of the game. A 2-hour lightning delay.
Yeah, the rain didn't even kick in until about an hour ago or so, but for about 2 hours, just straight lightning. But it's good to see the sky not deciding to get mad at us right now.
Yeah, good turnout from the crowd from the St. Albans side. We got a good crowd for up here. They travel up north here on 77 to Ripley. And
when they have the patience to wait that 2-hour delay, it really shows you how passionate these fans are to see these Red Dragons play.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, they had to either go back to their car or they had to go into the
gymnasium,
I think is where they were sitting them at. So, all right, captain's coming out onto the field for the Ripley Vikings, number 89. That's Blake Cummings, number 82. That's Elijah Miller. Number 24, Colton Pepper. And number 64, Austin Litton. For the Red Dragons, Cooper Pauley, number 70. Number 63, or 53, that's going to be Christian Spangler, number 52, Cam Wells, and I do believe that's number 2. That's going to be our quarterback, and that is Michael Hyman. Those are your starting lineup. Brought to you by.
Starting lineup brought to you by David Smith Frame and Body, serving the comprehensive auto body, frame, painting, and mechanical repair needs of Kanawha and Putnam County residents for over 30 years. Located at 7018 McCorkle Avenue in St. Albans.
All right, there you go. Coin toss brought to you by City National Bank. You can find them over in St. Albans right there on 6th Avenue. So, all right, here's the decision for the coin toss. Ripley is going to receive, and looks like they're going to go. Dragons are going to start going towards our right. So right and left is what we would call this one. So to our right, east to west, and that's what's going on.
I think I'm just as pumped as these kids are to see them play the game. I've been sitting down for the past 2 hours. I think I might have to stand up for this whole game.
Yeah, I will, but my legs are not going to let me do that. I got I'm old. All right, so Ripley's going to receive the ball as the kick return team comes out onto the field. The kickoff team is going to come out here.
Steve Lowe is the trainer. John Paul Parsons is the manager.
And here comes the Red Dragons for the kickoff. Allie Sexton is ready to kick the ball off. Got the tee set at the 40-yard line. Backfield for Ripley is number 30. That's going to be Joey Ramsey.
Number 45, Andy Clifford. Deep for the Vikings, number 30, Joey Ramsey.
All right, here comes the kick. The whistle blown. There goes Allie. Kick is up. It's going to go land about the 35, take a bounce and be caught, and it's going to be brought back to the 40-yard line. Ball was caught by...
The kick is returned by Elijah Miller. 4 yards on the return.
By Elijah Miller, number 82.
Over first and 10. The ball is spotted near the 42-yard line.
All right, so 42-yard line is where they're going to spot the ball.
About a 10-yard gain. It's going to be interesting to see if these receivers and running backs slip away like wet noodles from these tacklers.
The quarterback line up behind the shotgun. That's going to be number 4. That's going to be Ty Stevens. He's going to hand the ball off, go up the middle to number 30, Joey Ramsey. So gain of 3, so brings up 2nd and 7. Ball placed now at the 44-yard line, 44 and a half. Ramsey lined up behind center, power formation in the backfield. We got flag on the play.
Penalty marker on the play.
Looks like it's going to be a false start.
Yep, false start against Ripley, so back them up 5 yards. Your penalties brought to you by.
Our flags today are brought to you by JD Pro Finish Frame and Body, located at 582 Henry Street in St. Albans. For free estimate on your auto's body or framework, call 304-546-9048.
All right, there you go. All right, so now it's going to bring 2nd and 11. Ball handed off to number 30. 30 is going to go up to the middle, and he's going to ball's loose. But it looks like St. Albans might have recovered. I'll wait to see. The sideline's saying yes, but no, they're saying yes. St. Albans recovers the ball at the 42-yard line.
What a play by the St. Albans defense, and this might be the story for tonight. Lots of fumbles and.
That's what I was talking about. How the with the field position, it could be a lot of balls, being loose either from running and knocked out, or so a lot of fumbles tonight.
But fantastic field position for this Red Dragons offense.
2 receivers far side, 1 near side, 1 in motion. That's going to be Hall. Ball's going to be handed off to Little John. Little John's going to go up the middle for about a 5-yard pickup. He's going to get to the 38-yard line, so the ball now will be placed at the 38. So a 5-yard pickup on that run. So bring up 2nd and 5.
It's going to be interesting to see how much these offenses tonight pass the ball as opposed to just running it.
Same formation for the Red Dragons. Little John in the backfield with Michael Hyman. Hall in motion, going to quick pass out to Hall. Hall's going to sweep out here to the near side. He's going to be met by number 30 Miller, and Joey Ramsey. He's going to get back to the line of scrimmage. And maybe a gain of 1. Kind of iffy on that. It looks like they're going to go ahead and give him a gain of 1, so it brings up 3rd and 4.
Lots of east and west on that play, but not a lot of north moving forward.
Hyman getting the play from the sideline. Coming up to the huddle. Let them know what it is. All right, we got 2 receivers far side, 1 near side. Same formation they've run in the last 3 plays. Nobody in motion. Looks like Little John's going up the middle, nowhere to go. Stopped at the line of scrimmage, no gain.
That tackle was made by number 64, Austin Litton.
No gain. It brings it up 4th down.
So it brings up 4th and scoreboard saying 4th and 5. All right, Hyman's got the play from the sideline. They're going to go for it. They're going to have split receivers. Through in a fullback. That's going to be 14. Hyman's going to keep it himself. He's going to roll out. He's going to pass it. Got a man wide open. Caught. Let's see if they say he caught it inbounds or not. Yes. Ball was caught inbounds. That is caught by number 9. That's Reuben Johnson. Reuben was wide open.
And those first downs, St. Albans, are brought to you by Todd, Judy Ford, Patrick Street, and Marmet, where it is always friendly, fast, and fair.
Now that brings us into within the 15 yards. So now the ball is placed at the 14-yard line, 1st and 10. Same formation. Hands the ball, throws back pitch to Little John. Little John's going to get to the 10-yard line, and before he's brought down, we're going to say down to 9.
Turn it to me yet.
Little John on the carry. Gain of about 5.
The ball's going to be placed at the 9-yard line. It's a 2nd and 5.
Yeah, this Red Dragons offense is doing a lot better job at moving the football than they were last week against the Warriors.
Little John in the backfield, Hall on the right side. Same formation. 1 receiver, Reuben on the near side, Hall on the far side. Ball handed off to Little John. Little John goes up the middle. He's going to be brought down to the 4-yard line. So that should bring up another 1st down for the Red Dragons. Depends on where they spot the ball. And if they get that, it'd be make it 1st and goal. They're saying no, he's at the 5-yard line, so he's going to come up short by 1 yard. So 3rd and 1. Same formation for the Red Dragons. Looks like another flag on the plate. Looks like it could be offsides. As Ripley's been showing the blitz the whole time. They've been showing a blitz every play, but this time they got caught a little bit by going across too quick. So it's going to bring, it is offside, so it brings about half the distance to the goal.
I think that offensive fumble by Ripley was definitely brought the momentum and energy to St. Albans that they needed to get this game going.
So that's a 1st down for the Red Dragons. On now, the ball's going to be placed on the 3-yard line.
Red Dragons brought to you by Todd, Judy Ford.
All right, so 1st and goal. 2 receivers near side, 1 far side. Little John in the backfield with Hyman. Hyman's going to keep it and run it himself. Touchdown, Red Dragons.
What a beautiful QB run. I think we have ourselves a football game.
I do believe so. So with 7 minutes, 49 seconds in the 1st quarter, Red Dragons score first after the fumble. And waiting for Allie Sexton's kick for extra point. Let's see how she does. Kick is blocked by number 51, or by number 80. Looks like number 32 or 82.
That's Elijah Miller.
Yeah, he blocks a kick was blocked, so that is going to bring up the score to 6-0, 7:49 to go. Let's go to the studios for some score updates. Jeff, what's going on?
Well, we've had a few lightning delays, it looks like, in the region. But some final scores, Huntington over Woodrow Wilson, 63-0. Hoover over Wayne, 53-0. Winfield currently over Poca, 13-7 in the second. Hurricane over Lincoln, 21-0 in the third. Back to you all.
Thanks, Jeff, for the updates, and of course we'll be going back to Jeff all the evening long. And thanks for him for sitting in the studio for the last 2 hours while we try to get this game started. I know it's a long haul in the studio with nothing else to do in there, so we appreciate everything you've done. All right, Allie is ready for the kickoff. Waiting for the whistle. There goes the kick. It's another little squib kick that's going to bounce at the 35. It's going to be caught by number 86. Number 80. 86. Oh, excuse me, that's going to be 89. Blake Cummings. He's going to get to about the 42, so about the same place they started the last time.
Yeah, about the same amount of yards gained on the kick return. Let's see if they fumble again, or who knows if they're going to run or they're going to try to pass this time.
They might. You're right. They might try to see if they can throw the ball. So we'll see what happens. We've got one receiver far side, none near side, two in the I formation. Got two men in motion. Stevens takes a snap. He's going to hand the ball off.
He's going to be stuffed by a couple of Dragons at about the 41-yard line.
So that's going to be a loss of yardage for Joey Ramsey for another yard. So, well, about 1 yard loss. Actually, saying he got back to the line of scrimmage. Well, we'll give him that 42-yard line. So 2nd and 10. One receiver near side, one far side. I formation. Stevens lines up in shotgun position. Man in motion. High snap. He's going to hand the ball off and nowhere to go as Cooper Parley meets him for a big loss. They're going to say he lost only 2 yards. Looked like he lost more than that, but they're saying he's going to be down at the 40-yard line. So 2-yard loss brings up 3rd and 12.
Looks like the Ripley Vikings knocked on the door, but the Red Dragons denied them.
Cooper probably able to get in the backfield quick on that play. 2 receivers far side, 1 near side. Stevens in the shotgun position. Takes a snap. Got a whistle blown. Timeout Ripley. They're going to take a timeout. We're going to take a timeout here from Memorial Stadium. Jamie Farrell with Will Manahan. You're listening to Red Dragon Football on 1300, 1340 The Jock.
I spend a lot of time in the garage, but even more time in the rain, sleet, and mud. In 95, I helped tow your moving trailer. In 05, I helped you get out of a ditch. Yeah, I know I'm a bit rusty, and sadly in 09, it was sparks from me. Your handy chains dragging behind your truck that accidentally started a wildfire. Sparks from dragging chains can start a wildfire. Spark a change, not a wildfire. Visit SmokeyBear.com. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
Back here at Memorial Stadium is number 4. Stevens takes a high snap.
Let's get back to the field for more Red Dragon football.
Back here at Memorial Stadium as it is now 4th down and very long for the Vikings as Stevens takes a high snap trying to keep it himself and is met for another loss of yardage. It brings up 4th and 14. So the punt team has come onto the field. Looks like that is number 3. Or excuse me, that's number 10, Littlejohn in the backfield for the kick punt return. And the punt is up. It's going to be kicked out of bounds at the 25-yard line.
Yeah, getting 3 consecutive plays where Ripley was either only brought to the line of scrimmage or brought for a loss of yards is something that the Red Dragons really needed for their defense.
All right, they're going to mark the ball out of bounds at the 31, so we'll take that 5-yard gain, and we'll start at the 31. So it's 1st and 10 from the 31-yard line in St. Albans territory, leading 6-0 with 5 minutes 49 seconds to go in the first quarter.
Now that the game started, it feels like it's flying by.
All right, here we go. 2 receivers far side, 1 near side. It's Reuben Johnson on the near side. Hall is going to be in motion. Hand the ball off to Littlejohn. Littlejohn goes up the middle. He's going to cross it at 35. He's at the 40. He has one man open. Finally getting tackled at the 44-yard line. First down, Red Dragons.
That first down is going to be brought to you by Todd Judy Ford, Patrick Street, and Marmette, where it is always friendly, fast, and fair.
I was just asked where did this team come from, and I just told him I don't know. I like what I'm seeing.
I do too.
I think it was the 2-hour delay that's kept them. They got everything bottled up.
Maybe we should have a 2-hour delay every single game.
No.
Yeah, I think you're right.
All right, 2 receivers far side, 1 near side again. Hall in motion. Hand the ball off to Littlejohn again, and he's going to be met, but he's going to break, able to get a 1-yard gain. So break that to 4, and so he's gained up 1, so it brings up 2nd and 9 for the Dragons.
Made by Colton Rose. Brandon Deal also on the play.
Number 55, Colton Rhodes, and number 61, Brandon Deal on that tackle. So it brings up 2nd and 9. Like I said, 1-yard pickup for Littlejohn. Chris Hall in motion. This time, Hyman's going to keep himself for the option, but he's going to get hit at the 50-yard line. So a pickup of 4 yards on that play, maybe 6 yards.
It doesn't look like
5. We'll say 5.
It doesn't look like either of these teams are really trying to take a risk and pass the football, except for that long haul for the touchdown on the last drive.
So the ball placed now at the 50, so 3rd and 4 for the Red Dragons. Hyman staying over to the sideline, getting the coach's play. Yeah, he's coming over to the huddle. I like how they're doing this now. They're not just looking over. He's actually running over to the sideline, talking to the coach, running back to the huddle, and then telling him what the play is. All right, 2 receivers on the near side, 1 far side. Littlejohn in the backfield. Hyman takes a snap. It's going to go away. He's got time to run. He throws the ball. It's almost intercepted, but it's caught by a Red Dragon. Let me see who that was. That was number 13, Justice Warner. And he gets back to the line of scrimmage. Maybe they're going to go ahead and mark him at the line of scrimmage. Man, that could have been disastrous. But great job of Michael Hyman to be able to throw that ball. So now it's time they're going to punt the ball this time.
What a catch.
Tipped out of one of the Vikings' hands for interception. And Justice just happened to be there and was able to catch it out as it came down. So now Michael Hyman will be punting the ball instead of throwing the ball.
I think that probably signed the no more passing in the game contract for the night.
Well, I think that was one of them that it kind of just, you know what, let's just have this throw it because of everything that's going on, and just couldn't get it. Number 32 on the tackle, ball received around the 20. He's going to get back to the 33-yard line. Number 32, that's Florio. Dylan Florio on the tackle.
And number 82 on the reception, once again, Elijah Miller.
Ball's placed at the 34-yard line, so it's 1st and 10 from the 34. 4 minutes, 4 seconds to go. Red Dragons up 6-0. Stevens lined up behind shotgun, power formation in the backfield, hands the ball off number 30. 30's going to go up the middle, and he's finally going to be brought down at the 41-yard line, so a big pickup, about 7 yards on that one. That's Ramsey on the carry.
The stop is made by Ashton Spangler.
Same formation for the Vikings. No receivers out there. Again, ball handed off to Ramsey. Ramsey going to get to the 44-yard line. So that's going to bring up a first down for the Vikings.
The stop on the play is made by A.B. Atkins. It's good for Vikings first down.
Placing the ball at the 44.5-yard line. Same formation. Hand the ball off to Ramsey. Ramsey goes up the middle. He's pushing forward. He's going to get to the 45-yard line before the play stopped. Or excuse me, to the 50-yard line. So that brings up a 5-yard pickup.
I think the Vikings are slowly starting to find their footing here in the late first quarter.
So 2nd and 5 for the Vikings. He's picking up about 4 or 5 yards on each run.
Yeah, that's scary.
I got the same formation. No receivers, 3 men in back, hand the ball off to Ramsey. Ramsey goes at the middle. He's only going to gain about a yard on that play. Now he's going to be at the 49-yard line in the St. Albans territory. So that brings up 3rd and 4.
Stop made by Spangler. 3rd and 4.
3rd and 4. Ball is at the 49-yard line. 2 minutes, 30 seconds to go in the first quarter. Ripley running the same formation. Hand the ball off to Ramsey. Ramsey goes up the middle. He's going to get to the first down marker. So bring up a first down for the Vikings. They're going to place the ball at the 46-yard line. They're looking. I think it was first down, but they're going to look. They might do a measurement. They are. They're going to have to come out and measure the ball.
I think this is the first time that the Vikings have a chance of being in St. Albans territory.
I do believe they have the first down on this one. Looking from here, it looks like they got the ball. Yeah, they got a first down. Not even close. It's going to be a first down. First down for the Vikings. The ball now placed on the 46.5-yard line. So let's just say 45.
45.
So the ball's placed on the 45. Under 2 minutes to go in the first quarter. Vikings trailing 6-0.
Still yet to see a pass from the Vikings.
Same formation they've been running. Hand the ball to Ramsey. Ramsey goes up the middle. He fumbled the ball. It looks like it's going to be recovered by the Red Dragons. And it is by number 48. That's Dakota Smith.
I think we'll have quite a few defensive plays of the game by the end of this.
So that's 2 fumble recoveries for the Red Dragons in the first quarter. Now the ball is placed on the 44-yard line.
Even better field position than the last one, I believe.
Yeah, last one they started at 31.
Maybe they should hope for more rain delays.
One receiver far side, one near side. Little John in the backfield. Hand the ball off to Little John. He goes up the middle. He's across the 50. He's going to be brought down at the 46-yard line over into Ripley territory. So that's going to bring up a first down for the Red Dragons.
Brought to you by Todd Judy Ford.
Ball placed on the 46-yard line. So 1st and 10 for the Red Dragons.
This Red Dragons offense is looking the most confident I think I've seen all season.
I have to agree with you on that.
Let's go! Moving other plays! 5 plays up the middle!
And you can tell the fans aren't happy.
I think
Hyman takes his ball, hands off to Little John. Little John goes up the middle. He's going to gain about 5 yards on that play, and it's going to bring up 2nd and 5.
I think the Ripley bleachers are a little scarier than the team themselves.
Yeah. We have a timeout, stoppage on the field. I don't know what for. Referee called for stop the clock. I don't know, maybe equipment timeout. And they got it. All right, so 2 receivers far side, 1 near side. That's Reuben Johnson on the far near side. Hall and Mosley on the far side. Hand the ball to Lil John. Lil John goes up the middle. He's going to gain another 5 or 6 yards. So he's going to get close to the first down, but not quite there. So bring up 3rd and 1.
Little John is definitely the star so far for this offense. I think he's probably averaging about 4 or 5 a game.
Yeah, he is. We got enough time maybe to run one play off before the end of the first quarter as we are hitting the 15-second mark. And don't look like they're going to. They're just going to go ahead and let it run down. There's about 10 seconds. It's about a 3-second difference between the play clock and the game clock. So we're down to 4 seconds, and we're going to, that'll be the end of the first quarter as the Red Dragons are winning right now. And then the lead is 6-0 over the Vikings. We're going to come back for the second quarter here from Memorial Stadium. Jamie Farrell with Will Mahan. You're listening to 1300, 1340, The Jock.
Butcher's Black Angus in St. Albans is bigger and better. More groceries, more local vendors, including honey, jams, sauces, and of course, fresh meat. Butcher's Black Angus features boar's head deli meat, a fresh deli featuring salads, cheeses, milk, Amish butter, eggs, bacon, ham, chicken, coleslaw, and the best steaks in the valley. Open 7 days a week or call ahead and order 727-1234. Located on Canal Terrace in St. Albans, Butcher's Black Angus, where meat people meet. Now carrying cooked shrimp. Looking for the perfect engagement ring, the wedding set of your dreams, or that great jewelry gift, but don't want to go to the mall? Well, then Allen's Jewelry Services on B Street in St. Albans is the place for you. They have the perfect diamond ring and wedding sets she'll wear with pride. They also have watches from Seiko, along with a variety of necklaces, bracelets, and fine jewelry. Find them on Facebook, and don't despair, they're repair too. Allen's Jewelry Services on B Street in St. Albans, your hometown jeweler.
This is St. Albans Red Dragon football on The Jock.
Back here at Memorial Stadium, Jamie Farrell, Will Mahan, as the Red Dragons are on the move. Second quarter as the snap is high, and Hyman's going to take it himself. First down for the Red Dragons. He gets down to the 34-yard line.
Hyman's had a couple of good carries himself.
Yeah, he had that one a little high snap, but he was able to take it and run it. So second quarter, Red Dragons up 6-0 after the blocked extra point. Here comes Justice Warner bringing in the play. He tells Michael Hyman what it is. Now they're ready to go. Warner playing tight end right now. We've got one receiver far side, 2 near side. That's going to put Hall in motion. Hyman takes the snap, throws it to Warner. Warner's going to get it caught at the, I'm going to say, the 24-yard line, which should bring up another first down for the Red Dragons. Let's see where they mark it. They're marking it at the 24, and they're saying go. They're saying it's not a red first down yet. It's inches, so 2nd and inches.
Yeah, what a great play, man. It's great to see. It's hard to want to pass in this game, but it's good to see that all the passes they've made have been for great gains of yard.
Yeah. Same formation for the Red Dragons. Hyman hands the ball off to Little John. Little John gets past the first down marker and more. They finally stop the play down as a pickup of 2 as he breaks away.
Yeah, man.
But the whistle was blown.
Wait one more second, and he could have been gone.
So first down for the Red Dragons. The ball is now placed at the 23-yard line.
This first down is brought to you by Todd Judy Ford.
Michael Hyman bringing in the play. Hyman in shotgun position with Little John. 2 receivers far side, 1 near side. Hall in motion. High snap. Hyman's going to keep it himself. Nowhere to go. He's going to break over to the 10-yard line as he's brought down, at the 15. He's brought down at the 15-yard line. So a big pickup there. Looks like a pickup of 8.
Grady Anderson after a gain of 7.
So they're marking them down, saying a 7-yard pickup. So it's going to bring up 2nd and 3 from the 16-yard line.
This is definitely something we like seeing coming out of this offense.
Yeah, he's keeping the ball on the high snaps and trying to run it. Able to, keep the ball in possession where it needs to go. All right, Hall in the location, getting the ball pitched out to him. He's going to cut up the middle. He's going to get past to the 10-yard line. We do have a flag thrown, and that's probably coming from the referee, so it's probably going to be a holding call.
Yep. Your flags are brought to you by JD Pro Finish Frame and Body, located at 582 Henry Street in St. Albans. For free estimate on your auto's body or framework, call 304-546-9048.
Again, that is a holding call against St. Albans. So the 10-yard penalty will come from the 12-yard line. So that's going to bring up, by the time they stop it, it puts us back about 8, so it brings up 2nd and 8. Back down to the, 2nd and 9. Brings us to the 22-yard line. So 2nd and 9, line of scrimmage was the original line of scrimmage at the 23.
Yeah, definitely more manageable than, let's say, a 2nd and 15.
Yeah. Mosley and Hall on the near side, Reuben Johnson on the far side. Little John in the backfield, Hall in motion. Another high snap, and Hyman has time, but unable to get the ball. That's going to be a forward pass, and he gets hit. They're saying that his ball's down, and man, that number 82, Miller, able to come in and just hit Hyman from behind.
Oh, I know. I think the Vikings are trying to get their, I think you can tell they're getting a little frustrated and wanting to make some pretty big plays here.
Yeah, unable to, I don't think Hyman even seen him coming.
I don't think so. He came up from behind.
No, unblocked.
Oh, yeah.
And he had nobody touching him. All right, 3rd and 9 from the 22. 9 minutes, 21 seconds to go in the first half. Red Dragons up 6-0. Hall going on the far side with Reuben Johnson. Mosley down here on the near side. Whistle blown. We're getting a timeout called by St. Albans coach. So we'll take a timeout ourselves. You're listening to Red Dragon Football on 1300, 1340 The Jock.
You'll flip over Tudor's Flapjack Breakfast Sandwich. It's 2 mini pancakes lightly sweetened with maple syrup with bacon, egg, and cheese in the middle. Or enjoy our sausage flapjack with sausage, egg, and cheese. Always made from the finest farm fresh ingredients. You'll flip over the taste of Tudor's Flapjacks. Your choice of sausage, egg, and cheese or bacon, egg, and cheese between our mini maple pancakes. Come flip over the flavor of our delicious flapjacks at Tudor's Biscuit World.
The Army National Guard plays a vital role in your community. We're on the front lines supporting essential personnel, first responders, law enforcement, and medical professionals, delivering food, supplies, and medicine, keeping communities safe, making a difference. During emergencies, we're always ready, always there. Learn more about part-time service in the Army National Guard at NationalGuard.com.
Sponsored by the West Virginia Army National Guard, aired by the West Virginia Broadcasters Association and this station.
St. Albans Red Dragon Football on the Jock is presented by Dutch Miller Automotive Group of South Charleston. Now, back to the field.
Back here at Memorial Stadium, dual receivers for the Red Dragons. Little John in the backfield. Hyman's looking. He's got some pressure. He throws the ball deep. Pinned to Chris Hall. Got a flag on the play.
Pass interference.
And looks like he caught the ball. But they're saying it's complete. Looks like that's going to be a pass interference call on Ripley. Let's see what the official call is. It is a pass interference. Oh, they're saying it is all against Ripley.
Pass interference on the Vikings.
So that's going to bring them. Let's see where they're going to place the ball. I know it should give up a first down for the Red Dragons because of the penalty, 15-yard penalty. So we'll see where it goes. Ball now going to be placed at the 7-yard line.
It would seem like doom and gloom from that holding call, and then the sack seemed to turn into something better with that pass interference.
Yes, it's first and goal. Hyman's lined up underneath the center I formation. Hand the ball, pitch out to number 9, Red Johnson. He's going to cut out to the side. Excuse me, that's Little John. Little John cuts the corner. And it's going to fall because at the 1-yard line, slippery. He's almost there. A little slow getting up.
on the play.
I think he's upset. That's why he was a
I
little
think
slow.
it's a little more frustration.
He thought he had that. I did too. But he went out at the 1 yard line. So first and goal. So that brings up 2nd and 1. So second and goal.
Yeah.
From the 1 yard line.
You can definitely tell that Heineman's having better communication with the coaches in the sideline to see what the next play is going to be.
Johnson on the far side, Hall on the near side. Little John in the backfield with the fullback, number 14. Hello, handoff, Little John. Little John dives into the middle. Touchdown, wait for the signal, and it's there. Touchdown, Little John. So that brings the score to 12.
And I see Coach Watts over there dancing around, so you can tell he's probably having a pretty good birthday right now.
So far. Still a lot of football to go, though.
Still lots of football.
9:02 to go in the first half, and the Red Dragons are up 12-0. Allie Sexton is up ready for the point after. Snap, kick, but it's going to be blocked again, this time by number 82. That's going to be Elijah Miller. That's his second one.
These defenses definitely jumping the gun tonight. They're showing blitz on almost every single play. They're definitely...
Yeah, and he's coming through with no block, nothing.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so that's the score. 9:02 to go in the first half. Red Dragons up 12, Vikings 0.
That score right there, that's music to my ears.
All right, ball's being placed at the 40-yard line. Number 82, that's Elijah Miller, and number 30, Joey Ramsey in the backfield for Ripley on the kick return. Allie Sexton ready to go, lining up with the rest of the team coming out. She's going to be kicking the ball again from the 40-yard line. She's been kicking it to about the 35, somewhere in that area, and it takes a nice bounce to the 30, so that's usually where they're catching the ball out and getting this. So we need to see, hopefully she can kick it deep this time. All right, Allie's ready to go, just waiting for the whistle. And there it is, and here she goes. Kick is up. This time it's going to take a bounce and caught at the, didn't kick bounce, but caught by number 89. That's going to be Blake Cummins. He's the one who's been running the back. This is going to be their best field position so far at the 48-yard line.
Yeah, that did land. You predicted correctly at about the 35-yard line.
Yeah, she picked it, and Blake came and caught it midair. I thought it was going to take another bounce, but caught it midair and took it down all the way back to the 48. So first and 10. Hand the ball off to number 17 this time. Up the middle. That's Brady Anderson. So 2nd and 5 for the Vikings. Ball now placed on the 47-yard line in St. Albans territory.
I can do score updates whenever you want. A lot of the games are either over or in a delay.
2 receivers, 1 on each side. Hand the ball off again. That's going to be the 17. And that's going to be Anderson. He's going to get to the 50-yard line, so a gain of 2.
Anderson on the carry for the gain of 2. The tackle made by Spangler.
One receiver near side, 1 far side. I formation as Stevens lines up behind the center, hands the ball off to number 30. He's going to go up the middle, and he's going to be brought down at the 37-yard line, so first down for the Vikings.
It seems like Ripley runs about 1 or 2 plays to gain a lot of yardage, and then St. Albans finally catches them in the act, and they realize they need to change it up.
I don't think looked like they were waiting for 17 to, who was Brady Anderson with the Cabal. Instead, this time they handed off to Ramsey. Same formation for the Vikings. Hand the ball to Ramsey. Ramsey goes up the middle. He's going to be brought down this time by number 48 for the Red Dragons. That's going to be Dakota Smith.
Ramsey, the ball carrier. Smith on the tackle, 5-yard gain.
So it brings up 2nd and 5 for the Vikings. Try to get you back to the studio here in a minute for a score update as soon as we get a break here at the play. Vikings running the I formation. Stevens lines up underneath the center. Hands ball off to Ramsey again. Ramsey goes up the middle again for this time for about 3 yards. And we got a flag on the play.
The flag is brought to you by JD Pro Finish Frame and Body, located at 582 Henry Street in St. Albans.
Let's see what the call is. Blocking it back against the Dragons. So that's going to bring up a, what was it, a 5-yard? That's probably a 10-yard penalty, I think. Let's see how they... Hey, that's another question. How are you going to do blocking back on defense?
Yeah, that's something you don't see very often.
That's a 10-yard penalty. So now the ball is placed on the 22-yard line, or 15. Same formation for the Vikings. Stevens lined up behind the center. Hands the ball off to this time to Anderson. Anderson goes nowhere. He's dragging about 1 or 2 people, but he gets about 2 yards to pick up on that one.
Almost took the ref down with him on that play.
Another flag on the play.
There is a flag on the play.
Dead ball, personal foul against the Red Dragons, so that's going to bring a 15-yard penalty.
25 free yards in 2 plays for Ripley.
So they're actually going to put it about half the distance to the goal because they can't go the full 15 because they were inside the 15. So now the ball's going to be placed at the 7-yard line. 6 minutes, 30 seconds to go. I don't agree with that call. So first and goal for the Vikings from the 8-yard line. I formation for the Vikings. Stevens lines up behind the center. 1 receiver on each side. Stevens takes the snap, hands the ball to Ramsey. Ramsey goes up the middle. Nowhere, but he's going to say he gains a yard, maybe 2. So now the ball placed on the 6.
It's definitely scary to see Ripley finally finding their footing and gaining 4 or 5 on each play, and then to give them free yardage in the last 2 plays.
Well, we'll say that. I don't agree with that last one. Same formation. This time he pitches out to Ramsey. Ramsey goes up the middle on the side, sweep to the side, and he's finally brought down within the 5-yard line. They're going to say he's down at the 2. So 3rd and goal.
The stop is made by Chris Hall. It will be 3rd and goal from the 2.
Stevens gets to play. He's going over to the sideline, got it. Now he's heading back to the huddle. Power formation for the Vikings. Stevens hands the ball off. Up the middle goes to Ramsey, and they're saying he stopped at the half-yard line.
What a stop by the Red Dragons defense.
Just shy of the goal line.
So that's going to bring up 4th down for the Vikings. So 4th and inches.
It is 4th and goal.
Edge able to stop the run. 4 minutes and 40 seconds to go. We've got a timeout called by St. Albans. So we're going to go to the studio for some score updates. Jeff, what's going on?
Well, weather is wreaking havoc around the region, so we have some games that have been delayed or outright postponed. George Washington is over Riverside 21-0. They were in the 2nd quarter, but they're in a lightning delay. Parkersburg South Charleston game has been postponed. Hurricane over Lincoln County 28-6 in the third. And that looks like about it that's ongoing. I can give you some more final scores later. Back to you.
Thanks, Jeff, for the update there. No rain here now in Ripley. Of course, we had the 2-hour lightning delay ourselves, but no rain. It was raining earlier, but it has stopped since.
And the forecast originally looked like it was going to be longer, but knock on wood, it
went around us, I hope.
Yeah, it did.
All right, it's going to be 4th and goal from the half-yard line for the Vikings. Stevens hands the ball off, and up the middle he goes. Number 30, Ramsey. Touchdown, Vikings. So that brings the score to 12. They cut the deficit in half, 12-6. Wait for the point after. Going to be kicked by number 2. That's Katie Lawrence. Kick is up. Kick is good. So that's 7 points now. So it's 12-7 for the score here from Memorial Stadium as the Red Dragons are up by 5.
It's really neat to see 2 female kickers.
Yeah. Both soccer players, too.
Yeah.
Four minutes, 44 seconds to go in the first half. As I said, the Red Dragons up by 5, 12-7. Kick team comes out for the Ripley Vikings. The first time we've seen the kick team tonight for them.
Yeah.
In the backfield for the Red Dragons, number 9, Reuben Johnson, and number 3, Chris Hall. Kicking is going to be number 2, Katie Lawrence.
Deep to receive. Number 3 is Chris Hall. Number 8 is Nehemiah Bass.
I think, excuse me, that's not number 2. That's not Katie. It's another kicker. It is deep, and they're going to let it bounce and go into the end zone, so touchback.
That kick was made by number 85, Cotter Cochran.
Dragons will have a 1st and 10 after 20.
Carter boots. He's got a nice little boot on him.
You don't see very many touchbacks in high school football.
All right, so now we'll start on the 20-yard line. 1st and 10. Two receivers near side, 1 far side. Hall goes in motion. Hyman hands the ball off to Little John. Little John bounces out to the outside. He goes up the middle and finally gets brought down for maybe a yard pickup.
1-yard gain.
So it's going to bring up 2nd and 9 for the Red Dragons. Clock ticking. It's 4 minutes, just under 4:10 to go in the first half as the Red Dragons are up 12-7. Little John takes the fake. It's going to be Hyman with the carry. He's going to sweep to the outside, and he's going to get to the 25 before I'm brought out of bounds. And there's a late flag for a late hit. Looks like that's what St. Albans was wanting. They got it.
The defensive play made by Virgil Myers along with Colton Pepper.
Dead ball, personal foul against Ripley, so that's going to bring a 15-yard penalty.
Even without the flag, how we had our kryptonite being those screen passes last week, it looks like Ripley's kryptonite might be our QB runs.
Yeah, he was able to get to the 25-yard line. Now it's going to be first down from the 40, 41. First and 10 from the 41-yard line. Two receivers far side, or near side, one far side. Little John in the backfield with Hyman. Hyman takes a snap, tries to option it out, but no. Ball's thrown. It was optioned. Little John's able to get to the ball and get onto it after he slipped. And before they can get to it, Little John was able to jump on it, so it's going to bring up a big loss, but recovered by the Red Dragons. Thankfully, he was able to get to her.
Yeah, it looked like a Viking jumped on it first. Flag on the play.
Do have a flag on the play.
Penalty marker on the play.
Dead ball. Unsportsmanlike conduct against Ripley.
Unsportsmanlike conduct, the penalty against the Vikings.
So that's going to be a 15-yard penalty. So that pretty much gives us the ball back to where the line of scrimmage was before that play. So a 15-yard loss, and then with that penalty, puts it back to the original line. So we'll take that.
Yeah, I think we take that any day.
And that brings up 2nd and 9. Hall ready to go. In motion. Hand the ball to Little John. Little John goes up the middle. He breaks over to 45. He's going to get down to the 47, maybe 48-yard line. So they're going to say he's at the 47. So a pickup of 7 yards on that play.
Tackle made by Noah Castro. It will bring up 3rd down. About 4 yards to go.
Putting the ball at the 48. So, yeah, 7-yard pickup. Before that play went off, the Little John ran back to about the 20-yard line to pick up his mouthpiece. I don't know if you've seen that.
I did see that. He's fighting tonight.
He is. Two receivers near side, one far side. Little John in motion. Or excuse me, Hyman can keep the ball, and it's going to be brought down for a loss. Another flag on the play as the ball, he was already down. The whistle blown, and one of the Ripley Vikings come over and pushes Hyman down again. So that's going to bring up. He lost about 4 or 5 yards, but personal foul against the Vikings. So that's going to be a 15-yard penalty, and that's going to bring us another 1st down.
And that's not even excusable either, because there was clearly time after he was down.
Yeah, he was down, and then when as he was getting up, he pushed him down again.
Should have stayed down.
All right, Ripley's going to call a timeout with 2 minutes, 47 seconds to go in the 1st half. Trailing by 5 as the Red Dragons are up 12-7 and moving. Which would have been, so far we had 2 15-yard penalties onto the Vikings, which has moved us into great territory. Ball now placed on the 39-yard line, 41-yard line. And, but that would have brought up 3rd and probably about 6 or 7 yards.
Yeah, there are definitely times where both of these teams tonight have been saved by penalties. Some a little more agreeable than others, but.
Now that one, we had the 15-yard. That, like I said, that was getting that penalty that moved us back to the original line of scrimmage. So after that bad snap or the mishap on the pitch. So now it's 1st and 10. A ball placed on the Ripley's 41-yard line. 2 minutes, 47 seconds to go. Each with 1 timeout left in the half. 2 receivers far side to near side. Hyman standing shotgun position with Little John standing to the right of him. Hyman takes a snap. He rolls out. He looks. He's got some pressure. He's going to keep it himself. He's going to finally be brought down at the 37-yard line. So a pickup of about 4 yards, maybe 5 yards. On that, they're saying 36, so we'll say 5 yards. So it brings up 2nd and 5.
Definitely turning nothing into something right there.
Yeah. Looking over to the sideline as Hyman comes over. Same formation for the Red Dragons. This time, Little John's going to stand to the left side of Hyman. Johnson's going to move over to the far side, put trips. Hyman, quick pass out to Little John. Little John's going to catch it, and he's going to break free and dig all the way down to the 30. Let's see where they mark it at. I say he's down to the 30. He's going to mark it at the 29-yard line, so first down for the Red Dragons. If he didn't slip, he was gone.
He looked like when he got up, he was hobbling around a little bit.
Yeah, it looked like it was a shoelace tackle, but still he was able to, or it looked like he slipped to me.
Yeah.
But so it's going to bring up first down for the Red Dragons. 1:35 to go in the first half, up 12-7.
He's definitely been a saving grace for the offense in this first half.
Same formation this time. Little John's to the right. Hyman rolls out, got some pressure, got some blocking. He's going to keep it himself. He's going to run over. He's also to the 20. He's going to cut back in. He's finally going to be brought down at the 12, make that 13-yard line.
With a great block by Little John.
A little extra. Looked like a little extra, but one of our guys fell. That was Hyman. Looked like he might have been pushed back down. I think he might have slipped. Referee didn't throw no flag, so somebody over on our sideline is yelling, not liking what was happened there. Hall and Mosley on the near side. Warner and Johnson on the far side. Quick pass out. That's going to be to Hall. Hall's going to catch it, and into the end zone he goes. Touchdown, Red Dragons. Caught that in coverage.
Yeah, beautiful catch and beautiful execution afterwards.
Coach hollering 2. I can hear him all the way from this sideline. He's hollering for a 2. He wants the 2.
After seeing Katie Lawrence drill that extra point.
After 2 blocks, yeah. So St. Albans going to call a timeout. 56 seconds to go, and they're going to go for 2. 18-7 right now is what the score is, as the Red Dragons are up. They you had a couple. It's not that he don't have faith in Katie or in Allie. It's just that they blocked the last 2 point-after attempts. So why not go for 2?
Why not? You got a little extra something to the board.
Now the only bad thing about calling a timeout when you're trying to go for a 2-point conversion is going to offset. You know, they were ready for a point after attempt and not a 2-point conversion. Now they're ready for a 2-point conversion.
Yes.
And they're going for 2. Hyman lines up underneath center, I formation. Pitch out to Little John. Little John, quick pass for a trick play to Reuben Johnson. 2-point conversion is good. That puts 2 on the board. That makes it 20-7. Nice little trickery.
That was a beautiful little play there.
Like I said, they were ready for the 2-point conversion, but they weren't ready for the trick play. They thought it was going to be a run.
They weren't ready for the rabbit to come out of the hat.
Yeah. All right, 56.2 seconds to go in the first half. Red Dragons up 20-7 to score or 2 possession difference. Still a lot of time to play on this clock, though.
Yeah, 56 seconds is a lot of time in football, and especially with
another half to play.
Yeah, another half to play.
Kicking team over there we're talking about, see what they want to do. Kick return team is set, ready to go. Joey Ramsey in the backfield, deep for the Vikings. And here comes the kicking team. All right, Allie sets the tee down. And it's again, let's see if she's going to kick around to about the 35-yard line. Blake Cummings standing around the 30. That's where she's been kicking to. All right. There's the whistle. Here comes Allie's kick. This time it's going to go to the other side, take a bounce around the 36. It's going to be fielded at the 34. He's going to get up to the 42-yard line.
Marvin on the return of the 11 yards. Jordan Mosley on this tackle. The Vikings have a first.
Looked like that was Martin on the carry on the return. So now going to be at the 47-yard line. I think I said 42. I meant 47.
I get confused looking at sometimes reading the numbers backwards.
So the ball's now at 47. One receiver far side, one near side. Looks like it's going to be the first pass play we've seen, and it's going to be incomplete pass. They're saying it hit the ground first. Intended for number 89. That is
Blake Cummings.
Blake Cummings. Stevens looking over for the play. Play coming in for number 22, Parker Boyd. Stevens goes back into the huddle. We got 47 seconds to go in the first half. Score is 20-7. Red Dragons up. Stevens in shotgun position. Trip receivers. Got a quick pass out. It's going to be off the hands and almost intercepted by number 3, Chris Hall. He almost had his hands close to that before he hit the ground.
Yeah, it's great to see this energy coming from the defense, something we haven't really seen in the past couple of games.
Third and 10 from the 47-yard line. 42.9 seconds to go in the half.
The Red Dragons might just get the ball back, and what makes it better, they definitely get the ball back to start the second half.
Stevens lines up behind the center. Put a man in motion. He's going to hand the ball off. That's going to be to number 17. We got a flag on the play, but that ball was carried by number 17, Brady Anderson. Enough for a first down, but let's see what the flag is. Dead ball, personal foul against Ripley. So that's going to bring him back 15 yards.
That flag is brought to you by JD Pro Finish, Frame, and Body, located at 582 Henry Street in St. Albans.
So let's see where they're going to spot the ball from the 15. Since it was a dead ball, it goes from the end of the run. So now it's going to bring them back to the 43-yard line. So it's going to bring up third and long. Oh, they're moving the markers too, so it's okay. So it's going to be dead ball foul. It's going to bring up first and 10. That's right. There's a dead ball. So first and 10. Ball handed off to number 17. That's Anderson. Anderson's going to be met at the line of scrimmage, but he's going to be able to kick forward for another yard or two. So he's going to get to the 45-yard line, so brings up 2nd and 8.
Some very audible fans coming from the Ripley side of the field. Looks like the clock's going to run out.
Yep. That's the end of the first half where Red Dragons are up 20-7. When we come back, we'll go to the studio for some score updates, and we'll bring you some, I'm not sure if the band's here or not. I don't see the band, so no band, so we'll do a little comeback. We'll do a score update, give you a recap of the first half, and then we'll go from there.
Yes, sir.
All right, you're listening to Red Dragon Football on 1300, 1340 The Jock.
Looking for something good to eat? Want some good old Southern cooking? Well, then you need to make your way to Spring Hill and see the fine folks at Something Good Soul Food. Offering the best in Southern comfort foods you grew up on. Fried chicken, pork chops, barbecue ribs, pulled pork, and all the fixins and homemade desserts. Oh yeah, they have chunky butt too. Something Good Soul Food. Open daily at 11 to 8 for dine-in and takeout. Phone ahead at 304-768-0968 and follow them on Facebook.
For 38 years, St. Albans and the Kanawha Valley have come to trust David Smith Frame and Body Shop to repair their vehicles. From minor dings and dents to major repairs, your friends at David Smith will do the job right the first time. They offer free estimates and will work with your insurance company to ensure your vehicle repairs meet all of your expectations. Stop by McCorkle Avenue or call 727-4255. Visit DavidSmithFrameandBody.com for more info and services. Be sure to like them on Facebook.
Let's go back to the Something Good Soul Food broadcast booth for more Red Dragon football. Presented by Dutch Miller Automotive Group of South Charleston.
Here at Memorial Stadium in Ripley, as the Red Dragons are up 20-7 over the Vikings, it is halftime and no band, and we're actually going to have a 10-minute half because of a 2-hour lightning delay. And so trying to get this game moving on so we're not out of here at 1 o'clock in the morning playing, and we can get back home at a decent hour.
We have nothing better to do at 1 in the morning?
Yes, I do. It's called sleep. So let's go back to the studios because we should have some games that's ended and it's probably getting close to ended. So let's go with Jeff. What's happening with the scores, Jeff?
So, yeah, most of the games have ended, but a couple have started back up again. So I'll give you those final scores. First, Cabell Midland took down Capital 14-0. Huntington over Woodrow Wilson 63-0. Then, Hoover over Wayne with a big score of 53-0. Looks like the Winfield Polka game still going on. Polka currently leading 21-20 in the fourth. Final score, the George Washington Riverside game finally came out of their lightning delay. They're at the half, 28-0 GW over Riverside. And then the Parkersburg South Charleston game has been postponed indefinitely. So that's the situation.
Appreciate it, Jeff. Thanks for the update there. And again, South Charleston postponed indefinitely.
That could have very well been the story for us tonight, but the rain decided to take a little break.
Yeah, the Lightning decided to take a break too. That's a good thing. Again, we have about 7 minutes and 30 seconds to go in the halftime. So we're going to take another quick break, and we'll come back and recap the first half. You're listening to Red Dragon Football on 1340 The Jock.
How do you describe our 12-inch oven-baked subs? Substantial. Our pure beef steak is thick and smothered in cheese. The Sicilian is bold with unsubtle flavors of peppers, olives, and our special Italian sauce. In Gino's traditional Philly and our hot ham and cheese, they taste sublime. Whether it's Philly steak, hot ham and cheese, pure beef steak, or the Sicilian, with Gino's bigger 12-inch subs, there's something for everyone.
At participating locations.
Since 2005, JD Pro Finish on Henry Street in St. Albans has built a reputation of quality service with a customer-first attitude. No job is too small or too big, and they'll be sure to go above and beyond to make your car showroom new. The next time you find yourself in need of a body shop, call them 304-546-9048 for a free estimate. JD Pro Finish Frame and Body, locally owned and operated, and be sure to like them on Facebook.
This alert just came in. This special announcement is for business owners and leaders of organizations who've been waiting for the right time to build. General Steel has made it impossible to wait any longer with rock-bottom prices that could save you thousands. That's right, General Steel, America's leader in pre-engineered structures, is offering buildings at prices you will never see again. Don't miss these prices. A 50 by 100 for under $30,000. You heard right. That's 5,000 square feet under $30,000. Manufacturers, if you need a larger building, try a 100 by 100 commercial building for $129,000. You can't afford to rent with these prices. Imagine a 70 by 100 foot church building for under $69,000. With the economy improving and interest rates still at historic lows, you can't afford to wait.
Call 800-917-1316. 800-917-1316. 800-917-1316.
Wake up and text. Text and eat. Text and catch the bus. Text and miss your stop. Wait. Text and be late to work. Sorry, I'm late. Text and work. Text and pretend to work. Text and act surprised when someone calls you out for not working.
Who, me?
Text and meet up with a friend you haven't seen in forever.
Hi. Oh, hey.
Text and complain that they're on their phone the whole time. Text and listen to them complain that you're on your phone the whole time. Text and whatever. But when you get behind the wheel, give your phone to a passenger. Put it in the glove box. Just don't text and drive. Visit StopTextsStopWrecks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
This is St. Albans Red Dragon football on the job.
Jamie Farrell with you and Will Manahan here at Memorial Stadium. Will, first time doing the game?
First time doing the game, and I'm enjoying every bit of it so far.
And I mean, you might be the good luck, as Shaggy had to take the night off for a personal reason. And last I'd heard from him, he was on his way back from out of town, so hopefully he made it back safely with all the rain in the area from where he was heading back from. All right, so first half, Ripley gets the ball, drives down the field, fumbles the ball. We go down the field, score on that fumble. Next possession, Ripley ends up having to punt the ball. We get the ball. We move the ball. Can't go far. We end up having to punt the ball. And then vice versa. Again, Ripley gets the ball and
another fumble.
We go down and score another touchdown. They get some free yardage off some penalties that I don't agree with, on at least one of them, and end up scoring. But then we get two back-to-back 15-yard penalties. One of them which helped us after a 15-yard fumble. Recovery by Little John, and we were able to move that ball back to the original line of scrimmage, and another 15-yard move us down, and then finally able to get down into the end zone and score another touchdown and a 2-point conversion, which now brings your score to 20-7. So that's what it is from here at Memorial Stadium. We're going to take another break. When we come back, we got you the third half, or the third quarter, not third half.
It better not be a third half.
I was thinking of hockey, third quarter of this game here from Memorial Stadium. Jamie Farrell and Will Manahan, you listen to 1313 for the Jock.
Our number one request is a lower car payment, and there's a very small window for you to make that happen right now. Dealer inventories are low, so trade-in values are high. With the Todd Judy Ford exclusive 130% for your trade-in and rates as low as 1.77% on pre-owned, there will never be a better time to lower your payment. If you bought in the last few years or even the last few months, you owe it to yourself to get an offer from us. If you think you owe too much, this event is for you. Just go to ToddJudyFord.com or like us on Facebook for daily specials.
You'll flip over Tudor's Flapjack Breakfast Sandwich. It's 2 mini pancakes lightly sweetened with maple syrup with bacon, egg, and cheese in the middle. Or enjoy our sausage flapjack with sausage, egg, and cheese. Always made from the finest farm fresh ingredients. You'll flip over the taste of Tudor's Flapjacks. Your choice of sausage, egg, and cheese or bacon, egg, and cheese between our mini maple pancakes. Come flip over the flavor of our delicious flapjacks at Tudor's Biscuit World.
You know that feeling? Like every door is closing and you just can't see a way out? Being unemployed, underemployed, or just out of school feels a lot like that. But when you find the right tools, suddenly everything just clicks. Getting on that path may be easier than you think. A good place to start? Go to findsomethingnew.org. At findsomethingnew.org, you have access to resources that help develop new skills. Skills that will position you for careers in today's growing industries, from healthcare and manufacturing to cybersecurity and alternative energy. Plus, you can take advantage of online courses, certification programs, apprenticeships, and more. So you can take yourself from unemployed and uncertain to empowered and prepared for what's next. Find your path to a new career today. Visit findsomethingnew.org. A message from the Ad Council.
Owe $10,000 or more to the IRS that you can't pay? Call now for immediate help. At the Tax Relief Line, we help people just like you. If you take on the IRS alone, you could be facing levies, liens, even wage garnishments, personal or business tax issues. If you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS, call now and see if you can pay less. They can freeze your bank accounts, even garnish your wages. Call the Tax Relief Line now for immediate help. Our expert team of tax professionals will negotiate your tax problem and deal with the IRS for you. If the IRS is threatening you with levies, wage garnishments, or seizing your assets, call now and see if you can pay the IRS less.
866-657-8521. 866-657-8521. That's 866-657-8521.
Let's get back to the field for more Red Dragon football.
Welcome back to Memorial Stadium. Jamie Farrell with you, Will Manahan in here filling in for Shaggy tonight as with the Red Dragons take on the Ripley Vikings. Red Dragons up 20-7. Add another 3 minutes onto the clock. Didn't think they were going to do that after they cut the half in half from 20 to 10 minutes. But they did, so kind of give them a chance to warm up a little bit. Ripley's ready to go. St. Albans had a long walk.
Yeah, it looks like they had to walk a little country mile just to get back to the locker room.
All right, they're about warmed up, almost ready to go. Cooper Polly standing over on the sideline, ready to come over for the kick return as the Red Dragons get the ball at the beginning of the second half.
Which is great because coming off of all this momentum from the offense, you know they just want to get right back on the field and see if they can pull out another 6 or 7.
Yeah, and keep the momentum going.
For sure.
All right, looks like St. Albans is ready to go. Looks like Cooper Polly standing over on the sideline with the referees. And Austin Litton standing over here with the referee for Ripley. One minute left to go in the half as the officials are walking out. Or get ready to walk out, I should say. This has been a very competitive game, really. It may not look like it, but it has been. With a couple fumble touchdowns, penalties back and forth. That's what's been penalties really plaguing the Vikings right now.
I don't think I've ever seen so much fire coming out of the helmets of the Red Dragons. They're playing with passion, and they're definitely a lot more confident tonight than I've seen previously.
Yeah, you're right. They have been more confident tonight than the last 2 or 3 games. I would say they're more confident tonight than they were even against the Nitro game where they won 6-3.
Oh, definitely. Even on these small plays where the touchdown's not absolutely needed right away, just to see the frustration when they don't get there, you can tell they're ready to fight.
All right, so Red Dragons get the kick return. They're going to go left to right. That's what's going to be happening. So Ripley ready to kick towards the right, or the right, we'll call it that way. Right, left is where they're going. Kick return team coming out. Deep for the Red Dragons is number 3, Chris Hall, and number 9, Reuben Johnson. Carter. Cochran, number 85, kicks the ball. It's going to be deep. It's going to be fielded at the 16-yard line by Reuben Johnson. He's going to run up to the 30 before being pushed out of bounds at the 35-yard line.
That's a fantastic pickup and pretty decent field position for the Red Dragons coming on for the second half.
Yeah, about a 15, 20-yard, I would say 20-yard pickup on that one. So 1st and 10 from the 35-yard line.
1st and 10, St. Albans at the 35.
2 receivers near side, 1 far side. Chris Hall on the near side in motion. Hand off to Little John. Little John goes up the middle. He's going to bounce out. So he's going to keep fighting. He's going to get back to the line of scrimmage and gain 2 yards.
I don't think his legs have stopped moving since his game started.
He picked up 2 yards. was led by Hunter Brown. Brandon Beal also assisting on the play.
Looks like Little John's coming off the field.
Looks like he took a little beating there.
A little limping there. He's going to be seen by the trainer real quick. So in the backfield now with Hyman. With number 14, he's going to be pitched out to Hall. Hall's going to buck up the middle. He's going to break one tackle and finally being brought down at the 43-yard line. So it brings up 3rd and 2. In the backfield, number 14, that's going to be A.J. Atkins. Atkins still in the backfield with Hyman. 2 receivers near side, 2 far side. Hyman takes a snap. He's going to keep it himself. Quarterback sneak up the middle. He's going to get the first down plus 2 more yards. Now the ball's going to be placed at the 47-yard line.
Those first downs are brought to you by Todd, Judy Ford, Patrick Street, and Marmette, where it's always friendly, fast, and fair.
The Vikings stop made by Joey Ransby along with Brandon Beal.
It's 1st and 10 from the 47. Two receivers far side, 2 near side. Atkins still in the backfield with Hyman.
There's an offside.
Yeah, that's a blatant off. They're showing blitz, and he just could not stop in time. And that's due with the field being wet still.
Yes.
So that's going to give us a 5 yards. So it's going to be a 1st and 5 from the 48 into Ripley territory. Showing blitz. Hyman hands the ball off to Atkins. Atkins goes up the middle. He breaks one tackle, takes a spin, and he breaks all the way down to the 41-yard line.
Takes the referee down with him.
And he's not getting up.
7 yards, but a single
Referee down brought to you by Jeff Martin.
All right, he's slow to get up. He looks like he's okay. Took a little bang. He's a little wobbly. All right, our trainer comes over and checks on him. He said he's okay.
He might have just had the wind knocked out of him.
Yeah. A.J. Atkins goes up the middle and does a little whoop, whoop. A couple spins there. I think he was hitting the A button on the controller.
He was mashing it. And it was good to see that number 3, Chris Hall, was there to help the ref stand back up and see if he was all right.
Getting to the 41-yard line, 1st down at Red Dragons. 9:52 to go in the 3rd quarter. Red Dragons up 20-7. Atkins still in the backfield with Hyman. 2 receivers far side, 2 near side. We're going to put Hall in motion, hand ball off to Atkins. Atkins goes up the middle. He's going to bounce around to the 40, make that 34-yard line.
I've noticed that on a couple of these plays, it seems that the Vikings are kind of helping push the Dragons along for some forward progress.
Yeah, they're trying to drag them. Our guys are dragging them, no pun intended. All right, ball's now placed on the 34-yard line. It's going to bring up 2nd and 3 for the Red Dragons. Same formation. This time, Atkins is going to be standing to the left side of Hyman. Hall in motion. Hyman's going to keep it, but he's going to fall backwards. But he's going to break one tackle. Down the sideline he goes. And he's going to get past the 1st down marker plus more for down to the 20. I want to say 28-yard line. That's where they're putting it at. So 1st down again.
And that 1st down is brought to you by Todd, Judy Ford.
Again, Hyman in the backfield, got a lot of pressure. Looks like it could have been a loss of yardage. He's able to slip away and come down in for the end zone, or come down to get the 1st down plus more. 1st and 10 from the 28-yard line. 8:50 to go in the 3rd quarter. Red Dragons up 20-7.
I'd like to see how many rushing yards Hyman has tonight.
Dual receivers both sides. Flag on the play. That's going to be against the Red Dragons as Chris Hall moved and went back into position. So that's going to bring him back about 5 yards for 1st and 15. So now the ball's going to be placed on the 33-yard line. So 1st and 15. Same formation. This time Atkins is standing to the right-hand side of Hyman. Hyman takes his handball off to Atkins. Atkins goes up the middle. He's going to get back to the 30-yard line and picks up 3 yards. So it brings up 2nd and 12. They're actually saying he got to the 29, so it's going to bring up a 4-yard pickup, so it brings up 2nd and 11.
We'll take any yard we can get.
I agree. Trip receivers far side, 1 near side. That's Justice Warner down here, Mosley by himself down here on the near side. Hand the ball out to Atkins. Atkins goes up the middle. He's going to get past the original line of scrimmage all the way up to the 24-yard line. And that's going to bring up 3rd and about 6.
Atkins definitely a little bit of a different runner than Little John, so it's definitely shaking up the defense a little bit, and they have to readjust.
Yeah, Atkins is a up-the-middle type fullback runner. You know, he just likes to go up the middle. He don't like to take on the outside and cut up. He wants to hit the hole and just keep running. 3rd and 6 from the 24. Bad snap. Hyman's going to be able to recover. Quick pass out, but it's intercepted by number 30. That's going to be Ramsey. If I were Hyman, I think I would just took the loss. And
yeah, there are definitely situations where at the end of the day, he's probably obviously freaking out and didn't want to lose yardage, but in that kind of situation, it's almost better to lose a couple yards than to turn the ball over.
So they turn the ball over. Now the ball's going to be 1st and 10 from the 35-yard line for the Vikings.
The first turnover, I believe, for the Red Dragons.
It is. Well, let's see if they can capitalize on that turnover. 1 receiver far side, 1 near side. Hand the ball off to number Anderson, number 17. He's going to get to the 38-yard line, so pick up a 3. 2nd and 7. Second and 7, 1 receiver far side, 1 near side. Stevens shotgun position, taking, look, going to throw the pass, going caught. That's going to be caught by number 89 for the 1st down.
The ball came loose.
They're fighting for the ball, but the whistle's blown. And they're going to say Ripley recovered the ball, but they're not. They're going to say he was down. He's going to get the ball. That's Cummings at the 46-yard line. I think he was down before the ball came loose.
I think he was too. Definitely one advantage of not throwing the ball as much is that when you do, it's a little different for the defense.
2 receivers far side. Stevens in shotgun position. Man in motion. Hand the ball off number 82. He's going to be brought down in the backfield for a loss of about 5 yards. Or we'll say 4 yards. Ball's placed at the 43-yard line.
It's going to be 2nd down and 13.
Dual receivers, 1 on each side. Actually make that trip to the right. It's going to look. Stevens pass the ball out, and it's going to be caught by number 30. That's going to be Ramsey. Ramsey's going to get past the line of scrimmage all the way up to the 40-yard line, 1st down for the Vikings.
Yeah, Ramsey's definitely been a key catcher for the Vikings offense.
Wide open.
always.
On the tackle.
Ball now on the 40-yard line in St. Albans territory, 1st and 10 from the 45 minutes, 18 seconds to go in the third quarter. Red Dragons up 20-7. Got one receiver near side. Make that. Stevens looking. Going for a pass. He's got some pressure. He's going to be brought down all the way to the 45-yard line.
Got a loss of 15 there.
All the way down into St. Albans territory, yeah. Ball's at the 40, so that's a big 15-yard loss. That's going to bring up 2nd and a country mile.
Cam Wells making the extra play.
Cam on that cover. With a little help from, it looked like Elijah Edge.
Oh, yeah.
So it's going to bring up 2nd and 24 from the 46-yard lines where they're going to mark them down at. 4 minutes, 20 seconds to go in the third quarter, up 20-7. Trip receivers far side. Pass out. Almost intercepted.
Looks like miscommunication on the field.
Hyman was there, and also Mosley. I think they both ran into each other and knocked the ball out of each other's hands. So 3rd and long for the Vikings.
They both saw the pot of gold and went for it.
It's 3rd and 24, 4 minutes, 13 seconds to go in the third. From the 46-yard line. Stevens looking. He's got some pressure from Cam. It's going to be throw the ball, and it's going to be incomplete, broken up by number 2, Hyman.
It's really great to see in high school football, especially these key players on offense also making some big plays on defense as well.
Yeah, the fans are hollering. They're wanting a flag thrown for pass interference, but there's no pass interference. He threw the ball up and went over his back. The ball was right there. It looked like Cam Wells a little shooken up after getting hit, blindsided on that. So the punt team comes out. Hyman in the backfield. He's going to let it take a roll. Blocked, and it's going to go into the end zone, so touchback.
Looks like number 8 on the Vikings just
hit. That's a clean hit. He got hit by Hyman trying to keep him from going to get it. That's a clean hit. Fans not liking it again, but that was a clean hit.
Number 8 on the Vikings didn't like it either. He came over and bopped Hyman on the head after the play.
All right, so the Red Dragons taking over on the 20-yard line. 3 minutes, 56 seconds to go. Up 20-7. Two receivers near side, one far side. Atkins in the backfield. Hand the ball off to Atkins. Atkins goes up the middle. He's going to cross over to the 25. He's going to get down to the 30 before being brought down. So a 10-yard pickup. That should be enough for a first down.
First down brought to you by Todd, Judy, Ford, Patrick Tree, and Marmette, where it's always friendly, fast, and fair.
Three minutes, 40 seconds to go and counting in the third quarter. Try to get you back to the studio for a score update as soon as we get a break here. Two receivers far side, one near side. Atkins standing to the right of Hyman. Hand the ball off to Atkins. Atkins goes up to the middle. He's going to be brought down at the line of scrimmage, so 2nd and 10.
He's met by Optimism. No gain.
That tackle was made by number 64, Austin Litton.
Second and 10 and counting. Dual receivers on both sides. Hand the ball off to Atkins. Atkins goes up the middle. Let's get to the line of scrimmage. He's going to gain about a yard, so it's going to bring up 3rd and 9.
Elijah Edge with a 1-yard gain.
I think running even faster than these players tonight is the clock.
Yeah, and that was Elijah Edge on that one. I thought that was Atkins, but it was Edge back there. About 2:20 to go in the third quarter. Red Dragons up 20-7. 3rd and 9. Trip receivers near side, one far side. Quick pass out to Justice Warner, incomplete.
The pass intended for Justice Warner.
So that brings up 4th down with 2 minutes to go in the third, and the punt team comes out.
Second punt of the night for the Red Dragons, which is not good to punt, but only 2 punts in the game so far. That's not bad to say.
Yeah, Elijah Miller deep for the Vikings, standing around the 40-yard line in their own territory. Punt is up. Punt's going to take a bounce, and it's going to go to the 40-yard line. Touched by the Red Dragons.
We'll take over 1st and 10 near their own 40-yard line.
So 1st and 10, we'll go to the studio real quick for a score update with 1:51 to go. Jeff.
All right, there are only a few games still going on. George Washington currently beating Riverside 42-0 in the third. The Nitro Clay County game was postponed. Wahama currently over Ravenswood 20-7 in the fourth, and that is really it for the ongoing games. So back to you all.
Thanks, Jeff, for the score update there. We got one receiver far side, one near side, I formation for Stevens. Stevens lines up in the center, hands the ball off to Ramsey. Ramsey going to cut out to the near side. He's going to cross over to 50, being knocked out of bounds around the 41-yard line. Almost a 19-yard pickup.
Yeah, I think probably the longest pickup for the Vikings offense so far tonight, and one that they definitely needed.
So it's 1st and 10 into St. Albans territory on the 41-yard line. One minute 44 seconds to go, as trailing 20-7. Vikings come out of the huddle. You're going to have one receiver far side, one near side. I formation for Stevens. Stevens lines up behind the center. He takes a snap. He hands the ball off to number 17, and that's going to be Anderson. Anderson's going to dig up to about the 31, 32-yard line. That's going to make it a 2nd and 1 for the Vikings. Official timeout, they're going to do a measurement.
Want to take a commercial break or no?
Looks like it's just a little short.
Yep, looks like they're going to be short, so it's going to bring up inches for them. 3rd and inches. Actually, it should be 2nd and inches. 2nd and inches for, I was kind of confused myself there. I forgot that was just 1st down for them. So 2nd and inches for the Dragons, same formation, or for the Vikings. Same formation for the Vikings. As an I formation, Stevens hands the ball off to Ramsey. Ramsey's going to go up the middle. He crosses over to the 20. He's got the 1st down, plus a lot more before being brought down within the 20-yard line at the 17-yard line.
The Vikings definitely picking up some momentum, which is scary this late in the game.
Yeah.
Chris Hall on the tackle for the Dragons. Ball spotted at the 17.
So 1st and 10 from the 17-yard line. 1 minute and 3 seconds to go in the third quarter. Same formation. Stevens hands the ball off to Anderson. Anderson goes up the middle, and he's going nowhere, maybe a yard 2 yards is what they're going to mark him at. So he's going to get to the 10-yard line or 15-yard line. So it brings up 2nd and 8.
On the tackle.
All right, 2nd and 8 from the 15. Clock ticking down below 25 seconds to go in the third quarter. Same formation for the Vikings. Hands ball off to Ramsey. Ramsey goes up the middle. He crosses over to the 10-yard line before being brought down at the 7. So that's going to should give him another first down.
The tackle for the Dragons made by
The defense definitely looking just a little bit winded, and you wonder if that has anything to do with the half of a halftime.
Yeah, I think so too. So first and goal from the 7-yard line. That should run it out the clock. They're not going to be able to get a play off before the end of the third quarter, and that's exactly what's going to happen. So that's going to bring the end of the third quarter where the Red Dragons are up 20-7. We'll come back after a quick break and bring you the fourth quarter here from Memorial Stadium. Jamie Farrell, Will Manahan. You're listening to Red Dragon Football on 1300, 1340 The Jock.
Okay, forest animals, today is a new day. Kids are coming to the forest, and it's up to us to make their visit a good one. Sparrow.
Yes?
Have you practiced the most popular bird songs for the year?
Of course.
Catchy. I like it. Okay, River.
Dude.
How's the temperature?
It's a refreshing 52 degrees, man. Perfect for a little riverside shoeless relaxation.
Ah, good. Owl, you here? Cool. Who's asking? I am. Look, you know the drill. Sleep during the day, scare the kids at night.
Perfect. I love my job.
Oak tree? Still in the same place I left you last year. That's what I like, consistency.
Well, it's not like I'm going anywhere for the next couple hundred years.
I know. I love it. Turtle. Turtle.
He's not here yet, man.
He's late every morning. You'd think you would have learned by now to leave the night before our meetings. Okay. Squirrel. Has anybody seen Mr. Squirrel?
The forest you. Visit a forest near you today. To learn more about cool things to do in the forest, visit discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council.
St. Albans Red Dragon Football on the Jock is presented by Dutch Miller Automotive Group of South Charleston. Now, back to the field.
Back here at Memorial Stadium, Jamie Farrell, Will Manahan as the Vikings are on the roll. Hand the ball off to Anderson. Anderson goes up the middle. He's going to get brought down at the 5-yard line, so a 2-yard pickup for him.
He's down to the 5.
So 2nd and goal from the 5.
Definitely not the place, if you're St. Albans, that you want the Vikings to be, but a big stop here would definitely be fantastic.
I agree with you on that one. We got one receiver far side, one near side. I formation. Steven hands the ball to Ramsey. Ramsey goes up the middle. He's going to be met at the 3-yard line, so it's going to bring up 3rd and goal.
Yet another wonderful stop here. 2. We just need 2 more.
Spangler missed the stop.
So 3rd and goal from the 3. 10:50 to go in the fourth quarter. Red Dragons up 20-7. Hand the ball to Ramsey. Ramsey goes up the middle. In the end zone he goes. Touchdown.
Definitely scary to see that touchdown, and if this extra point goes in, that puts the Vikings at less than a 7-point score to come back.
Yeah, still make it a 1-possession game. 10:46 to go. The Vikings score. Kick is up. Kick is good. That's 14. So the score now is 20-14, a 1-possession game for the Red Dragons in the lead. Looks like number 85, that's going to be Carter Cochran kicking the ball off again for the Vikings. Haven't seen Little John back since he went off earlier.
Yeah, I haven't seen him at all, so I hope he's doing all right and if he comes back on, hopefully it's because he's feeling 100% and not just because he wants to get back on the field.
Yeah, I'm trying to look to see if I can see him on the sideline somewhere over there, but I don't see him anywhere. But that doesn't mean anything. He's not. Yeah, he's there. I just don't see him. Okay, I see him over. I see him over on the sideline with his helmet off. Just he's standing over there, so I'm not sure if he's going to be back in the game or not, but we'll see what happens. All right, Carter Cochran kicking off for Ripley. That's going to be Atkins and Hall in the backfield for the Red Dragons. Cochran, deep. Let it go into the end zone is what they're going to do. That's going to be another touchback.
He's got a little cannon on his foot.
He does. 10:46 to go in the fourth quarter. Up 20-14. Both teams have 3 timeouts available to them. Ball placed on the 20-yard line is where St. Albans will start this possession. Littlejohn's back into the game. One receiver far side, one near side. I formation. Hand the ball off to Atkins. Atkins goes up the middle. He's going to plow through it. He's going to get to the 26-yard line, so a 6-yard pickup.
A.D. Atkins on the carry. Tackled by Hunter Brown. 6-yard gain.
It's good to see Littlejohn back into the game.
It's great to see him back into the game and to possibly change things up again for this Ripley defense.
I formation for the Dragons. Hyman is on the center. Pitch out to Littlejohn. Littlejohn goes up the middle. He breaks one tackle. Finally being brought down at the 37-yard line, so a pickup of 1. So it brings up 3rd and 3.
Looks like Littlejohn's slow to get up once again.
That's yeah, that's Littlejohn.
Gain of 2 on the play. Third down and play with
While they're doing that, let's take a quick break. You're listening to 1300 1340 The Jock.
How do you describe our 12-inch oven-baked subs? Substantial. Our pure beef steak is thick and smothered in cheese. The Sicilian is bold with unsubtle flavors of peppers, olives, and our special Italian sauce. And Gino's traditional Philly and our hot ham and cheese, they taste sublime. Whether it's Philly steak, hot ham and cheese, pure beef steak, or the Sicilian, with Gino's bigger 12-inch subs, there's something for everyone.
At participating locations.
Your hometown proud IGA on Canal Terrace in St. Albans has been proudly providing the best quality produce, meat, and groceries to the families of St. Albans for more than 50 years. They take pride in having the cleanest store in supporting the St. Albans community, and they'll never take your support of them for granted. Stop in today for the freshest produce, the leanest cuts of meat, and all the fine national and IGA brands you'll be proud to serve your family. Canal Terrace IGA, hometown proud, and good luck, Red Dragons.
Let's go back to the Something Good Soul Food broadcast booth for more Red Dragon football. Presented by Dutch Miller Automotive Group of South Charleston.
Back here at Memorial Stadium, Jamie Farrell with you, Will Manahan, as Littlejohn is helped up and he's walking off the field on his own accord. I think he maybe just pulled a muscle, cramped up. They were stretching his leg out. Could be his hamstring. We'll see what happens if he's back into the game. We'll try to see if we can get you an update on him also. All right, it's going to be 3rd and 2 from the 28-yard line. 9 minutes, 47 seconds to go in the fourth quarter. Red Dragons up 20-14. 2 receivers far side, 1 near side. Atkins in the backfield with Hyman. Hyman lining up behind the center. Taking the snap, hands off to A.J. Atkins. Atkins goes up the middle. He's digging. He's going to get to the 30-yard line and maybe a little bit more, but that's been enough for a first down.
The first downs are brought to you by Todd Judy Ford, Patrick Street, and Marmette, where it's always friendly, fast, and fair.
It's ball placed at the 30.5-yard line. So first down for the Red Dragons.
And a first down that they definitely needed.
Yes. Hyman getting the play from the coach. Same formation. Hall in motion, hand the ball out to Atkins. Atkins goes up the middle, across the 35. He breaks over to the 40. He's going to get brought down at the 42-yard line. First down, Red Dragons.
We definitely like seeing the momentum, the same momentum that they brought in the beginning of the first half, and it's definitely something that's needed to close off this game.
They're placing the ball at the 43-yard line, so it'll be 1st and 10 from the 43, and it is an update. He is cramping up. Not enough water or potassium into his system, so hopefully he'll go to the sideline and get some water and maybe a banana real quick and get back into the game. Hopefully we'll see what happens if he's able to.
Cramps were a huge issue for the Nitro game.
Yes, they were. Same formation for the Dragons. Hand the ball off to Atkins. Atkins goes up again. He's going to go up the middle. He's going to dig one. Break two, finally met down by a host of the Vikings, but he's going to get to the 49-yard line on that carry, so a gain of 6 on that. So it brings up 2nd and 4.
Heel on the tackle with 4.
It looks like that's going to be 14. Atkins. Coach comes running out on the field just to make sure he's okay. So we really need Little John to hydrate. Get some potassium in there and help him get back on the field.
Get a couple bananas, get back on the field when he's ready.
Pickle juice in you.
Also, her pickle juice is good to hydrate on for keep you from cramping up.
Can't say I've tried that one.
But this time,
full of electrolytes.
Atkins laying on his belly. I don't know if maybe somebody hit his, if he's, they're looking at his, trying to see what they're looking at. And it looks like they're looking at his back, so he could have got it nailed. Paramedics coming out just to make sure he's okay. Not what we need to see. Not what we needed.
2 high-performance runners and 2 plays going down. It's definitely not a good sight.
Here at Memorial Stadium, like I said, the Jackson County EMS that came over, looked on the sideline, came over and doing a quick check with him, make sure he's okay. Try to get you an update on what's going on and keep you guys going. Right now, it is 8 minutes, 19 seconds to go. Red Dragons up 20-14 and driving. Like you said, 2 quick injuries to our running backs. Little John went out with a cramp. And now A.J. Atkins laying at the midfield on his belly.
And what makes this even more of an issue is that I'd say roughly 80% of this game has been based on running.
Now, we do have a couple other people who can run the ball. Reuben Johnson can run the ball. Chris Hall can run the ball. So Elijah Edge is another one who can run the ball.
Oh, yeah.
So we have some guys that can run the ball, but you want to give them a chance to, like especially Elijah Edge, give him a chance to rest and use him on defense for this game.
I think we're getting tired. I bet you make the news. What?
Okay, I'm looking over on the sideline still, trying to see if I can see Little John, if he's got his helmet on.
Looks like Atkins hasn't moved much at all.
No. And that's what's got me a little worried. Okay, looks like he's moving a little bit. That's a good sign. All right, he's standing up. That's a good sign. There we go. That's what I want to see. Probably got the wind knocked out of him.
Helmet comes off instantly.
Yeah. That's good. That's a good sign when you see him after being laying down there on his belly for a long time that he ends up standing up and getting a little help.
It's definitely scary because at the end of the day, these still are high school kids.
Yeah, pretty much walking off the field on his own accord. He does have one of the Jackson County EMS walking beside him just to make sure, but that's a good, we'll see where they take him. All right, so here we go. Second and 4 from the 49-yard line.
And players going to second down, 4 yards to go.
Just over 8 minutes to go in the game.
Two receivers on the far side, one near side. Liza Edge in the backfield with Hyman. Hyman is in shotgun position. Hall. Hyman's going to keep himself. He goes up the middle. He crosses over to 45. Swings out to the far side. He's at the 40, 35, 30 before he knocked out of bounds at the 29-yard line. First down, Red Dragons.
I guess you forget that Hyman can also run the ball.
21 on the play, knocked out of bounds by Isaiah Hackenberg.
So now the ball is placed at the 29-yard line. First and 10, 7:49 to go. Red Dragons up 20-14 and driving. Two receivers far side, two near side. Edge in the backfield with Hyman. Hyman takes a snap. He has the ball off the edge. Edge goes up the middle. He's going to gain about 5 yards. We're going to gain 4 yards on that pickup, so that's going to bring up 2nd and 6.
Miller on the top.
Ball is now placed at the 25-yard line. Clock is ticking. 7:25 to go. 2nd and 6. Same formation for the Red Dragons. Hyman takes a snap, hands the ball off the edge. Edge goes up the middle. He's going to lose a yard so it's going to bring up 3rd and 7.
You can see on the sideline over there, they're working on Little John.
Yeah, I see they got him over there stretching. So 3rd and 7 to go. Need a first down right here. Clock down to 6 minutes and 35 seconds. Third and long, but manageable. Dual receivers on each side. Edge in the backfield with Hyman. Hall met back, lost the yardage back to the original line of scrimmage. So now it brings up 4th and 10.
And this is a tricky 4th down because if you don't convert this, then Ripley obviously has a chance to drive back up the field and score, but the biggest worry is if they do you have enough time to bring it back?
Yeah.
4th and 10.
Hyman's got the play. Hyman's got some pressure. He's looking. He's going to throw the ball. He's going to throw the ball. Hit twice. He pumped it twice. Push off. Caught. But there's a flag on the play, and it looks like that's going to be an offensive pass interference. It looks like he pushed off. But Reuben Johnson caught that ball at the 2-yard line.
Flags are brought to you by JD Pro Finish Frame and Body.
The flag is waved off, so first down for the Red Dragons.
That's a big first down.
Big first down. They needed that. They got it.
And those first downs are brought to you by Todd, Judy, Ford, Patrick Street, and Marmette, where it's always friendly, fast, and fair.
That looked like that could have been an offensive pass interference, so the Red Dragons got away with that one. All right, dual receivers. Edge line up behind Hyman. Hyman hands the ball off the edge. Edge goes up the middle. He's going to get brought down at the 1-yard line. Second and goal from the 1. Clock ticking down to 5 minutes.
A score right here could definitely put the nail in the coffin.
I think the reason the flag was waved off, they were fighting for the ball. Looked like Reuben was grabbed, and so he pushed off to get away. So that's the reason why they waved the flag off. All right, first and goal. Flag on the play as Hyman takes the ball into the middle, up for a touchdown. It looks like that's going to be a false start against. Let's see. Flag it off. They're waving that flag off again. Fans are not liking this from the Ripley side.
Nor the St. Albans side, because if you didn't call that, that was a touchdown.
Yeah. It looks like a... All right, let's see what's the play called this time. Two receivers far side, two near side. Same play. Another flag whistle.
Oh!
After the play, there's the flag.
Looks like offsides and a late hit. Love to see the enthusiasm coming from.
Man, he got hit hard.
For the cuss words to fly.
Dead ball personal foul against the Vikings. So that's going to move the ball up to the half-yard line. Let's see where the play goes now.
On the half-yard line, that ball looks like it's hanging off the edge.
Half-yard line. Hyman lines up underneath center. QB sneak, he's in there, touchdown.
St. Albans touchdown.
So that brings the score to 26-14 before the extra point attempt. And what are they doing? Oh, there's Allie Saxton. They're going to go ahead and try to kick it. Kick no good again. Nobody blocking them from the outside.
It looks like the snap was a little off there too.
Yeah. So that brings your score to 26-14. 3 minutes, 41 seconds to go in the game.
And while Allie's doing the best job that she can. You need the line to give her a little bit of extra protection so she can make the play.
Yeah, it looks like they're coming off the far edge each time. That's where they've come off on the edge right there and blocked that because there's nobody blocking them. Nobody's picking up the block. So she doesn't have time to kick the ball.
I guarantee that's going to be reviewed during practice.
3:41 to go, 26-14 is your score. Red Dragons up. Deep is number 89, Blake Cummings, for the Vikings. Allie sets the tee down. She's ready to kick the ball off. Looking over to see where they want the ball to be placed at. Missing a guy on the field on the line, our line, so they got him out there. Here we go. Little squib kick on the front of the line. Flag on the play. Looks like that's going to be against us.
Flag is brought to you by JD Pro Finish Frame and Body, located at 582 Henry Street in St. Albans.
That is going to be offsides against the Red Dragons.
Offside against the Dragons.
So back them up 5 yards. So they'll kick now from the 35-yard line.
And one thing you might have to adjust if you're the Ripley Vikings is a lot of this game's been based off the run game, but if time's crunched, you got to start chucking the ball.
On the ball, yeah. And they made some good passes and had some yardage by throwing the ball. All right, Allie's ready to kick the ball again. This time she kicks it. It's going to be fielded by number 30 at the 39-yard line. He crosses over to the 45. He's at the 50. He's brought down at the 40. They're going to mark him down to 39 into St. Albans territory. Good field position for the Vikings. 3 minutes, 33 seconds to go. Down by 12. It's 26-14 Red Dragons. Vikings taking over on the 39-yard lines of St. Albans. That was number 30, Joey Ramsey, on that kick return.
St. Albans 70 looks like he's on the ground now, offside and out of bounds.
Timeout St. Albans. Trying to ice him a little bit. Slow down the momentum.
First timeout called by St. Albans in the half.
Yeah, it looks like Cooper is just cramped up a little bit. They're trying to stretch him out.
Oh my God.
All right, Ripley's back out on the field waiting for St. Albans. And here comes the defense. First and 10 from the 39-yard line. 3 minutes, 33 seconds to go. St. Albans up 26-14. One receiver far side, one near side. Stevens looks, he's going to throw the ball. No, he fakes it. He's going to run the ball up. He's going to get to the line of scrimmage and maybe gain a yard or two. No, he's going to actually breaks one tackle and gains about 6 yards on that play.
It's definitely a tackle you have to make, especially in the backfield.
So that's going to bring up, they placed the ball at the 32-yard line, so that's going to bring up a 7-yard run for Stevens. Brings up 2nd and 3 from the 32. Same formation for the Vikings. Stevens quick pass out to number 5. He's going to be caught and tackled and breaks up loose and finally slipped up, but able to get the first down as he's brought down at the 26-yard line. So 1st and 10 for the Vikings from the 26 now. Three receivers far side, one near side. Stevens looking, trying to find some room. He's going to try to keep the ball himself. He throws it up deep into the end zone. Wide open is number 30, Ramsey, but he drops it. It's an incomplete pass. 2 minutes, 34 seconds to go. It's 26-14. It's going to bring up 2nd and 10.
That could have been terrible.
Yeah, he was wide open. Second and 10 from the 26-yard line. Same formation. Stevens looking. Throws it deep. Got a man almost intercepted. Incomplete pass. Broken up by number 13, Justice Warner. So that brings up 3rd and 10.
These Dragons are definitely getting desperate to put an end to the Viking run here.
Ball intended for Elijah Miller. Third and 10, 2 minutes, 28 seconds to go. Still 3 receivers far side, 1 near side. Stevens got the pass. He's looking, got some room to run.
He's going to be
brought down with his helmet taken off. We got a flag.
3 flags.
It's going to be a horse collar. His flag, or his helmet rolled all the way back for about 20 yards or 10, 15 yards. That looks like that could have been a horse collar on or a face mask. It is a face mask against the Red Dragons. Not lucky. Man, that could have been worse than what I thought it was. That's a 15-yard penalty. That's a first down right there. That's going to put them within the 14-yard line. First and 10 from the 14 with 2 minutes, 23 seconds to go. We got 1 receiver far side, 1 near side. Anderson in the backfield with Stevens. Stevens looks for past the ball. He's got some time. He throws it deep. Man open, and it's incomplete. Broken up by number 3, Chris Hall, intended for number 5, Isaiah Castos. That's going to bring up 2nd and 10. Got a man down over for the Vikings. And that looks like number 89. That's going to be Cummings.
And what gets especially dangerous is when you throw those long balls, if you're defending that, you got to look back at the ball, see where it is.
Mm-hmm. Cummings able to get up off the field and walk off before the training staff got over there. So he's going over to the sideline and be seen by the training staff there. All right, here we go. 2:14 to go in the game. Up 26-14, your Red Dragons in the lead. 2nd and 10 from the 14-yard line. 1 receiver on each side. Stevens looking, trying to find somebody. He's got some pressure. He's going to sacked at the 33-yard line. They're looking for a flag because for illegal use to the face, but they're not going to get it. We'll take the sack all the way down to the, again, 31-yard lines where they're going to mark it at. So a big loss there. Timeout Ripley.
Definitely a good makeup for that flag that we just had.
Yeah. So that's going to bring up 3rd and a very long 27. They got to get to the 4-yard line before they can get a first down. With 1:54 to go, up 26-14, your Red Dragons in the lead. Both coaches have 2 timeouts left.
And when you're a quarterback under a lot of pressure, it can either be a blessing or a curse to drop that far back into the pocket. But when you get sacked, definitely a curse.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think he wanted to go that far back before being brought down. All right, 1:54 to go. We've got one receiver far side, one near side. Anderson in the backfield with Stevens. Stevens going to be brought down again. This time by number 52, Cam Wells. And this time they're going to bring him down at the 42-yard line. So that's going to bring up 4th
and 2 country miles.
They're saying this. Yeah, it's 4th down. 4th and 32. I do believe it's 4th and 32. They're saying it's 4th and long. He's going to be brought down again this time, and he throws it for a pass, incomplete pass. So Red Dragons take over on the 42-yard line.
Flag on the play.
Flag on the play. It is intentional grounding against number 4. Loss of downs, which is already 4th down. So now the Red Dragons take it over at the. Let's see where they're going to spot the ball at. At the 35-yard line of the Viking territory. 1:13 to go. Game's over.
I think we have ourselves a win here.
I'd say go into victory formation and leave it alone. Let's see what they do. They're going to go. They got 2 receivers far side, 2 near side. Edge in the backfield with Hyman. Hyman takes the snap, hands the ball off the edge. Edge goes up the middle. He's going to break out to the near side, over to the 30, 25. Breaks 1 tackle, finally being brought down at the 20. So that's going to bring up another 1st down with the clock ticking at 1:02 to go.
A run you didn't really expect to happen, but it was a nice one.
Number 54, Baskin. That's Madden Baskin coming in. Hyman coming over.
I say it's fairly safe here to get into victory formation and take the knee.
That's what I would do. I would just take that and be done, but nope, they're going to run another play. Clock's down to 35 seconds. Same formation. Hyman takes the snap, hands off the edge. Edge goes up the middle, crosses over to the 15, inside the 10. Well, right about the 10-yard line, so about the 12. So they're just going to let the clock roll. It's down to 21 seconds. They're trying to hurry up and get another play off before the time is run out. We're down to 15. Hyman takes the snap. He's going to keep it himself. He's going to roll out to the outside. He crosses over to the 10. He's going to break 1 tackle to keep fighting, being brought out of bounds. That's the end of the ball game. They're not adding any more clock. They don't look like they're going to add any more time on the clock. So that's the end of the ball game. Your Red Dragons win 26-14 here in Ripley. We will take a break, come back, and wrap up the game for you. You're listening to Red Dragon Football on 1300 1340 The Jock.
In need of quality auto or